Chief guest has arrived.
Please give a round of applause, everyone.
I request everyone to take back your seats.
I request everyone to kindly settle down, please.
In the world of professional gatherings and knowledge sharing, conferences are formidable platforms bringing together erudite thinkers, visionaries, and industry leaders. They serve as grand stages where ideas converge, collaborations are forged, and significant discourse is born. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, honorable dignitaries, esteemed guests, learned delegates, and conference participants. Welcome to two-day international conference on physical education and sports in perspective of national education policy and vision 2047 in the beautiful campus of Lakshmi Bai National Institute of Physical Education, Gwalior. Well, Albert Einstein said, if we knew what it was we are doing, it would not be called research, would it?
It is one of the occasions like this we get opportunities to test the knowledge and understanding. We look forward to get an exposure about what the best of the brain can think about this very dynamic but underrated theme of physical education and sports in the perspective of national education policy and vision 2047. Our first item on the agenda is traditional inaugural ceremony. We acknowledge our reverence for the wisdom and knowledge by lighting the lamp of enlightenment. I invite our esteemed guests to do the honors as we officially commence our day, and I also request everyone to kindly rise for Saraswati Vandana. Thank you. May I now request Dr. Ashish Fulkar, Joint Organizing Secretary and Director, Open and Distance Learning Program, for a welcome address and felicitation of our honors guest.
A very good morning to one and all. I, on behalf of organizing committee, feel honored and privileged to get the opportunity to welcome you all at International Conference on Physical Education and Sports in perspective of National Education Policy and Vision 2047. I am really thankful to our chief guest, Mr. Trevor Smith from United Kingdom, and Chair IPLA to be our chief guest, and I request Professor Indu Bora, Vice Chancellor LNIPE, to welcome our chief guest today. Madam. I would also like to welcome our guest of honor, Mr. Rahul Bose, renowned actor, President Rugby India, and I request Dr. Sanjay Yadav, in charge registrar of LNIP, to welcome him. Now I request Dr. K.K. Sahu to please welcome Mr. Mukul Chaudhary, CEO of Jamshedpur Football Club. Thank you, sir. Now I would request Dr. Brish Kishore, Joint Organizing Secretary, to welcome Mr. Hemant Dua, who is advisor of GMR and President of Sports Management Association India. I would also like to welcome our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Indu Bora, and for that I request Dr. Y.S. Rajput to welcome our Honorable Vice Chancellor and Registrar, Dr. Sanjay Yadav. Dr. Y.S. Rajput, Joint Organizing Secretary. Thank you. On this occasion, I would also like to welcome our former Vice Chancellor, Professor Dilip Kumar Dureha, our retired senior faculty members, alumni, for their presence on this occasion. I also welcome the future torchbearers, our students and delegates who are present here. If time is money, and then today you have spent millions for us, you all are welcome for this occasion. I hope that it will be a wonderful stay at LNIPE. Enjoy the conference and the campus life at LNIPE. Thanks again, one and all. Let this be a new beginning. Thank you.
Now, I request our guest of honor, Mr. Rahul Bose, to address the gathering.
Morning. I had no idea I was supposed to address the gathering so soon. My long and boring talk will happen later, but I would like to very much express on behalf of Rugby India, that's the Indian Rugby Football Union, and frankly anyone who is passionate, concerned, and driven to making our sport ecosystem a way of life, that it's such a pleasure, Induji, to be here. Sajivji, Dr. Sahu. I've had extensive interactions with all three of you yesterday on behalf of the Rugby Federation, and it's been so fruitful, it's been so meaningful, and it's been so heartfelt. Invariably in symposia like this, a lot of words are spoken and not much happens. And I frankly don't have the patience for that, nor do I have the inclination for that. And I was so happy under your able stewardship, Induji, that LNIPE and Rugby India will, moving forward, if all goes well, have a multi-pronged, constructive partnership. Walking around the campus yesterday, looking at all your facilities, interacting with a few of your students and a few of your teachers, only reaffirms my belief and the belief of the Federation that we are in a good place. So I'm looking forward to this day. Congratulations to everybody. It's a privilege and an honor for us to be here.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I request our honorable chief guest, Mr. Trevor Smith, to address the gathering.
Good morning. A real honour and privilege to be here, and thank you so much to LNIPE for your kind invitation. We're very much looking forward to our ongoing partnership with physical literacy. I would like to thank Mr. Yash today for making me an honorary student of LNIPE. I'm wearing the badge with pride. Most importantly, for the next 2 days, we're very much looking forward to listening, to participating, to celebrating everything about physical activity and sport and physical education in what is a spirit of hope and optimism, and we are all delighted to be able to bring our particular flavour, which is physical literacy, as a lens to the great work that's already happening in India. And it would be wrong of me to stand here representing the IPLA without reflecting and recognising the massive work and contribution that's already been taking place here with Amit, with Ashish, with Geeta, who are already in the room, the IPLA team in India, who have been doing an incredible job of work here in sharing what we believe is a philosophy and a concept for physical activity and sport, which is not based around skill and is not based around specific sports coaching. It's about what's in here, and what's in here, and what's here. It's the relationship that we all have towards being active, towards playing, towards enjoying and developing our playing skills and abilities. And we very much look forward to sharing that philosophy with you and comparing ideas and thoughts over the next 2 days. So thank you for your invitation.
May I now request our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Indu Bora, to kindly address the gathering.
Good morning, everyone. Our patrons in absentia, honorable guests, distinguished delegates, esteemed colleagues, dear participants, and our students. Aristotle, the Greek philosopher, once said, in order to succeed, we must first believe that we can. On this note, I intend to mention that we as LNIPE fraternity believed that New Education Policy 2020 needs a roadmap to fulfill its destiny to see every child on the playfield, integrating it with life skills and skill development. Crafting a conference of this stature and bringing thoughtful brains under a single roof from all around the globe is no less than a miracle in such a short span. Thanking the divine for this moment, I take great pleasure and privilege to welcome you all once again to this ceremony and the sessions hereafter. Visualizing the road to 2047, I am sure this conference will stir the winds of change, the hashtags and the trendsetter for the new future in which leaders are making collective effort to promote physical education and sports as integral component of holistic education. In these 2 days, let us not just celebrate the spirit of sportsmanship and athleticism, but also recognize the pivotal role that physical education plays in shaping the minds and bodies of the youth, teaching them valuable lessons in discipline, teamwork, and of course, perseverance. The theme of this conference spells the importance of aligning our educational goals with the broader vision of our nation, where every child has access to quality sports and physical education, crafting way for grassroots layers and competitive ones side by side. A vertical structure with multiple entry and exit can be seen as a new way of education which is needed to adapt and adopt. The National Education Policy and Vision 2047 will provide us with a roadmap for transforming our educational system, focusing on physical education as an integral part of this transformation. We all know that by investing in physical education and sports, we are not only promoting a healthy lifestyle, but also nurturing future leaders who are physically, mentally, and emotionally strong. I am confident that this conference will serve as a platform for fruitful discussions and exchange of ideas, paving the way for innovating approach. Let us work together to make physical education a priority in our educational system and empower out our youth to reach their full potential. Thank you once again for your participation, and I wish you all a very productive and inspiring conference ahead. Thank you so much.
Now I cordially invite Dr. Krishan Kant Sahu, Organizing Secretary, Dean Faculty of Physical Education and Applied Areas, Director IQAC, Nodal Officer, NEP, for the overview.
Thank you, Ashish. Namaste. Namaste is a Sanskrit word and connotes how to divine in you. Today, I sincerely felt to share the meaning of Namaste because of the collective divine gathered here in this auditorium from across the globe. Ladies and gentlemen, it is with great pleasure and profound honor that I, Krishnakant Sahu, Organizing Secretary LNIPE Gwalior, to give overview about this conference. We have gathered here to embark on a journey of sporting collaboration, innovation, and knowledge sharing. The theme of conference, physical education and sports in perspective of national education policy and Vision 2047, is in tune with the growing confidence and aspirations of our fraternity to become innovators and leaders in our workspace as well as globally. The conference here will help you interact with experts from various places across the globe and will also help you gain knowledge regarding various aspects of physical education like physical literacy in national policy and strategy, building global standards in physical education and sports program, best practices and research and development in physical education, sports, sports medicine, sports exercise, skill development, entrepreneurship, and much more. Last few weeks have been very challenging for us, and we have tried our best to match your expectations. We dwelled a lot in finalizing speakers and experts for this conference. We are happy that international speakers from England, Australia, Belgium, Brazil, Malaysia, Canada, Philippines, and France are here with us. We have galaxy of national speakers from sports industry, higher education, school education, corporate, sports federation with rich experience, which is definitely going to create a new roadmap and horizon for our students. Our partners Spotify, IPLA, LNCP, NSU, Decathlon, Sports Skill Development of India, SRM Institute of Technology, Sports Management Association of India, Khel Sahitya Kendra have been great support. The thematic talks and the plenary sessions will drive you throughout the multi-sectoral emergence in the field of physical education and sports, where everyone could have opportunity to showcase and present their ideas, thoughts, developments that could lead to a meaningful life in community. We also have the refreshing culture program showcasing our Indian culture. Our efforts will have the desired outcomes when your valuable time and stay in the city of Gwalior be conglomerate of happy memories, knowledge sharing, and personal bonding. I welcome you again to this wonderful endeavors, and you go back with rich information and as proud stakeholders. Once again, I extend my warmest welcome to each and every one of you here at LNIPE Gwalior, and may your time of togetherness be marked, be fruitful, and meaningful connections to create great future in physical education and sports. My best wishes to everyone, and let us be a source of inspiration and enlightenment. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for acknowledging us with the overview of the program. Now, I request all the dignitaries to come forward for releasing the souvenir. Hello. Now I request everyone to rise for the Institute song. Ladies and gentlemen, before we continue with our enriching discussion ahead, let's take a short break for tea and refreshments. Okay, now I request Dr. Yashwinder Rajput sir for giving the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Asna. On behalf of Organizing Committee of International Conference of Physical Education Sports, or in perspective of National Education Policy and Vision 2047, we are very thankful to all the dignitaries, especially our today's chief guest, Mr. Trevor Smith, who has accepted to be our chief guest for this conference. I would like to thank all the honorable guests of honors, Mr. Rahul Bose, Mr. Mukul Chaudhary, Mr. Hemant Dua, for their gracious presence on this occasion. And on behalf of Organizing Committee, would also like to convey my deep regards to international and national speakers, invited guests, panelists, resource persons, delegates, faculty members for their constant guidance and support to shape this conference. I am also thankful to our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Indu Bora, Registrar Dr. Sanjeev Yadav, for all the administrative approvals and guidance behind this. If time is money, then today you have spent millions for us. Thanks to all of you for making this event successful. Have a wonderful staying at LNIPE. Enjoy the conference and the campus life at LNIPE. Thanks once again. Thank you one and all.
Thank you, sir. Before we continue with the enriching discussion, let's take a short tea break and refreshments. Thank you.
May I request all the delegates, invited speakers for have a cup of tea in front of this auditorium, and I request all the students to be seated, and after that you must go to your academic building. Before we start the sessions, I request all the dignitaries, faculty members, administrative staff for having a cup of tea in front of this auditorium, please.
in national policy and strategy.
He is one of the UK's first sports development professional, recently engaging in programs for Qatar Olympics, alongside working on program and training delivery in leisure services, community services, youth services, and heritage sector in Europe, Africa, and Asia.
Sir, please.
Good morning. I need to check my tech. Perfect. Thank you. I still need to watch that screen. This one takes it on to the next? Yes, that takes it back. So today, 15 minutes, which I hope will build on years of discussion and hopefully create a lifetime of further discussion and development in an area that we're, as you would expect, very passionate about, which is physical literacy. And I want to explore with you the opportunities that physical literacy offers, not just in education policy, but across a broad range of policy and strategy at government level. It's not on the screen. There we are. The first thing which I mentioned earlier is about understanding what we mean when we talk about physical literacy. And if you read that definition from our founding author, Professor Margaret Whitehead, you will see there's no mention in there of skill. Everything that physical literacy works to achieve is a personal, individual confidence and motivation to be active. First thing we need to do if we are to join any pathway is to take the positive choice to engage. And physical literacy is about applying that lens to everything that we do. Everything we teach children, everything we coach children, every experience that they have in sport and physical activity. And it's that that makes it unique. It's unique because it's about you as an individual, totally individual. It's inclusive for that reason. It includes everybody, irrespective of age or ability. And it's holistic, just focusing on the skill, what we can do on a pitch, on a court, in a pool, in a gym. It's much more about how that affects our learning, about how it affects our emotional condition, about how it affects our well-being, our sense of self. So physical literacy is a holistic, all-inclusive principle. And I'm saying this because there's a really important definition and understanding that we'd like to take you to take away from this, which is a misinterpretation of physical literacy, where we talk about an individual being physically literate. We are all physically literate, but we all have the choice and motivation to engage at different levels and in different ways. So physical literacy is not another way to describe or teach or test fundamental movement skills, if we apply this to a teaching or a coaching concept. That's not physical literacy. It's also not a process to identify talent. We don't have a student who is more physically literate than another. We don't measure those things. And it's not exclusively focused on young people. The two images I have there are demonstrations, perhaps, of how physical literacy is sometimes portrayed. And physical literacy is that powerful tool for national policy and strategy because it is about all of us, all of the time, for life. And that means it has a role in public strategy. And if there's anybody in the room that has an opportunity to influence public strategy, we'd love to have that further conversation with you. Because we think physical literacy can support all of these areas of strategy. And I'll look at a few examples across the world of where that's already happening. It's rooted in global policy. So this remaining 10 minutes really is to explore how we feel a physical literacy approach to all of your work can support a wide variety of outcomes, not just your own. So here's the first on public health. We know this. The World Health Organization is increasingly referencing physical literacy as a potential approach to help it deliver on its global action plan for physical activity. There are many, many conversations happening in many, many corridors of power now about using physical literacy as a lens, as a flavor to impact physical activity levels and policies and strategies and delivery. Another example, perhaps more closer to home, the Commonwealth Secretariat released this document on tackling the rise in non-communicable diseases across its country. And we're in conversations now with the Commonwealth Secretariat about how physical literacy can help develop interventions to tackle the rise in NCD prevalence across the Commonwealth. In physical education across the world, Greece now has physical literacy as a flavor or as an embedding theme for its national curriculum for physical education. In Hong Kong and China, there's research work taking place to develop a charting progress framework. Notice, not assessment, but it's charting progress in physical literacy throughout physical education. In Taiwan, physical literacy is being built into its quality physical education program. And those are just three examples. The most important one is here. You're leading this charge. You're leading this movement in India. And there's been some fantastic work we know already done. I've already mentioned Amit and Ashish and Geeta, and Dr. Sonali, who unfortunately can't be here. Many, many people advocating for physical literacy. We know that the Supreme Court in India is exploring and being encouraged to advocate for physical literacy as a fundamental human right, and we completely endorse and support that movement. This is a movement in India, and we're delighted to be here to support that movement and would congratulate you on the work that you've done in this area so far. On sport and physical activity, these are two statements from English government over the last few years where physical literacy is being recognised at a strategic level as a major contributor to positive experiences for children and young people. In this case, its delivery is now spilling into the wider participation and community sport arena. So Sport England is our national organisation. Uniting the Movement is its 10-year strategy. Physical literacy is rooted within that. The House of Lords, our top tier of government, has also recognised its importance in developing sport and recreation over the next 10, 15, 20 years. And the result of that just last September was the release of this statement on the right. And this has come from consensus. 150, 160 consultees from academia, from the world of sport, from local authorities, from social care, from early years, from community care, have all come together to explore physical literacy and distill it down to one simple statement. And the most powerful word there for us, relationship. In the same way we have a relationship with food, everybody has a relationship with physical activity and movement. And our mission, and the mission that's now being transmitted across all sectors in England, is to provide every experience to deliver a more positive relationship with moving and physical activity. That's physical literacy in one sentence. And that's how we would encourage everybody to approach the work that they now do. Not to say that an English model is best, there are many other definitions and consensus statements of physical literacy. But again, you will see there is no reference here to skill or performance or winning or talent, because physical literacy is for everybody all of the time. So maybe you might like to explore something similar in India. It would be a great exercise to see what academia and the sporting landscape could provide as a consensus statement for physical literacy. Planning is an important one, and what we're finding now increasingly in the countries that are mentioned is that physical literacy outcomes are being applied in architecture, in town planning, in strategic planning around the environment, the places that we live and the places in between the places that we live. Our colleague Olivia, who's with us, is doing her PhD research in this field and would love to talk to you about what she's finding in the UK. We're finding that increasingly that approach can support the creation of active cities. We know active cities is a UN objective. We know it can create active environments, and we know that has power for major event bids. It has power for the way in which people live, how they live, the attitudes they develop, the attitudes they form for life, and the actions they take as a consequence of that. Physical literacy offers many, many strategic opportunities. The big one probably is its alignment with the Sustainable Development Goals. And the UN has identified at least 8 of its 17 Sustainable Development Goals where physical activity can play a major contribution to achieving those sustainable goals. And physical literacy increasingly is becoming the flavour of physical activity in United Nations meetings and conversations. And we're delighted to see that's happening and delighted to be part of some of those conversations. Major event legacy, the physical literacy approach, we've talked about environments and how that can significantly impact bids. Think about how you might design an Olympic village around physical literacy for a legacy after a major event. It was part of de Coubertin's vision for Olympism when he wrote that back in the 19th century. Physical literacy was a very specific term that he used. The IOC provides funding to national Olympic committees to develop and promote physical literacy. So there's an opportunity to connect with the Olympic world through physical literacy. And our experience of London 2012, I was involved, luckily, in 3 of the legacy programs. The ones that are still running in some form or another are the ones that are based on fundamentally encouraging people to be active. They're not the ones that are based on a future life for facilities. The input is around participation and inspiring people to be active. The output is better use of the Olympic Park facilities. But that's not the primary objective because it's become a national and an international phenomenon. So why physical literacy and strategy? Well, for one reason, it makes very, very good economic sense. These are UK figures, but we know from our research that every pound that is spent in delivering physical activity, it generates a £4 benefit in social capital. We know that nearly £10 billion is generated each year through improved physical and mental health. So this is the positive impact it has on our health budget. If we're fit and healthy, of course, we don't need the doctor. We don't need chemicals. We don't need medicine. We don't need surgery because we're taking care of ourselves. And we know that physical activity contributes to over £14 billion towards social capital. And that's from the UK's Office of National Statistics. These are big figures, massive figures. So we are looking at an open goal. If we inspire more people to be active, we have a bigger pool to find our next batch of heroes from. That goes without saying. But we need to keep those people in the system and not lose them because we over-specialize and force them into managed structured processes which eventually perhaps will lose their interest. So our sports and physical education systems need to focus on promoting confidence and motivation. If our sole output is one or both of those 2 things, we're very confident, and we've seen it, that what comes from that is increased competence. What comes from that is the knowledge and the understanding of the benefit of being physically active. What comes from that is the positive decision to stay active for life. That's a fairly simple process that just keeps rolling. So if we're talking about national strategy, the first thing I would implore any country to do is to align its physical education and its sport structures to provide caring, meaningful pathways. So physical education that focuses on health and well-being is very, very important. But if you align that with a coaching structure that totally focuses on skill development and performance, you've missed a big hole. The alignment between those two processes, the sharing of objectives and outcomes, the important reality in our experience is that many people, I'm sure you'll share this, many people never find their way to sport. It's just too scary. White lines and whistles do not appeal. So let's not try and force everybody into that box. Let's give everybody the opportunity to experience the joy of being active and moving and playing. Even grown-ups can play in our own way, in our own environments, with our own chosen friends. Let's not make sport the sole. Sport is one form of physical activity. So let's put that in its right place in the pathway as we grow and we develop. So our ambition, and I'd love to talk to any of you about this over the next couple of days, is to support governments and organisations to understand, appreciate, value and implement physical literacy as a lens, as a flavour to their national policy and strategy across so many different sectors. And through this, we aim to contribute to good health, to social development, to positive citizenship, improve sporting performance and active learning. That's our mission, and we'd love you to come with us. Thank you.
Sir. You can.
I read my programme too carefully. It said questions after Mr. Rahul had spoken. But yeah, happy to take anything if we have 2 or 3 minutes. How long do we have? If not, find me afterwards.
So wait. So please wait, sir. I would like to invite Professor A.K. Uppal, former Dean LNIPE, to felicitate Dr. Trevor Smith. Sir, please.
This time I have to speak about this. Ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you about the design of the plaque that embodies the principle of global inclusiveness, serving a prominent feature of the international conference. The colorful outer border symbolizes global inclusiveness, with India represented in auspicious top left corner by the sterling saffron hue, followed by vibrant crimson from Brazil, beautiful blue representing Europe, soft green depicting Asia, and the iconic green and yellow shades of Australia. The fusion of these representative colors symbolizes the unity of sportsmanship and extension of global inclusiveness.
Thank you. Second keynote address will be given by one of the most renowned actor and the president of Indian Rugby Football Union, Mr. Rahul Bose, on the topic Rugby India, the Big Future.
Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce a remarkable individual whose achievements span across various domains. At young age of 26, he served as the creative director of Reed Diffusion DY&R advertising agency. By 31, he proudly represented India on the international rugby stage, retiring from the sport at 42. Simultaneously, at 32, he garnered his first international acting award and ventured into film direction, earning accolades in both fields. Notably, he founded his first NGO, the Foundation, at 39 and later established HEAL, dedicated to combating child sexual abuse, at 45. His influence extends beyond borders, having delivered impactful talks at prestigious institutions like Harvard, MIT, Yale, Oxford, Cambridge, and the World Bank. As President of the Indian Rugby Federation, he advocates for sports and social causes. Sir, please.
I'll use a hand mic. Can I use a hand mic? Yeah. Use the guy. Who will give me the mic? Who's the electrical guy? Mic wala kaun hai? मुझे एक mic देना.
हेलो
मॉर्निंग. वहाँ खड़े खड़े एक कोने में आई फेल्ट अ बिट लॉस्ट, सो इफ यू डोंट माइंड आई विल स्पीक फ्रॉम हियर. First of all, I would like to thank, not congratulate, thank the Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sport for LNIPE and their continuous involvement and support of this university. The Honorable Minister for Youth Affairs and Sport, Shri Anurag Thakurji, and the Minister of State for Youth Affairs and Sport, Shri Pramanik ji, and ably led, of course, by Sujata ji at Secretary of Sports and everybody else in the ministry. Our experience with the ministry has been terrific. We have had the best experience with them over the last 2.5 odd years that I have been president, and I can honestly say that it has been a real pleasure interacting, seeking their counsel, getting their advice and their guidance for the federation. And the moment I was invited here, Induji, at LNIPE, I knew about it because the ministry had spoken about this university, and I immediately said yes. हमारे देश में 760 districts हैं. 760 districts, roughly. There's still a couple here and there that would disagree with you on the final number. इन 760 districts में से 322 districts में रग्बी खेला जाता है. ये किसी को नहीं पता. 40% of India plays rugby, but nobody knows. Rugby is the most played, least known sport in India. और इस खेल को खेलता कौन है? बड़े शहरों में कोई नहीं, चंद प्लेयर. इस खेल को बड़े शहर के बाहर सबसे गरीब, सबसे फाइनेंशियली disenfranchised members of society, they play rugby. The poorest of the poor, the poorest of the poor play rugby. Now, एक दिन मैंने फैसला किया कि मैं तेजस के घर जाऊंगा. तेजस कौन है? हमारे युवा टीम एशियन चैंपियनशिप्स में हांगकांग को हराते हैं. एक मैच में हांगकांग को हराते हैं, एक मैच में हांगकांग से ड्रॉ करते हैं. हांगकांग इज नंबर 3 or 4 इन एशिया. तो मैंने फैसला किया कि आई एम गोइंग टू गो एंड विजिट तेजस विलेज इन महाराष्ट्र. Because they are the poorest of the poor, Anybody who is Indian will know, एक पॉइंट तक सड़क होता है, फिर सड़क कच्चा हो जाता है, फिर पगडंडी होता है, और उसके बाद कुछ नहीं. आखिरी किलोमीटर अगर आप गरीब से गरीब पॉकेट्स में जाओगे इस देश में, द लास्ट किलोमीटर यू हैव टू वॉक. एंड आई डिड. जब मैं गांव पहुंचा तो आई सॉ 600 पीपल स्टैंडिंग देयर. सो आई सेड, कौन आ रहा है? दिस इज सर आपके लिए आए. द होल विलेज वाज आउटसाइड. आई सेड, फॉर मी? व्हाई? मैं तो आया हूं तेजस से मिलने के लिए, तेजस के माँ बाप बहन से मिलने के लिए. इसे सर 50 साल में यहां पे कोई नहीं आया. Nobody has come in here the last 50 years. तो मैं गया गांव के मंदिर में, सारा गांव वहां पे बैठा, बच्चे सामने, बुजुर्ग पीछे, द women on the side, कुछ तगड़े रफियन पॉलिटिशियन टाइप on the stage. और तब मुझे ज्ञान हुआ कि तेजस को खेलने के लिए सारे गांव की सहमति लेनी पड़ती है. प्रोत्साहन मिलता है सारे गांव से. Then I went to Tejas's house. मां, बाप, बहन, तेजस. And I said, आपको कैसा लगता है कि तेजस इंडिया के लिए रग्बी खेलता है? और they've done so well recently in the Asian Championships. How do you feel? तुरंत तीनों के तीन रोने लगे. मैंने कहा, आप रो क्यों रहे हैं? उन्होंने कहा, कुछ इसमें खुशी है, गर्व है कि हमारा बेटा खेल रहा है इंडिया के लिए, बट इसमें इन आंसू में भय भी है, फिक्र है कि कल को अगर मेरे बेटे को कुछ हो जाए तो हमारी आमदनी, हमारा जो भविष्य है, कौन संभालेगा? Who will look after us if this boy gets injured? कुछ महीने बाद एक छोटा सा गांव है ऑन द बॉर्डर ऑफ बंगाल एंड सिक्किम, जिसका नाम है सरस्वतीपुर. वहां पे चा बागान है, टी एस्टेट. सरस्वतीपुर के इस छोटे से टी एस्टेट के छोटे से गांव ने 14 नेशनल प्लेयर्स हमें दिए. कैसे? How on earth did this little village give 14 national players? So I went there. Plane, car, walking, finally reached the village. सारे इंडियन प्लेयर्स को मैं जानता हूं, तो मैं सारों के घर जा रहा था. In the tea gardens, आपका घर, your house is not on the ground level, it's on stilts because of the rains and because of wild animals. झोपड़ी वही है, लेकिन it's on a height. As I was walking through the village, एक लड़की आती है, कहते, सर मेरे घर आओ. अनुष्का इंडिया के लिए नहीं खेलती है अभी तक, तो अनुष्का का नाम लिस्ट पे नहीं था कि मैं जाके राष्ट्रीय प्लेयर्स के साथ मिलूं, उनके माँ बाप के साथ. फिर भी मैंने कहा, ठीक है, I'll go. So I'm walking into Anushka's house and she says, मेरी माँ मर रही है. My mother is dying. मतलब says 2 साल से उन्हें कैंसर हुआ है. Doctors have given her a few days to live. So I walk in. I meet Anushka. उनकी माँ ऊपर झोपड़ी पे नहीं है, नीचे है, लेटी हुई है. मेरे लिए नहीं, बस लेटी हुई है थकान से. राहुल सर आप आए, उठो उठो, माँ माँ, राहुल सर आए, राहुल सर आए। अरे सर आप आए हैं, मुझे तो यकीन नहीं था कि आप आएंगे, अनुष्का ने कहा था कि आप आ रहे हैं, बहुत थकान है, बहुत बहुत दर्द है। मैंने कहा माँ जी। फिर उसने मुझे ट्यूमर दिखाया यहां पे, खून, पस, इन्फेक्टेड, बहुत दर्द है, सांस लेने में मुश्किल हो रहा है। ऐसे आप रेस्ट कीजिए, आई वॉक। गोइंग टू सम मोर प्लेयर्स हाउसेस, माँ फिर से बुला रही है। कोशिश कर रहे थे कि वो थोड़ा सा उठ के मुझसे बात करे, नहीं हो पाया। कहती है मुझसे मेरे जाने के बाद क्या होगा अनुष्का को। तो मैंने कहा जब तक हम हैं, हम मतलब फेडरेशन, यू डोंट हैव टू वरी। दो बार अनुष्का के आंख से एक आंसू नहीं। दो दिन बाद उसकी मां गुजर गई। मैंने फोन किया, अनुष्का इस बार रो रही थी। मैंने कहा जो कुछ भी तुम्हें चाहिए जिंदगी में, यू डोंट वरी, यू डोंट वरी। उसका जवाब था सर आप आए, यू केम, यू मेट माई मदर, यू सैट विद हर, दैट इज इनफ। I don't want anything else. I'll look after myself. अब तो उसकी परवरिश हो रही है, वो कलकत्ते में है, etc. But is it enough? Is it enough in this country to show up and hold somebody's hand? Is it enough? Or then do you start to think of Tejas and Anushka and say, how do I keep these players still playing for the country? How do I keep them? तेजस को चोट आएगा, मां बाप को फिक्र हो जाएगा। अनुष्का आज कोई और कल उसकी मां गुजर जाती है, वो गेम से निकल जाएगी। हाउ डू यू कीप दीज प्लेयर्स? हाउ विल दिस स्पोर्ट बिकम ग्लोरियस फॉर इंडिया? हाउ डू यू गेट न्यू प्लेयर्स and how do you retain old players? And the answer for that is very simple. You have to win. Nobody in the world is interested in a sport that doesn't bring glory. You have to win. Badminton, table tennis, chess, squash, golf. If you win, I want to play. If you win, I want to stay. So the first thing you know is, as a federation, you have to win. How do you win? You have to create a world-class environment to give your players the best chance. Anybody else? So you start a 360-degree world-class high-performance program for your national athletes. National psychologist, national nutritionist, national strength and conditioning, national physiotherapists. You tie up with Abhinav Bindra's targeting performance centers in the country and give them the best sports science. You start to pay your players. Each of these players will walk away from a camp and a tournament with 50-60,000 rupees. एक महीने के बाद, 1.5 महीने के बाद. If you're a tribal kid, it's a considerable sum of money. It's not enough, but it's considerable. That's not why they'll play rugby, but it helps. And once you start to do this, and you start to see a silver at the under 18s, and a silver at the under 20s, and a silver at the men's or the women's, and you want to go for gold, gradually you realize things are moving. At 360 degrees, things are moving. Slowly, but it's moving. Now, you don't have the money to make infrastructure. So you go to Induji and say, आपका field है यहाँ पे, आपका hostel है यहाँ पे, आपका swimming pool है यहाँ पे, आपका physiotherapy center है यहाँ पे, आपका gymnasium है यहाँ पे, अगला national camp Induji, क्या हम यहाँ पे आ सकते हैं? क्या हम साई कोलकाता में जा सकते हैं? क्या हम KIIT में जा सकते हैं? Then you begin to look for infrastructure because you don't have the money. So now you have a 360-degree world-class program with South African coaches, including the famed, legendary Nas Botha. Now you have infrastructure and a little bit of money. This, you now have to push hard for your first significant win. And that will only come if you work and work and work and work till you have nothing left in your lungs. To inspire, to push, to motivate, and finally to pray. Once you create that first win, a sponsor will come. Hey, something is happening with Indian rugby. Once you get that first sponsor, a TV channel will come. हमने देखा था कुछ gold medal मिला था आपको यहाँ पे. And once that begins to come, then you start what I'm going to call the virtuous cycle of sport. Because then when the money begins to come, you can add things. 1,500 players play rugby at the state level. What if we gave them 1 lakh every year? As soon as you play for Madhya Pradesh, you get 1 lakh from the federation. कितना होता है? गणित कीजिए, 15 crores. So I want 15 crores extra so that state level पे सबको कम से कम 1 लाख रुपए मिलते हैं. अब you're starting at the age of 10, 11, 12. स्कूल में आपको रिजर्वेशन मिलता है शायद. कॉलेज में आप कुछ करते हो. वो खेल रहे हैं 14-15 साल तक. उसके बाद खेती करो, उसके बाद घर में हाथ बटाओ, उसके बाद शादी करो, उसके बाद नौकरी करो. इंडिया का हकीकत है. उस वक्त 14-15 साल के उम्र पे अगर वो लड़का या लड़की ऊपर देखकर कहती है, अरे मैं तो डिस्ट्रिक्ट के लिए खेल रही हूं, अगर मैं स्टेट के लिए मुझे सिलेक्ट किया जाता है, I'll make a lakh. I'll make a lakh. This is the only bridge we have to bridge. Because then when the federation begins to fund and provide infrastructure, expertise from the top down to a certain point, and India's social assistance to those who are depressed starts pushing them up to a certain point, and those 2 points meet, then you're done. Then you're through. Then the sport churns itself. So what you have to do, and where we are right now, is at that tough, crucial point. We are spending and spending without getting any money. We are spending and spending on some really incredibly good coaches. We are creating relationships, as I said, with Abhinav Bindra's sports science. We are creating relationships, God willing, with LNIPE tomorrow. creating relationships with Sai Kolkata, with the ministry, getting a little bit of money and just spending it immediately on the players and hoping for that win. A silver is not good enough. None of you know about us. A silver under 20 is not good enough. Beating Hong Kong is not good enough. It has to be better. There has to be that one breakthrough. And we are at that point. We make that breakthrough and then this entire thing will start. I'd like to end with another story of another girl, this time from Bar in Bihar. बातचीत कर रहे थे तो उसने कहा, मैंने कहा कि घर बार में कैसा चल रहा है? सर मेरे पिताजी जो हैं रिटायर हो गए हैं. His pension is very little. कुछ नाना नानी के खुद थोड़े से पैसे थे वो खत्म हो गए. एक छोटा सा प्रॉपर्टी था वो भी गया है. आजकल घर का चूल्हा जलता है फेडरेशन के पैसों से. He is a national player. So I felt so proud that this girl is going to keep playing this sport. She's supremely talented, but because there is some financial assistance which she knows in the future can only get better. What have I learned from all of this? Whatever you do as a federation, if you think of the player, after playing for India for 11 years, I know most important thing for a player is the ground. The second most important thing for the player is the weather. The third most important thing for a player is the food. The fourth most important thing of the player is the accommodation. You get the ground right, बाकी सब बख्श है. सुनहरा ग्राउंड दीजिए प्लेयर को, खेलेगा, खेलेगी. उसके साथ अगर मौसम ठीक हो, खुश, बाकी कबूल है. If you keep the player at the center of all your decisions, not अगले नेशनल में स्पॉन्सर ने कहा है कि माउंट एवरेस्ट पे खेलो. What about the player? If you keep the player at the center of every decision you make, you might take longer, but you will never ever go wrong. Thank you. I think we have questions now, right? If there are any. I'm sorry? No, there is a question here. There's a 10-minute question session. If you look at the souvenir, you'll see. Gautam, where are you? So, we've kept 10 minutes for questions. If there is, yes.
Hey Rahul, a very lovely message. My name is Ashish. And I would like to ask you, what is the one message? I mean, we see India has a 1.4 billion population. And more than 50% of our population is less than 25 years. So which means we have a very young, diverse population which can actually shape our country. So what would be the one message, or what is the top 3 challenge which you see, which is actually kind of being an obstacle for our young people, young population to be the global leaders in the area of sports? Top 3 challenges.
I mean, really, to be honest, I'm not the person to answer that. I think there are... When you ask a question about India, please sit. When you ask a question about India, an answer is right and the absolute opposite is also right. So it's a very slippery slope to generalize India. But I think the one thing that I say now, and to all of you who look quite young to me, is somewhere everybody talks about intelligence, experience, innovation, out of the box, creativity. What has gone out of the lexicon is hard work. There is a certain purifying energy in working really, really, really hard at even something you don't like. Something emerges out of there. There's a purifying flame that emerges out of your body. Try it. Just work work and work hard at something. And I find that very few people are actually understanding the beauty in that toil. Not enough people are working really hard, unceasingly. So I would say cut out everything else. You can live outside the box and you can be creative, and I don't care, you can do all those things. But if you don't work hard, you're never going to make it. I don't mean make it as in successful. You're never going to achieve excellence. Never. It's not going to happen. Yeah, good. In the interest of gender equality. Yes?
Hi, my name is Malshri. It was interesting to listen to both the keynote speakers, and I was just kind of reflecting on the dichotomy of what Dr. Smith said, which is about not concentrating on skill, not concentrating on sport, and making it broader, and the way the stories that you told, which are also real, that for a lot of Indians, sport is a tool to get out of poverty. And so, how do you marry these constructs? Because I don't know if I'm. I mean,
No, I think what Trevor said is completely. It's the same. I mean, Trevor, you want a mic?
It's a great question. Thank you. Well, it's a great question, and for me, in a physical activity world, both fits. So the physical literacy approach is, I will work hard to develop and learn skill when I've made the decision that that's what I want to do. Then I take this step. So that fits on a continuum. So every individual has a choice to choose to step into sport and adopt that framework, to work hard, to learn the skill, to specify, but it must not be something that somebody else tells me I'm going to do. I choose. That's my physical literacy choice. I choose to play that sport, therefore I adopt that approach.
Thank you.
Hi, Paul. I had a question, and I think I can ask this on behalf of everyone here who are going to be future, let's say, people working with children in schools and colleges. How do you take rugby into schools and colleges? Can you share some insights for physical education teachers of the future that they can take rugby into schools and colleges?
How do you take rugby in schools and colleges?
Yes.
Stick a ball, go? No, of course, it's a good question. It's very simple. You have to love rugby before you can spread the love. Simple. Bache, ye khao, chak ke dekho. Have you tried it? No, but I've heard it's good. I'm never going to try it. But I have tried this. It was my favorite dish when I was a kid. Try it. You're uncool, Dad, but I'll try it. So you have to love the sport. So our devious plan is to make you fall in love with rugby. And if you love rugby, then you will spread the love. So that's the best way to do it. In fact, that's the only way to do it. Why would, excuse me, why would anybody push such a unknown sport unless they discovered the magic in it? And why have I played it for 45 years? Because I discovered the magic in it when I was 16, and it stayed with me forever. So yes, obviously in a more planned, in a more systematic fashion. But finally, at the end of it, anybody who's in physical education, their eyes have to light up and say, yeah, this is cool. There's something cool about this sport. There's something that's I love, that's sticking with me. That's the magic of any sport that becomes a legacy sport over time, where you see kids in the break playing that sport. So wherever you go in this world, in the school break, whichever sport a kid is picking up is the legacy sport of that region. And in India, it differs. It could be basketball in some schools down south. It could be volleyball in some places, up north. It could be cricket. It could be football. It could be anything. So you just have to, the goal is one day to make, maybe not the whole country, but a few key pockets that this becomes the legacy sport. At lunch, when they have 20 minutes, they take a ball and they play touch rugby or whatever it is. Yeah.
Thank you.
Wow. A lady, of course. we'll go, and then we'll go to a gentleman again. After that. Yes. Okay, sir. You guys decide.
Hello, sir. Pushing his question a little ahead, not only to schools and colleges, why isn't it becoming cool in cities, and why is it only confined to tribes and tribal areas and remote areas and very deprived areas? Why is it not getting popular and cool in the cities?
So this is actually a very, very interesting. Rugby was only played in cities 20 years ago. The reason why it changed was not because rugby changed. All the other sports began to do so well. Squash, there's a future. Tennis, Leander and Mahesh, and then now Rohan, there's a future. So kids will pick up in a city, if you're from the middle class or the upper middle class, they'll pick up a sport where they see a future. And their parents will encourage them, and the school will encourage it where there's a future, there's a pathway. Chess, and what the wonderful work in Chennai that's being done, Vishy Anand and all the others doing such fantastic work. So what happened 20 years ago was that part of India began to gravitate towards these sports, and we were lost. We were down to 3-4 clubs. I mean, I can't imagine today 27 states are playing this sport. I mean, the sport has got over 120,000 players. But at that time, we were down to nothing. And then the reimagination of rugby, who would pick it up, happened quite coincidentally with a bunch of tribal kids playing this in Odisha. Again, that happened by fluke. It was an NGO that was working in that region, and the leader of that NGO was a rugby boy. He loved rugby, so he began to teach the kids rugby, and 6 months later, they won what was called the World School Games. It wasn't really the whole world playing, but these tribal kids turned out to be very good at the sport. And that's when the first inklings of where the sport could be reseeded in the country began to emerge. And that's when it went. Sir.
I'm Dilip Duria. I'm going towards the technical side. My throat is not good. I'm going to towards the. You said you have to work very hard to win. But today, if you work hard, you cannot win unless otherwise you have a technical support. And that support comes from the federation. Because nowadays, the only coach, only player cannot win. There is a team works. And rugby is a body contact game, like football. They got injured also, and badly injured. Who will take care of them? Because if you are talking about only tribals and the cities, school people say, if the physical education teacher goes and asks their principal, if you want to play rugby, introduce rugby. And the boy or girl injured, who will take responsibility? Federation has to think about it. Because nowadays, in India, if you have to get selected, you have to be in academy. You play, represent your state. You will not be selected unless otherwise you are representing Sai Academy or state academies where selected players are being chosen. And then they go and they play nationals and they pick them. Even take the example of BCCI. They have a 30 contact of the 30 sports cricketers. They are only selected in their teams. So this is the best question. We have to solve it. As a president, you must think about it. That is my submission.
What is the question, sir?
My question was very clear. You said that you have to win.
No, sir. I said...
And you have to work hard.
One sec, sir. I didn't say you have to work hard to win. The question was asked, what is the one message you'd like to give kids? I said work hard. There was no reference to winning, that if you work hard, you will win.
I was expecting you to give the additional information. Only working hard is not solving the problem.
Of course not.
Yes.
Of course not.
And you have to work as a team where rehabilitation, nutritious expert, biomechanical.
Of course.
There's a lot of things they work together.
Yes.
And there comes the physical literacy, which, because 90% of federations are not dominated by the sports persons. So you have to be
Yeah, so I
make them
spoke about
physically literate about the games and sports. Then only they can win. I hope this is my summary.
I spoke about the 360-degree high performance system that has to be adopted. I hope you remember me saying a national physiotherapist, a national nutritionist, a national psychologist, South African coaches, all of that. So obviously, you need to have a 360-degree ecosystem to foster a culture of excellence. Let me know when I have to stop. If you have...
Sir, on behalf of the Sports Authority of India, myself is Dr. Arun Kumar. First of all, मैं आपको ऐड करना चाहूँगा सर कि अभी ऑलरेडी स्पोर्ट्स में सेंट्रल इंजरी मैनेजमेंट सिस्टम बनाया जा रहा है, खेलो इंडिया सेंटर बनाए गए हैं. उनका काम ही है कि किसी भी स्टेट डिस्ट्रिक्ट के जो भी नियरेस्ट सेंटर हैं आप वहाँ अप्रोच कर सकते हैं, वो आपको हेल्प प्रोवाइड करेंगे सर.
All our players are insured anyway.
Yes sir.
हमारे जो नेशनल प्लेयर्स हैं सारे को हमने इंश्योरेंस दिया है.
Yes sir.
So in fact सबसे ज़्यादा SMSs of thank you I got from players when we started the entire insurance for all our national players. So now all of them are insured. So वो तो एक protection है. But rugby is a contact game, boxing is a contact game. Sometimes you know kabaddi is a contact game. So you know insurance is the best you can do, and of course preparation.
Yes sir. It's not my question sir. It's my basically query. कि जब हम ट्राइबल एरियाज या रिमोट एरियाज में जब भी हम काम करते हैं, बिकॉज आई एम ऑलरेडी एक्सपीरियंस विद ट्राइबल एरियाज वर्क, सो वहाँ पे जो न्यूट्रिशन सप्लीमेंट का जो आज के डेट पे जो मिथ्स फैल चुका है कि अभी प्रोटीन लेना है, आप इसको कैसे फुलफिल करते हैं? एज एसोसिएशन कैसे काम करते हैं?
इट्स अ ग्रेट क्वेश्चन. मैं आपको एक एब्सोल्युटली रियल लाइफ एक्सपीरियंस, बट प्लीज अरुण जी प्लीज सिट. हमने नेशनल न्यूट्रिशनिस्ट को कहा प्लीज फाइंड आउट व्हाट आर आवर प्लेयर्स ईटिंग इन द ऑफ सीजन. तो उसने पूछा पहले हमारे विमेंस टीम के साथ, सभी ने कहा दाल रोटी सब्जी, कहीं पे मच्छी, कहीं पे चिकन, कहीं पे. So she was like, अच्छा, it seems like the diet is quite good. But what was the truth? The truth is, it doesn't happen every day. The truth is, sometimes the food might go to the breadwinner first. It might then go to some other members of the family. You might be eating third. The truth is, as we found out after 2.5 months, कि सही बोलो, please हमें कहो कि, because we have to prepare a nutrition plan for you. Most of our national players were living on dal chawal. That was the truth. So now we say, उनको पैसा भेजे, नहीं, पैसा कहीं और spend हो जाएगा, खर्च हो जाएगा, तो क्या करें? So then we began, now we send food packets. And we look at the dietary, somebody is from Kerala, somebody is from Haryana, somebody has a lot of dairy product. Over and above that, of course, we have all the various nutritional supplements, BCAA, pre-workout, all of that. We have a tie-up with a wonderful company that we've tied up with for all our various teams. But you're right. In India, if you don't micromanage the situation, there is no one size fits all. And to get to the actual truth of what is actually going on the ground, you have to be incredibly persistent, incredibly tenacious, and keep asking the right questions till you get the answers so you can effect change. And it will happen player by player, person by person. It cannot happen as a, here, I have now given everybody nutrition. It doesn't work that way in this country. Sorry, you had a question.
Sir.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Gautam,
this is
one?
last question. Last question, please.
Thank you. सर, मैं यूपी के एक छोटे से जिले से हूँ, कासगंज एक जिला पड़ता है, और मेरी इस बार ऑल इंडिया इंटरवर्सिटी में जो अपना रग्बी टूर्नामेंट था, 3rd पोजीशन आई थी हमारी टीम की. हमारे यहाँ जो बेसिकली जो स्पोर्ट्स बच्चे खेलते हैं, उनका टारगेट रहता है नौकरी लेना. तो मेरा ये आपसे छोटी सी क्वेरी है कि रग्बी इंडिया कुछ ये क्या इसके जॉब्स के लिए किसी कंपनियों से या हमारे जो जैसे पोस्टल सर्विसेज हैं, पुलिस गेम्स हैं, इनके लिए क्या बात कर रही है कि नहीं?
सारे स्टेट्स में एक ढांचा है, एक स्ट्रक्चर है, how to use the system to actually get employment for your youngsters, young adults, for your players. उसके जो पेपर वर्क करना पड़ता है, जो कंडीशंस फुलफिल कर, जैसे आप कंडीशन फुलफिल करते हो आपको मिलता है. The system is very clear. So you have to tick those boxes. तो हम स्टेट्स के साथ बातचीत करते हैं. अभी उड़ीसा ने और 20 प्लेयर को गवर्नमेंट जॉब्स दिए हैं. कुल मिला के अभी हो गए 40 वहां पे. बिहार में पिछले महीने ऐलान किया गया कि 11 या 12 प्लेयर्स को नौकरी दिए जा रहे हैं. जिन स्टेट्स को इसका लाभ उठाना है, एक सिस्टम होता है, सारे स्टेट्स में सिस्टम होता है. सो दे हैव टू टिक दोज बॉक्सेस. उसके बारे में हम बात करते हैं. लेकिन क्या हम जाके एक राज्य के मुख्यमंत्री को कहेंगे कि इनको नौकरी दिलवाओ? ऑफ कोर्स नॉट. देयर इज अ सिस्टम एंड यू हैव टू फॉलो इट, एंड द स्टेट एसोसिएशन हैज टू डू दैट. उनके साथ उनका हाथ हम पकड़ते हैं कि देखो आपको करना है तो ये सर्टिफिकेशन चाहिए, बच्चों के लिए ये करना है, इस टूर्नामेंट में आप भाग लीजिए. That's the advice we are constantly giving in different states.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
Thank you, sir. May I request Professor V.K. Dawes, sir? So 1 minute. Can I go? No, sir. Okay, he's coming to felicitate.
Well, it was a very informative and inspiring session for the roadmap to rugby in India. Thank you so much, sir. Moving ahead, next keynote address will be given by Dr. Skan Bali, educationist and principal, the Hyderabad Public School, on the topic Holistic and Multidisciplinary Education.
Dr. Bali is the progressive leader who believes that inclusion, integrity, and insight are the key to good administration. Geography is his field of expertise. He has been awarded with innumerable awards like Leader for Change, Acharya Deva Bhava, Youngest Principal, Future 50 Leaders Shaping Success Awards, and many more. I would like to request you to give a round of applause.
To press this. Good afternoon, all. It's indeed an honor to be here at this prestigious university. I've heard about a lot about this because a lot of my friends have studied here over time, and I think the work which graduates from this university have done in all educational institutions is incredible. I don't know whether it's the right time for me to talk or not after the two great talks, but I just want to talk about comprehensive learning for the future of education in our country and otherwise. So there are two important parameters for a comprehensive education. One of them is holistic education. It's an approach which focuses on mind, body, and spirit. So it's very important for educational institutions to look at not just academic growth of a child, but also the spiritual journey, the physical journey, the critical thinking, creativity, and so on and so forth. This is something which is extremely important, critical, and pertinent in education sector today if any of us want our children to succeed and excel in life. The second important part of a comprehensive education is multidisciplinary education. The difference between holistic and multidisciplinary is that if you do not integrate the two, it becomes meaningless. So when we talk about multidisciplinary, there has to be a connect between academic, physical, and mental curriculum, which means a physics class can be held in the cricket nets, and at the same time, you can do mathematics with music and probably something else. So multidisciplinary approach is again something very important which we need to do when we talk about complete education. National Education Policy 2020 also talks about a comprehensive education across the country, and that's a landmark document. I think all heads of the schools, all educational institutions, all educators must read that particular program, wherein pedagogy, internationalization, leadership, etc. are important apart from the academic journey, which traditionally people have been talking about, that schools are only to deliver results and declare students pass or fail. Why we need a holistic and multidisciplinary education? There are contemporary challenges which we are facing. Now, contemporary challenges, especially in our country, has been that most of the educational institutions in the country, probably 90-95%, are focusing only and only on academic growth of a child. There is hardly any scope for physical activity. There is hardly any scope of interdisciplinary approach. There is hardly any scope of adding the components which will trigger different horizons in their journey and growth. And I think that's why holistic and multidisciplinary education is very important and crucial. The benefits of holistic and multidisciplinary education is a well-rounded individual. There is a clear-cut difference in an individual who has gone through a holistic and multidisciplinary education versus the one who has had a single-track approach. The individuals who have contributed or spent time inside the classroom, outside the classroom, trekkings, field trips, sports, have a completely different aura and a completely different personality. That is why this is something very, very important and crucial. There are certain things which have worked over the generations. Something which has worked 1,000 years ago, something which is very relevant in today, and something which will be very relevant in future as well. That is critical thinking, creativity, compassion, communication, and empathy. Ladies and gentlemen, the challenges before the current generation and the generations to come are humongous. The kind of professions current students will get into do not exist today. So we are completely looking into a very unknown world which may be full of a lot of opportunities, but at the same time probably millions and billions of challenges as well. So it's very important that you prepare your students who are mentally strong, emotionally stable, think critically, and they look for opportunity in every challenge. I think that's what we can give them, and these are the tools for them to lead the world tomorrow, and that's why holistic and multidisciplinary education is very important. It's very important for students as well as society to go through multidisciplinary approach or holistic education. It's very comprehensive in skill development. A child, as I mentioned earlier, a student who goes through well-rounded education can convert a challenge into an opportunity. It gives them problem-solving abilities. They fight better. They do not give up. Why there are so many suicides in the country, and those suicides are only in the educational area where students are preparing for IITs and medical institutes and so on and so forth. People have not thought about it. People are talking about suicide, but they don't think why. Because most of these students have been deprived of well-rounded education. These are the students who have probably never got the opportunity to go on a play field. They have never played a sport. They have never realized that you can fail and then get up again. I think that is something which is very important and critical we need to see. It creates greater empathy and cultural awareness. I used to play sport when I was in school, and you travel across the country, the length and the breadth. You interact with people, you understand different cultures, you learn from each other. You fall, you see your opponent fall, you all help each other. You give your heart out into the field, but when you're out of the field, you're friends. And I think that is something which is very important, and it prepares us for the modern world. Modern world is about competing hard, but at the same time, holding each other's hand outside the field. How can we implement it in educational institutions? Integration of subjects is the first important point, which is very, very important. International Baccalaureate does it. A lot of good schools in the country are doing it. As I mentioned to you, physics can be taught at the cricket nets. Physics can also be taught with music. So that's how you connect different subjects. Emphasize on experiential learning. Make sure that whatever your children are learning, or whatever our children are learning, is not mere rote learning or just going through the book. It has to be experiential in the life. It is very important that whatever children do in today's time and age is relevant for them in their journey. It's very important that their personal and social skills are also integrated. Sports is one area which not only gives you confidence, but it also tells you the most important lesson, that you always have another chance to bounce back. And it also teaches you the lesson that just because you have won today doesn't mean that you can't lose tomorrow. So you have to keep working hard. Some of the sportsmen have given one of the best lessons in the world, and all of us admire Sachin Tendulkar. He was in the nets for 6 hours for his last cricket test match. Imagine the dedication that man had, that he was on the nets for 6 hours for his last test match of the life, despite achieving so much. So it does give you that kind of sense that there is hard work to success, and you should never give up working hard, because you can't take life for granted. Assessment methods have to change. We have had very traditional methods. You write 3-hour exam end of the year, and you are judged and assessed on the basis of that. I think it has to be a continuous process. Every child should be graded on the basis or assessed on the basis of a journey and a progress. For example, if I'm learning tennis, I should not be declared 10 out of 100 versus someone who is a professional sportsman. I should be judged how much progress I have made from where I started. I think these are some of the changes we need to bring on. There are common challenges which educational industry in our country faces. One is the resistance to change, which is probably global. And that is where all of us as educators have to contribute, and all those students present here who will probably get into education tomorrow, it's your job to come up with a plan and convince the people you are working with. I did understand a gentleman talking about that the physical education teachers bring a proposal, and then what if there is an injury in the school? Well, injury can happen in a bathroom as well. You slip and you get injured. Most safe sport in the world is boxing. A lot of people consider boxing to be very dangerous, but it's one of the safest sport. So you as students of sports have to bring up those kind of narrative and change the mindset of the educators whom you will be working with, to make sure that the common challenges, which is resilience, resource allocation, teacher training, these are some of the teething issues we are facing in education industry, are executed and implemented. It's very important that stakeholders are engaged. Many times the teachers and the principal hardly go on the field and play. with students, but some of the great schools do that. So that does help in bringing the change and overcome challenges. Role of physical education and sports is extremely critical. As I mentioned to earlier, it brings the high quality culture and the age group. Children who have played a sport and have done well in life generally end up doing well across the spheres in whatever field they get into. These are the success stories from worldwide. So on the screen, you see the film actors, you see the CEO of Microsoft, CEO of Adobe, CEO of Fairfax Holding, Procter & Gamble, CEO of Wipro, Lord Karan Bilimoria, CEO of MasterCard, World Bank President. They all have one thing in common. They have all studied in the school where I come from. And they have all gone through a holistic development, a well-rounded education. In our school, we have 1 hour of sport compulsory every day. So every student from grade 1 to 12 has to attend a sports lesson for 60 to 70 minutes every day. They go out in the field, and this has been happening for the last 100 years. And see what this has done. And these are just some of them who have succeeded in life. And you take out any of their interviews, Mr. Satya Nadella talks about how the time he spent in school playing cricket. Mr. Shantanu Narayan talks about his work on the school magazine as an editor. And none of them were 90%ers in academics. Why they succeeded in life, which I told you earlier, they are mentally tough, emotionally strong, and they can look at opportunity in adversity. And I think that's the key for holistic and all-round development. It's very important that the vision of education and educationists changes the approach, the way education is looked at in this country. Technology can play a big role with artificial intelligence coming in. It can tell a student in terms of the student's psychological growth, the retention capacity. It can also tell a fast bowler what is the angle of your arm, what is the strength of your arm. It can tell the same for the shooters as well. So I think educational institutions more and more need to involve technology to address the issues which are related to holistic development. There are certain suggestions which I would like to, I've been talking about it for past 5-6 years now and wherever I go, which I would like you all to spread as well. If India can have the Indian Administrative Services, Indian Foreign Forest Services, Indian Revenue Services, Indian Police Services, I think it's time for India to have its Indian Educational Services as well. We need professionals who go through a particular program and then they run the education industry in the country. That can make a lot of difference in the way education is looked at our country. Somebody thought to come up with Lakshmibai National Institute of Physical Education at some point in time. The person who decided to set up this institute and university did not think, what to do with sports? Yeah, why should we come up with a National Institute on Physical Education? So if there can be a National Institute of Physical Education, a National Institute of Fashion Designing, Indian Institute of Technology or Medical and Medicine, why can't India have an Indian Institute of Education which focuses entirely on the research of education, how to make education better, and imagine the professionals who will pass out of those educational institutions, when they will head the educational institutions, how much impact they will make to the field. And the last, most importantly, is we have nodal agencies in the country. We have district education officers, we have director educations, but they are not efficient and effective. Why is it that the educational institutions in the West or probably Far East like Australia and New Zealand follow the rules and regulations very carefully? Why is it that every school in North America or in Europe or probably in Australia and New Zealand is delivering excellence? Why is it that they are probably not allowing anybody who's not qualified to walk into a classroom? They are not allowing the schools to function who do not provide holistic and well-rounded education because their nodal agencies have the teeth, the power to execute. I think that's the third important thing, is that India needs to work on strengthening its nodal agencies who look after each educational institution in the country and make them accountable for whatever they are delivering. It has to be important. It's all good to say that every school should offer 1 hour of sport. You say it, people come, listen, go, say we will do it. It doesn't happen on the ground. If it happens on the ground, schools cannot end between 8 and 1. If it was happening on the ground, various educational boards were not giving approvals to open your school on a land which is half an acre. So in half an acre land, if you're opening a school for 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 children, where is the place and the time for them to go and play? So these are some of the important issues I think the government of India needs to look at. And with the 21st century where we are walking in, if we want to make our country great, education is one area where we need to contribute a lot, and sports is the heart of the education in terms of effective education for a child. With that, thank you so much for your time. It was really indeed an honor to be amongst all of you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for giving us insights into the topic holistic and multidisciplinary education.
Thank you, sir. May I now request Professor Dilip Kumar Dureha, former Vice Chancellor LNIPE Gwalior, to kindly facilitate, sir. Sir, please.
Alone, we can do so little. Together, we can do so much. With this, let's start with the first panel discussion. The topic is Building Global Standards in Physical Education and Sports Program. The moderator is Mr. Apache Kodanda, Head Sports Development, Spotify Asia, Sports Management Professional from IIM Calcutta, specializing in strategy and operations.
I would like to request the member of the panel to kindly come on the stage. Professor Arun Kumar Uppal, former Dean LNIPE and also served as the Vice Chancellor of Jivaji University, Gwalior. He is the only educationist in the field of physical education with 2 postdoctoral degrees, Doctor of Literature and Doctor of Science in Physical Education, along with his PhD. So, Dr. Anil Karwande, former Principal IDCPE Nagpur. Dr. Pradeep Datta, Associate Professor, LNCPE Trivandrum. Mr. Luis Greco, Physical Education Specialist and Football Technical Director, Brazil. He is an experienced General Director at Soccer Express, skilled in football coaching, sports management and scouting. Dr. Neeta Bali, Educationist and Director, Set Andhram Jaipuria Schools. She has worked with British Council Schools, Ambassador in promoting spirit of international mindedness. She has also authored English language books for Frank Educationalist Aids and a book of essays for Madhuban.
Hello. Good morning or good afternoon, one and all. To the esteemed panelists and the distinguished delegates who have come here, and also all the students of LNIPE. It is my honor to kick off the first panel discussion on building global standards in physical education and sports programs. Throughout history, sports and physical education have helped in shaping societies and promoting holistic development. Today, the modern challenges that we see, whether those challenges are in a post-COVID world or lesser physical activity that children and adults are getting themselves involved in, there is a greater need to build global standards, ensuring access to physical education and sports for all. And we are here today to understand some of those ideas and thoughts from our panel. I'm looking forward to hear from them and learn from them, and let's dive right into our discussion. My first question is Professor A.K. Uppal. Sir, in your vast experience, what are the key areas where you see gaps in physical education standards in educational colleges in India with respect to the globe?
Well, thank you very much. First of all, I feel very much pleased that I am sharing this stage with two of my students. It's a great thing in life to sit with students and then put forth your viewpoints to everybody. You see, one of the problems which we are facing is the uniformity of curriculum of physical education. We have NCTE, who is supposed to look after this particular aspect. But institution starts, they build their own curriculum, implement it, and there is no one to ensure that the kind of program which is being run by various institutions, whether there is a uniformity or not. That is one aspect. Second problem, which I have seen in the recent past, we have nearly 800 institutions offering programs of physical education and sports in the country, which includes colleges of physical education and university departments. Uniformity in terms of facilities. There are colleges with practically very limited play area where students can go and practice. And we also have institutions like LNIPE with ample facilities for students to take part. We have National Council of Teacher Education, and it's very unfortunate that in this committee there is no member from physical education profession. This is being managed by educationists, and they do not see beyond education. I am talking about general education. I do not know whether any time any member of NCT has visited these institutions to see what kind of programs are being implemented, what kind of facilities they have. And then very serious problem which this country is facing. So-called colleges which produce teachers of physical education without ensuring students staying permanently on the campus or going to campus. They go towards the end, appear in the examinations and become teachers of physical education without knowing ABC of this profession. This is a very big problem in the country, and unless this problem is taken care, I can assure you the things in the years to come will become very bad, and it will be beyond the control of anybody else. So these are the three areas which come to my mind at present, and maybe somebody else can probably throw some more light on this area.
Thank you so much, sir. Would anybody else like to take up this question as well?
Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank organizer that they have invited me, and I feel proud to be associated with Professor Uppal, who was my teacher when I was in BPE. And the question which was related to the quality of courses run by the institutions who are producing the students for BPEd and MPEd. As Dr. Uppal already explained, main problem with the attendance of the student, and that should be addressed properly. There is no attendance in the training colleges. I can tell you that around 90% colleges of one of the state of India, 90% of the colleges, they don't maintain the attendance at all. And students, they come only for practical examination and theory examination. Then how can these students can become the professionals in a very specialized field like physical education and sports? So that problem should be taken care of actually. Attendance should be made compulsory and there should be some body to watch. Actually, it is the duty of that particular university. But there are so many loopholes in those ordinances where they can give relaxation. They say 75%, 85% is compulsory, then Vice Chancellor can reduce it to up to 75%. And that is how it is going on. So that is only point of my point, that attendance should be taken care of.
Thank you so much, sir. Dr. Karwande, a question for you. What challenges do you foresee in implementing these standards or let's say global standards in physical education and sports across the culturally diverse landscape that our educational institutions are in, across the length and breadth of the country?
See, we should not directly jump to the global standard. We should see our basic needs first. We are not able to meet it out. Like, I'll give you the example of same course. If you talk about only training course of physical education, they are not maintaining, like LNIPE has got about 200 acres of land. And colleges, they are running the colleges in just 2 acres where they don't have even track of 200 meter. Even they don't have track, they cannot mark the track of 100 meter also, if at all they want to mark. Students, they have never seen the instrument, they have not seen the playgrounds. How can they teach and become? So, first of all, they should maintain a standard where they should develop a structure, similar structure, like some Kendriya Vidyalaya they are maintaining, Navodaya Vidyalaya they are maintaining, or some Delhi public school they are maintaining, some public schools also they are maintaining. They give the permission only when a particular society or particular trust develop a particular structure. Without that, the permission should not be given. If you give permission without structure, without playing facilities, without instrument, the product which you get, then at time they will not be able to differentiate a rugby ball and a football and basketball and tennis ball. So that is what is my opinion actually, that standard should be maintained. We should not directly jump to global standard, that is too far. First of all, what our basic need is there. Accordingly, and the need of different states and different region is slightly different. So they can always modify 20 to 25% of the syllabus and curriculum of those areas, and the required games and sports required recreational activities to be included. There was some misconception about the games like indigenous game like Malkham, Kho-Kho, Kabaddi. Only good players and the players who will get recognition from cricket, golf, tennis and badminton. The players from these areas were not getting recognition also. So equal recognition should be given, then only the players who are taking part in Malkham, Kabaddi, Kho-Kho, they will also get, more parents will get into it, they will be pushed, they will get scholarships. So these equalization also should be maintained. So that is my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So, what I understand here is that there are certain underlying issues in Indian standards when it comes to physical education and sports. So, before we talk about global standards, there are, let's say, certain hygiene checks as a country that we need to meet before we jump there. Let me bring Luis in here, and from your country, Brazil, what is it that India and other countries that we can learn about physical education and sports and how things are being run in your country? If you could share some insights here, Luis.
Okay. First of all, a great honor to be invited for this prestigious conference. I'm very happy because next year I'll be celebrating 20 years from my first stint in 2005, till next year. 20 years working with Indian football. And this is make a very good happiness and proud of that. I'm sure that through these 20 years, I have faced a lot of obstacles, a lot of difficulties, but I feel very happy because through these 20 years, lots of benefits, lots of improvement has been done through the country, especially on sports, or on football. I mean, I've been working in 3 different professional clubs. I run coaching courses, I run clinics, I run scouting. My last stint was with Round Glass Punjab FC as head of scouting. I worked in great popular club of India, Mohan Bagan, for a great privilege for me. Then I can say that if you compare our reality, Brazil, with India in terms of sports, first of all, we have, I think, 5 or 6 points that are very different, and I tried through these 20 years trying to stimulate, try to encourage. First, sports is fun. You must have fun. You must be happy to be involved with the activities. And that's why Brazil is so strong in different sports, because Brazilians play with heart, with passion, with love for the game. This is very important. Also, the one point that is always very different from our reality to India, time for practice, time for taking the activities, the sports activities, football activities. In Brazil, you can study in the morning, in the afternoon, or in the evening. You can choose from the junior high, high school, and of course college. And then you have sufficient time to practice. You have sufficient time to go on sports and to take advantage of all the great aspects that sports generate into people. Then this is one point. The second point is also there are, through the high schools, the junior high schools in Brazil, lots of idols, great players, athletes are constantly coming to the schools to give them testimony, to talk, to show how they started in every sport. And this is a very important encouragement for the young children to have good standards, good examples in the society. This should be more worked here in India. Another point is the the early start of sports. I think when I came 20 years ago, Indian players start to play football with 9, 10 years old. How you can develop skills, how you can develop all the points that it's important in a sport if you start very late. And I had also worked in Japan, almost 3 years in Japan also. Practice time 20 years back 25 years back, was very short time for practicing, and they started very late with these sports activities. This, I think, it's important point to be thought through the sports confederations and sports associations in the country. Another thing is mandatory in Brazil to have a physical education teacher in all junior high, high schools, and of course college. It's very, very important position in all structure of education in Brazil, the physical education teacher. And there is a lot of good rules who given the importance for this professional. And this is the person exactly prepared to work on the players, on the students, the love for the sport, how to practice, how to get the first skills, how to get the first information. It's through a professional from physical education. Also, Brazil works a lot on scoutings on the very early age through the sports tournaments, the sports competitions in the very junior high, high school, and college. Then this is also a very important test because you can identify very early through the scouting, through professionals of physical education, what kind of talents you have beginning in the very early age, and then giving them proper education and proper guidelines to become in the future athletes or to have the passion for the sports. Also, to play the sports for fun, to have a good interaction with it. And the last one is the distribution of the physical education is always important in the structure of the professional clubs, the academies, all the different kinds, even in the high-level professional clubs or the amateur, the academies, football schools, always we have the presence of professional physical education. And I believe that if India gives more importance and give more respect and support to the professional physical education, the nation has so many talents. And I can testify this because through these 20 years in different sports, I witnessed a lot of talents. Then I think this is my view about the experience I had in India for this almost 20 years.
Thank you so much, Luis. And very truly, India and Brazil are similar in so many ways in terms of our population, in terms of our love for different sports, our passion. And there are lessons that we as a country can learn from how things are being done in Brazil. I'd like to bring in Dr. Bali here. Ma'am, as an educationist, what role do you see yourself playing in promoting better physical education and sports programs and standards within schools?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. In fact, what I'm going to say is pretty much what the others have said, because I think my thoughts completely resonate with the speakers this morning. To begin with, somebody who's been in education for almost 4 decades now, and having been associated with some great schools as a school leader, as a principal and a director, I have found that probably we do not give sports the kind of importance that it deserves in our school curriculums. And I think this is something that all of us as school leaders need to rethink about. We often talk about extracurricular activities. Now that's a very, very strange term, because to my mind, when we started in the morning, when we started, the keynote speaker started talking. the kind of passion that Rahul Bose brings to the sport, that the cause that he espouses. Subsequently, Skand spoke about all those wonderful people who have graduated from his school because they've made it big in the world, because probably they were nurtured very carefully to understand that sports is as integral, probably as academics. In most schools, we glorify students who make it to the IITs. Skand also spoke about why is it that we have not started the Indian education services? Why is it that we don't have institutes like this and many other institutes like this and the IITs where young people should aspire to get into a career related to or a qualification which is related to sport, not merely to academics? And why is it that we hold up, as I said, we hold up children with an AIR, the All India rank, top 10 in the IITs? Why are we not talking so much about the students, those in the trenches who are working so hard to make it big in the field of sport? As schools, are we conducting audits to understand if the sports programs in the schools are being run effectively? We are doing academic audits. Are we also running audits to understand and gauge how effectively are these programs, sports programs, being run in our schools? Let me tell you this as an educator and also as a parent. I'm talking now from the perspective of a parent of a young person who's grown into a very, very sturdy young person. Between my two kids, the older child, who's a girl, grew into a very sturdy, she's grown into a very sturdy young person because from a very young age she was encouraged to be passionate about a sport. It was martial arts. There are tangible and there are intangible benefits of sports. As schools, we need to understand, just as it's very significant that children do well in academics, I'm not undermining the significance of students doing well in academics. Equally important that we give the same significance to sports. Fortunately, in fact, we have our Deputy Director of Sports somewhere in the audience. And I want you to know that we have started this whole thing about ensuring that sports also are given the same importance that we give to the academic work. And that line between the academic and I would say sport or other co-curricular activities should now start to blur. And of course, we are trying to make it transdisciplinary. We are trying very hard. In fact, just 2 days ago, we were talking about it. Let us ensure that we take the sport into the classroom, try and link the sport with what we're teaching, the subjects that you're teaching, the sciences and the social science, or even language for that matter. Let's make it transdisciplinary. Till we do that, till we as educators understand that sport is very essential, and we have to understand that it's not just about the sport, it's about the inherent benefits of playing a sport that help you to emerge into completely holistic and great people. The interpersonal skills that you learn, the ability to take risks, the ability to be able to withstand defeat. I think those are real life skills that you can only learn on the ground, not in the confines of a classroom. I hope that somewhat answers your question.
Thank you so much, ma'am. And it's very heartening to hear leaders like you who are bringing in those changes within our educational institutions. I'd like to bring in Dr. Datta at this moment in time. Sir, you've worked extensively with FIFA, AFC, Hockey India, AFF. What key initiatives have you seen that contribute to aligning grassroots sports with global standards?
I'm really honored to share the dais with my teachers and in front of all the galaxies of physical education. I think I'm audible? Yeah. Okay, you spoke about the grassroots.
Sir, yes, sir. From your experience of working with a lot of these federations, national as well as international, what key initiatives have they taken to align grassroots programs with global standards?
Okay, right. See, since I have slight experience with the FIFA, AFC and AIFF, see regarding the grassroots program in particular, if you see the philosophy of FIFA, AFC or AIFF, the grassroots philosophy is nothing. It is grassroots is for all. It is for all. It is not only for a elite sportsman or a professional sport in particular. It is for everybody. It's for the children, it is for the women, it is for the disabled, right? For each and everyone in the society. And the grassroots concept is such, it is basically by promoting grassroots level, you develop the foundation of a sports in particular, Because of that, whether it is FIFA, whether it is an AFC or All India Football Federation, they've got a huge grassroots program. See, to start with, just before pandemic, I remember what you call baby league, the baby league football. They have started baby league, all FIFA has started all around the world. And in lieu of that, so just before the pandemic, it was launched. I still remember during that time, I think only 10,000 students were registered for the boys, and the girls, it was nearly 3,500 something, But with the passage of the time, things have changed. Lot of innovative things came into the market. One of the things was, that we call our Indian football team as the Blue Tigers, right? In that line, we have started Blue Cabs grassroots program, in the India. That Blue Cabs is what, Blue Cabs, it is a slight holistic and broad in nature. It is not only to engage the children's or anyone who is not in the professional sports, but also they take an initiative to train the grassroots leaders for the grassroots refereeing, grassroots, methodics and curriculum, right? So this things is basically initiated by All India Football Federation, I remember. And not only that, in order to promote the grassroots, at Asian level or the FIFA level, there are many grassroots awards. So I remember the last year, the All India Football Federation has got a bronze AFC award from the president of Asian Football Confederations. Okay. So this is one of the initiative, and not only that, in the Vision India project, in 2047 Vision India project, you will find that All India Football Federation wants that 35 million people plays football. And by 2047, they want that it should be 100 million. That is in their strategic roadmap of Indian football. So anyhow, whatsoever the things, now we have started the things. We have started in a good way. And I think Dr. Saji Prabhakaran is our alumnus, right? He was one of the men behind that project. Okay. I don't know after that, because things have changed a bit in the federation. What is the status at this point of time, I cannot tell you, but it was a very broad concept so far as grassroots is concerned. Now come back to the hockey. I have spent nearly 4 years with the national hockey team also, apart from football. Now in hockey also, if you see critically, there is no grassroots as such, Our national hockey team is based on 7-8 states. We have certain academies, and state team, we don't have a professional structure over there. Number of tournaments are less, okay? But yesterday I was talking to Mr. Dilip Tirki, he's the president of Hockey India. Fortunately, he was my student only, because my posting long back was in Sundargarh, Odisha. And when I was also with the national team, he was one of the players with the national team. So Dilip, I was talking yesterday night only. I said, Dilip, what are the things you are doing for Indian hockey at this point of time? He told, sir, हम नीचे के तरफ अभी देख नहीं रहे. We have started 2 programs. One is basically under 16 and under 18 programs. This, what they are doing, the zonal tournaments. In one zones, you have got 6-7 states, and they have tournaments at 2 levels. One is under 16 and one is under 18. These are the 2 for men and women, both the sides, And with this only they are focusing on the junior national teams, which will have a progression to the senior national teams. So this is the recent initiative. And apart from that, two things they have started again. One is to special program for the drag flickers. You know, the drag flick plays a very important role so the outcome of the hockey matches are concerned. And second one is for the goalkeepers, okay, between 16, 18 and the seniors levels. So this is from my side. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Dr. Karwande and Dr. Bali, I have this question for the two of you. You mentioned about certain gaps in Indian standards of physical education across physical education colleges in the country. And ma'am, you are running schools where products of these institutions are being employed and they are interacting with kids. If between the two of you, we could build some consensus around what your expectations are as an educator from these physical education teachers when they're interacting with children, and how can a physical education college impart or build those skills in physical education teachers and make them ready for the industry of the future?
As you very rightly said, I would say you're a feeder institution. In fact, this morning when I was talking to your Vice Chancellor, I took her number and I said, we have a lot of institutions. Every year we have 4 and 5 new institutions that are coming up. And we definitely want the best of the best in our institutions. Now, what is it that makes the best of the best? A very well-planned curriculum for the teachers. A curriculum which is dynamic. A curriculum that understands completely the changing needs of the time. Because generally what happens is, I think in most universities, a lot of great universities that have churned out some great alumni, we find that the curriculum really doesn't change with time. So first thing first, a very well-planned curriculum that these students study, and a curriculum which changes, which is dynamic and changes with time, to customize it to the needs of the stakeholders, the young people that they are going to be associated with. So that is the first thing. Second is, they must know about the international benchmarks that each sport is, the international benchmarks which are inherent in each sport. Unless they understand, it will not percolate to the institutions and to the young people. Most important, when I talk to teachers and school leaders and educators, I think passion for your profession, that is more important. The skills that you bring to the table, professional skills, those are completely non-negotiable. A genuine love for sport, as Rahul said in the morning, the taste of the pudding is in eating it, all right? So you can't really promote a sport till you have experienced the spark in that sport. So, of course, as future professionals, they have to be expert in their sport and they have to love the sport that they are going to teach to the young people. Vestibule training, I'm sure, every great university will make sure that there are internships with some good schools that your future teachers go through. Because unless they experience what happens on the ground, I don't think the learning is really complete. That is what I would expect from all great institutions. And I'm sure you're doing all of that.
So?
See, as the madam has said about the school curriculum, and you had asked me about the role of physical education training colleges. The students should learn in their syllabus and curriculum what is required in this school. Actually, that is the first point. You are learning something and delivering something. That makes the problem. So the curriculum of the training courses, whenever they prepare, they should invite senior principal from the schools. There is no senior principal, and there is no requisition of the demand. That is not included. So all the board of studies, they should demand the requirement. What is the requirement actually? We are teaching something and actual demand is something different. So that is point number one. And point number two, all the training courses, whether it is B.Ed or B.P.Ed, they should train their students to understand the student. Like B.P.Ed professional or B.P.Ed, the person who is graduated in physical education should learn the science of understanding the student. He or she cannot force everyone to take part in sports for the excellence. They can definitely say about physical education, but each student cannot excel in all these sports or specific sports. That is why the student of B.P.Ed, student of B.Ed, they should learn the science of understanding the students and parents and the demand of that particular area and student. So these two things are very much important. Teaching and learning all other subjects, they should, that is my main point of impression here. They should try to understand the student, and according to their ability, according to their standard, then they should prepare the team. And point number two, the admission process, whether it is in B.Ed or B.P.Ed, should be made properly so that only those who have taken part at least for 5 years in sports should be admitted. A person who has never played any sports comes and do the training, the delivery will be like this. So these are the 3 points. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much, sir, for putting this together. Professor Uppal, my next question is to you. Taking this particular point forward, that schools and physical education colleges are two important collaborators. If in your mind, are there other stakeholders who need to come together to build the future of physical education and sports curriculums? And what is the best way for them to collaborate and make this happen, sir?
I will throw some light on the Kendriya Vidyalaya Sangathan. Kendriya Vidyalaya started in 1963. 63-64, first school came up. And today there are 1,253 Kendriya Vidyalaya. And now they follow the same curriculum. A father working in central government, he is not scared if from Delhi I am transferred to some remote corner of India. There is a Kendriya Vidyalaya where he knows that my child will be able to follow the same curriculum and have education in this country. He is not afraid of it. And now Navodaya Vidyalayas have come up. They are also doing the same kind of work. But then job is not that easy. Even though Kendriya Vidyalayas are there, they are trying to maintain same kind of curriculum all over. And the periodicity of teaching is also planned in such a way that if a child, parents get transferred in the month of November, he goes and probably there is a continuity is maintained in the education of the student. So there are possibilities if this kind of things are planned in the country. I am sure the problems will be much less. However, 100% parity is not possible, in any place. But then, if these kind of systems are adopted, we have National Council of Teacher Education. At one stage, they said, we will suggest a curriculum to be followed for Bachelor of Physical Education. They confined themselves only to school education up to bachelor level. But that also started well, but did not see the light of the day. There are a lot of problems. As I said, college starts, follows the curriculum. You see, I have been teaching for last 60 years. People may not believe it, But for last 60 years, I have been teaching in colleges of physical education and university departments as advisor, as a teacher. I was, in my last appointment was as an advisor in a university in Delhi, pharmacy university, where they were running a BSc, MSc course in sports science. They had a play area where they had a 200 meters track, a volleyball court, a basketball court, and small area which could be converted into small play fields and different activities to be followed. One fine day, the college signs a contract. Whatever, they had a swimming pool also, all those facilities have been converted into buildings, and there is only one basketball court left here. This is where the problem comes. And I spoke to the Vice Chancellor, look, we have BSc, MSc sports science courses running. Students have to be exposed to various physical activities and programs. He said, yes, we are likely to get some 13 acres of land about 40 kilometers from Delhi, and we will be taking the students there. You know, is it possible? So like that problems, it is not possible to solve all the problems 100%, but a sincere effort is needed, where at least we have a 70% program which is to be followed in all colleges of physical education, and providing about 20 to 30% of liberty to them to have programs which are popular in their region, so that children are also exposed to those activities which are popular in their own areas. This is what I would like to say, but then problems will remain. Our effort has to go on to minimize the problems, but things probably will take some shape in the years to come if we follow the pattern of Kendriya Vidyalayas and Navodaya Vidyalayas. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Uppal.
Can I just?
Yes, yes, sir. Please.
Thank you, sir. One thing, I think it is a proper forum to speak. With my experience with the professional sports, as well as my base is basically from the physical education, I feel the status which physical education should have got, we are not getting that. Maybe one of the reason could be what? Seeing the present scenario, I think we need to add two things. One could be what do you call slight flavor of competitions, and second should be slight flavor of specializations, because nowadays in the modern world, jack of all trades, master of none doesn't have any value into the market. If you have to have a market value, you have to specialize in certain area. Definitely our foundation as a physical education is very strong, but along with that, if you give a competitive flavor into the physical education system, I think, in my opinion, you will get a dividend, because normally if in all recruitment rules, you find that for physical education professional, they don't fulfill the criteria because of the specializations, I know in Sports Authority of India and Khelo India, in many of the recruitment committee I was there, the status which you should have got as a physical educationist, we are not getting, as because we are not specialized in a particular field. So I feel all educational institutions, especially running teachers education program, they must add these two flavor in order to survive into the market, because it is the marketing world. I'll just throw back, see, throughout this civilization, whether it is a Vedic period or the pre-Vedic period, Ramayana, Mahabharata, Takshila, everywhere there is a relevance of physical education. And now the present dispensation in this country is promoting that. Khelo India, Fit India, Adha Ghanta Roj, exercise. Now what happened? Same things we need to add here. And what I feel, we have not marketed the physical education and sports. You see how this Khelo India is marketing. they have become a product into the market, I am telling you. Lot of, very recently, 2 months, no, I think 7 days back only, one Kirti project were launched. This Kirti project was concentrated to almost 760 districts of the country. I am in the core committee of that also. So due to that I am telling, now they are reaching, they are penetrating into the each and every district of the countries with the Khelo India concept. The concept of this dispensation is emerged from our civilizations. Okay? So, why not? I was just, because I have worked in the Khelo India also. I was heading the high performance analysis cell of Khelo India. So, what I feel, we see in order to develop this concept nationally, Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports and Sports Authority of India has made 12 verticals of Khelo India to promote the entire concept of Khelo. But till today, if you see in the 12 verticals, there is no mention of physical education. Why can't we all propose to the government, right? Propose to the government to have one vertical into the Khelo India. At least there will be a regulatory body, at least there will be a man to speak, there will be a committee to speak for the development of physical education in the country, I think you have to, if we have to reach at that stage, because I, as a professional, I feel that physical education is the base for the Indian sports. It is the foundation. The multilaterally, how we train the athlete basically acquires the quality of each and every game, then it has got a cumulative effect in a particular game. So foundation of Indian sports for getting the medals is basically based on the schools and the physical education. If the high performance has to exist, this physical education has to be strong. And that can never ever be achieved in present dispensation if you don't have a separate vertical of physical education in the Khelo India movement so far as governmental initiatives are concerned. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Datta. Louis, if we could tie this together, and if you could share what role can technology play in let's say, taking these solutions to the masses to scale physical education standards in the country?
For sure, the technology has proven through these years that sports without technology cannot succeed. Then most of the sports are based on the use of technology to improve the expertise, the skills, to improve the performance. But more than this, also it's very important for the professional and the physical education teacher or the coach who knows exactly how to use pedagogically the way to improve, to detect, and to develop the potential of the students, of the players. This is also one point that is missing, specifically through football here, is the way of scouting in the very youth level. There is no good information, good expertise on how to detect on a very specific way the potential of a young kid, of a young girl to become in the short future a potential player of that sport. Then this shall be worked a lot. In Brazil, all the professional clubs, all the coaches must have a degree, university degree. Any coach in Brazil, even in the youth level, cannot coach if he is not graduated in physical education. That's why it's very, very important to give a real support to the country. Another point which is very important in Brazil, we have a ministry only for sports. And through the several programs and the position of the physical education through the Ministry of Sports is very well respected. This is also much important. I know that you have the Ministry of Sports and Youth Affairs, but in Brazil, we have specifically for sports. And through the campaign of the Olympic Games, the last two Olympic Games, Brazil was number 12 among more than 30. 2016, we had 19 medals, and 2020 in Tokyo, 2021 medals. And this is very, very important because after the constitution of the Minister of Sports, also the improvement of different sports, Brazil is number 1 in the world in surf. You can imagine surf, in skate, of course, in football, because it's our religion, it's also a religion, but we have great performance in very different sports because of this huge support of the government. And I hope through this conference, through these talking, we can connect to the high authorities of the country to give more importance to the physical education. Not only for the sports for performance, because all the contribution, all the benefits you have through physical education, the team spirit, the sense of resilience, of respect to the limits of your teammates, then for sure, I hope and let's look forward that in the coming years, physical education will be more and more respected in this country. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Louis. Let me make an attempt to summarize the discussion that we had. First of all, thank you to all the panelists for sharing your insights. We started out with Professor Uppal and Dr. Karwande being very honest and saying that our standards need to be up before we start to aspire for global standards. Dr. Bali spoke about what schools are doing to look at physical education and sports as a more integral part of education, and what her expectations are from professionals from this field in the future. Dr. Karwande also and Dr. Datta spoke about one, what federations are doing, and two is how can physical education colleges in the country step up to the expectation of schools, because that is their main, let's say, collaborator, or that's where most of the people end up going and working. And Luis, thank you for bringing in your insights from Brazil. It's a country that's very similar to India. Cricket is our religion, football is yours. And technology, going forward, technology is going to play a very important role in improving physical education and sports standards across. It's going to provide a scale, it's going to make things easier. It's going to ensure standardization, as the same module may be taught in different parts of the country with, as Dr. Karwande mentioned, 20 to 30% of customization depending upon what is popular there. And to wrap things up, what Professor Uppal said, that it's an ongoing process. There is no 100% solution to it, but you need to keep at it, and hopefully we will build better standards of physical education and sports in the country. Thank you so much.
Hello. Thank you so much, sir. That was really an informative session. I now request Professor Joseph Singh to present the memento to the speaker and the panelists of the session.
The moderator, Mr. Apachu Kodanda. I would like to request Professor Joseph Singh, Dean Academics. Now moving further to the panelist, Professor Arun Kumar Uppal. Former Dean LNIPE. Dr. Anil Karwande, former Principal IDCP Nagpur. Dr. Pradeep Datta, Associate Professor LNCP Trivandrum. Mr. Luis Greco, Physical Education Specialist and Football Technical Director, Brazil. And Dr. Neeta Bali, Educationist and Director, St. Andram Jaipuria School. हो गया सबका We'll start the next session at 2:15 p.m.
Till then, let us take a break for the lunch. Let us all assemble back sharp by 2 p.m. The plenary session 1 of oral and poster presentation will be starting by 2 p.m. sharp. Venue will be IQAC Hall number 1, IQAC Hall number 2 and Conference Hall of Exercise Physiology.
सर 2 बजे। हेलो माइक चेक। हेलो।
हमारा Hello, hello.
Hello, hello. Good afternoon, everybody. We are starting with the second session. Before that, we have received message from our Honorable Minister of Youth Affairs and Sports, Government of India, Shri Anurag Singh Thakurji. And I request the MC to please read out the message and then we will start with the session.
Thank you, sir. I'm delighted to know that Lakshmibai National Institute of Physical Education, Gwalior, is organizing an international conference on physical education and sports. In perspective of National Education Policy and Vision 2047 on 14th and 15th March 2024 at LNIPE, Gwalior. It is a matter of pride that the Institute is actively engaged in the pursuit of excellence in physical education and sports for health, fitness, and welfare for the youth. I am sure that this conference is a timely endeavor aligned with our nation's vision and also underscores the importance of integrating physical education and sports into our educational framework. I extend my best wishes to the organizers of this conference to have envisaged this effort and convey my blessings for his success. Mr. Anurag Singh Thakur.
So welcome back after the lunch. Plenary session 1 of oral and poster presentation has been started. The venue for this event is IQAC Hall number 1, IQAC Hall number 2 and Conference Hall Exercise Physiology. So now we are entering the other session for the day with the topic Tata Sports, Legacy and Future. For this, I would like to invite Mr. Mukul Chaudhary for the keynote address, Chief Sports Center of Excellence, Tata Sports and CEO Jamshedpur FC for the keynote address. Please, sir.
So good afternoon, everyone. Firstly, it's an absolute honor to be here today and thanks to LNIPE for this opportunity. Today I'm going to speak about Tata Steel's legacy as a corporate which has keen interest in sports and has managed to make a difference to the development of sports and sportspersons in our country for decades through consistent efforts driven right from our senior management. A little bit about Tata Steel's story. This is important because it's important to know that when did it start and how does it percolate downwards. So sports has always been an integral part of Tata Steel's corporate culture. While the Jamshedpur plant for the steel plant was planned, this is way back, I'm talking about 1887 when Jamshedji Tata planned the plant in Jamshedpur. He wrote a letter to his son saying, when the city is being set up, ensure that there are open spaces for hockey, football, and parks. The reason I'm stating this particular note is in 1887 was just 20 years, 30 years before Mangal Pandey, Rani Lakshmibai were fighting for Indian independence and fighting British, and most of the place was jungle, and football I'm sure was not a known sport by then. But somebody like Jamshedji Tata had made this clear to his son, and that's what he followed. So his son Dorabji Tata, who has tremendous credit, whom we give tremendous credit for the sporting culture that we have back in Tata Steel, followed his father to the T, and Jamshedpur as a city is planned in a manner where the entire infrastructure for sports is fantastic right from the beginning. He was a very keen sports lover. That goes with, I will give you an example of his inclination and love for sports. In 1919, when the Olympics was planned in 1920 in Antwerp, and the Indian contingent wants to go. That was British India at that point of time, and Dorabji Tata stepped forward where British India, because of the First World War, had said we don't want to send anybody, and because it was India, Dorabji Tata stepped forward and he said the Indian contingent will go, and he financed them with his own funds. Now this is something that everybody should know, that because this is how the sports culture was ingrained into Tata Steel and Tatas. So he funded them, and 1920, he was also the first Indian Olympic Association's chairman therefore. So the senior leadership has always been ensuring that a founder's vision of sports and continues to be an integral part of Tata Steel's corporate philosophy. And since then, sports has been the way of life in Tata Steel. And when I'm talking Tata Steel, it is not limited to Jamshedpur alone. Wherever we have our footprints, we ensure that we have a sporting culture there. Just a little bit about sports Hall of Fame and recognition that Tata Steel has, because many of them would not be aware. Tata Steel continues to actively support development of overall sports ecosystem, not just promoting, giving job to sportsperson or giving sponsorships as such. They provide a world-class infrastructure, training and by experienced coaches and staff. Over the years, we have around 150 internationals who have been through a system. When I say been through a system, it is not that if we say Neeraj Chopra is now an achiever, I go around and start immediately sponsoring him. Not really. I would identify the athlete much earlier, support him so that he achieves excellence. That's what we do. So there are examples which are there in Bachendri Paul and many others at that point of time who achieved their feat in international arena only after they were supported by Tata Steel. So just to give you a number to that, we have 30 Olympians, 1 Rajiv Gandhi Khel Ratna Puraskar awardee, Dhyan Chand awardees, 6 Dronacharyas, 12 Padma Shris and Padma Bhushans, and 42 Arjuna awardees. For its continuous contribution to sports, the company has been conferred with several awards over the years, including the Khel Protsahan Puraskar in 2009. We got 2 of them then. And again in 2010, when Tata Steel won again the Rashtriya Khel Protsahan Puraskar for financial support towards sports excellence and stuff. We also received a Best Organizational Contributing Sports by FICCI, and the most recent one is just come last month from the Hindu group, where we got the award for Best Corporate for Promotion of Sports, which is by Sports Star magazine. Talking about development and the kind of investment that, now this is just the top line that I'm sharing with you. Tata Steel Adventure Foundation was formed in 1994. This is basically about mountaineering, and basically mountaineer Bachendri Paul led it from the front, and it's an outbound leadership program, and right now she's taken it to the next level where we now have a sport climbing academy as well, and we are doing fairly well with our academy kids in this Asian circuit. 3 years later, Tata, that is in 1987, Tata Football Academy was formed, and this was the first of its kind where a residential academy for football was launched, and around 272 cadets have passed out from that academy so far, and 150 have played for the country. So the hit rate is amazing, and 19 of them in various age groups have captained for the country. So that's the kind of hit rate one is talking about. We have Tata Archery Academy, which is established in 1996 and has produced many world champions, including Deepika Kumari, Jayant Talukdar, Atanu, Limbaram, to name a few. And currently, as we speak, we have Komlika Bari, Ankita Bhagat, and Bhajan Kaur, who have been regularly doing fantastic, basically achieving a fantastic feat at the international arena, be it Asia Cup, be it Asian Games and stuff. We then had an athletic academy as well in 2004. In 2017, which is very recent, we opened a Naval Tata Hockey Academy, which was started in Jamshedpur, and later we also took it to Bhubaneswar, and this was done in collaboration with Government of Odisha. And right now, as we speak, just a month and a half back, we started 2 more academies in Odisha, which is again Archery Academy and a Sport Climbing Academy. So the Hockey Academy, as I mentioned, is going the same way as football, and we are sure that over a period we will be able to give a lot of players to Indian international hockey for India. We also have invested in a sports high performance center. It's a sports science initiative with an aim to focus on performance enhancement, monitoring, recovery, rehabilitation, particularly for elite athletes, because we have these academies and we groom them for international and national duties. So it's important that you take good care of them beyond coaching and infrastructure. Sports science plays an important role, who all would know but all you students and this institute, of course. So you have a completely state-of-an-art infrastructure with specialists coming from physiotherapy, sports physiotherapy, strength and conditioning, psychology, nutrition, soft tissue therapy, name it and it's there. Tata Steel also runs training centers. So we have training centers which are being run. There are 19 different disciplines. Now this is unfortunately just limited to Jamshedpur, but just to give you an expanse of the kind of sports that we have touched and not left any foreign, there's no discrimination as such. So 19 sports, when I talk about it, I'm talking about archery to boxing and chess to horse riding, and all racket game, all ball games. So that's the kind of expanse one is talking about. And we have close to 2,500 kids which train every evening in Jamshedpur's JRD's Tata Sports Stadium. So that's something that many would not be aware of. Apart from promoting professional sportsperson, the company is proactively fostering the culture of fitness through masses, which is marathons, which we are organizing in almost 5 cities now. Tata Steel has also been actively supporting Special Olympics and Paralympics. We have been also looking at some of these sports from commercial angle, because it's what I spoke about just now was predominantly in the area of developmental sports and engagement. The company has also been promoting golf, the premier golf tournament, the PGTI is what we call it, Professional Golf Tour of India. We have been supporting this tournament since 2001. Then we have runs which we do in Kolkata and other places, and all the proceeds of this runs, of course, going by the social cause which is there in our hearts, it goes to the Tata Medical Center and the Cancer Hospital in Calcutta. We instituted the Tata Steel Chess in 2018, and we also have so top international and national players come there, grandmasters who play in this tournament. We also organize chess festivals, so we do a lot which is non-cricket as far as Tata Steel is concerned. In 2017, however, we moved into a sports league which was through Jamshedpur Football Club. We started competing in the India's premier football league, which is ISL. Now this is more like a forward integration, because we already had a football academy which has been in existence, and it was felt that we should have a professional platform for ourselves instead of just providing the players to other clubs. So almost at every given point of time, at least 25 to 30 academy kids of Tata Football Academy are playing in ISL every year. So, but it was very important for us to develop, since now we have a club, we also started developing a connect with the community of Jamshedpur, and that's why basically we started a lot of activities which should engage community to ensure that we have more and more people coming to the stadium. And we are, just to share with you, though we are this relatively a small city, we are number 3 as far as stadium attendance is concerned. And Jamshedpur, considering the population of Mumbai, Calcutta, Goa, Bangalore, is relatively a small city, and drawing almost 25,000 people to the stadium is not an easy task unless you develop that culture and have that kind of a draw for audience to come and attend the games. So we started this, though it was there in existence, we started this more seriously, wherein we started, as part of our engagement, we started 9 football schools, and there are 20 other centers that we did in collaboration with our Tata Steel Foundation, which goes into the rural parts of Jharkhand and Odisha. And here we cater to kids between the age of 5 to 16 and invest thoroughly into grassroots. Talking about grassroots, I strongly feel that, a 6-year-old in India and a 6-year-old in Brazil or Europe for that matter is not very different from each other. It's what happens in his life between 6 and 16 which defines him as an athlete. And that's exactly a big gap that we have in India, is my personal feeling. I may be wrong, but that's what I've been seeing in last 20 years of my career in sports. If you have an aspiration to make India a sporting nation, then it is in grassroots and youth that we need to focus on, and also provide them with a competitive exposure that will help them stretch themselves to give their best. We need the right kind of training at the right age, gradually progressing with the intensity, just like we do in schools, kindergarten, 10th, 12th, so the intensity grows. But the thing is, we don't have anything at the bottom. So we have, just to share with you a small irony, we have the Startup Football Academy which has produced so many players. But I was just speaking to someone and I was sharing that, it is very difficult at the age of 16 because we take under 15 kids, and because it's a residential program, sometimes it's very difficult to get younger kids to stay in a residential program, and we had a lot of dropouts, so limited ourselves to under 15. And by 15 he's actually a little too late to train him, because there are many things that you can learn, but it's very difficult to unlearn. So telling him the fundamentals again, to how to touch a ball, and almost a year and a half you just spend in correcting him, which is a task because it's a 4-year program. And so these are some challenges that we face as this thing, but of course we are all overcoming that, and therefore the grassroots programs is going to work well. So yeah, talking about the schools, we are a country which produces maximum number of engineers, and that's because we have a education system which has a 16 years of devoting almost 5 hours a day in school, gradually adding up hours as we progress. We just have to replicate that in sports, and it might not need so many hours in sports. I'm not undermining sports, but I'm saying that the amount of hours that we spend studying and going to school and being part of the formal education system, sometimes I feel that we lose a lot of sporting talent to education. But that apart, I feel that we just have to replicate what we do there, and it's not a difficult thing to do. I know it's easier said than done because everybody looks for a safer career, and sports necessarily would not be safe. But at the same time, it's not about just getting medals, and it's a journey, and it's something about mentality and culture that we need to imbibe. Other thing that I want to bring forth is, like, typically most of the metro cities, open space is a big challenge. I've grown up in a city and it becomes really difficult to get access to open spaces. Bombay as a city is completely cramped. Getting any open space is luxury. So football, cricket, which needs big grounds, very tough. Though you have a lot of small arenas which have come up, but for a city of 1.5 crore population, 30 open spaces, there's no logic, or it's a challenge that we face. Net, we have our tier 2, tier 3 cities which have relatively more open spaces. A strategy one can look at that as an option where we see that we can nurture sports in these areas, and maybe put our energies there where we can actually make the environment is more conducive, so to say. Having said that, it may sound a bit negative, but we are now seeing a growing sports culture in the country. And this interest in other sports beyond cricket is growing, and the athletes are professionally pursuing sports like kabaddi, badminton, shooting. Everywhere we've seen a growth, and you see good amount of sports culture which is growing. Now, again, there's always this question about how does the revenue come into the sport. Okay, now sports somehow at the stage where we are and wherever it's reached in Europe and US, sports is a major source of entertainment there. And most of the world countries have reached there. While India is no exception, it's a matter of time as far as we are concerned. The acceptance of sports as entertainment would bring in the audience and therefore the revenues from the sponsors. So it is like, for example, I'm just giving an example. Samsung is not on somebody's jersey because he loves the sport. He's there because he gets the eyeballs. So that should be very clear. It is not that you're giving it to cricket, why you're not giving it to me. I might have to make myself, or rather see to it that I have that leverage or reach which I can claim that money for. And that's exactly where all of us come into play to ensure that the revenues come in. So just to add to that, I'll just give an example. We love Sindhu playing. And when PV Sindhu is playing, we get emotionally engaged, glued to the television. That is helping the television ratings go up. Due to this ratings, basically the sports channels sell this to brands, which is Samsung, LG, Hero, name it, and it's there. And these brands invest because of the size of the audience they draw. While the athletes get richer because of course he gets popular, it's finally that money comes back to the sport, and that's how the cycle works. And this is how the revenue cycle brings back the monies to the sport, and which helps in building the sport further. It has happened to evolved nations in US, Europe, and it has started in India beyond cricket now, and I'm sure that in time to come, it will only get bigger and better. Coming back to grassroots with Khelo India project, syndicated approach by Sports Authority of India and Sports Federation, the regional sports association working closely together, I'm talking about the story relatively what it was there and now, they are coming together to an extent which is helping the growth. And offering more tournaments and competition, we will be able to build champions and therefore India into a sporting nation. What I see forward is typically for India is we all know that we did well as far as Asian Games is concerned, securing 100 plus medals, the highest we have clocked so far. We are gearing up for Paris Olympics, where we are sure we will do better than what we have done before. So slowly and steadily we are getting better and better in sports, and the culture is seeping in. Steadily we are growing as a sporting nation, and we can see the culture building up. The aspiration of our nation and our leaders is also complementing this growth. We are speaking about hosting the Olympics in 2036 and Youth Olympics in 2030. This is amazing because it is just 5-7 years back, it was beyond our imagination that we will do something like this. But this could be reality in time to come. These aspirations will bring a lot of opportunities, and not only to athletes, it is for the entire ecosystem. It will further enhance the already growing demand for coaches, administrators, technical staff, which is physiotherapists, sports psychologists, nutritionists, biomechanists, sports medicine doctors, event managers, and even everyone associated with sports. Of course, the entertainment industry as well. So students, you are probably stepping into the fray at the right time, where the country is on the verge of scaling new heights in sports. It's you who will be creating the world champions and building India into a sporting nation and making all of us proud. So wishing you all the very best, the managers of tomorrow, and thank you for giving me an audience today, and thanks to LNIPE again for the wonderful opportunity. Thank you so much. So I hang around.
Thank you, sir. I now request Mr. Amit Yadav, sir, Deputy Registrar LNIP Gwalior, to present the memento to the speaker of the session, Mr. Mukul Chaudhary. Thank you, sir.
Up next, keynote address will be given by Mr. Hemant Dua, Advisor, GMR Sports, President, Sports Management Association of India, Promoter, Aspiranti Sports, ex-CEO, Delhi Daredevils, on the topic Leadership Management. Sir, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. I think I've been given the graveyard shift, जिसे बोलते हैं. खाने के बाद सब सो लिए हैं आराम से. मोबाइल चेक कर लिया. Everyone has seen their mobile, gone through their social media. सब कुछ हो गया. तो अगर हो गया है तो फिर हम शुरू करते हैं अभी. Are we there or are we not there? पर मैं सोच रहा था, you know, early in the morning, जब एक वो आपका anthem बजा था तो बहुत energy थी. I saw everyone singing that anthem. So I think वो वापस एनर्जी लाने के लिए let's play that anthem for a little bit so that we can get everybody back. सबका एक वापस आना बहुत जरूरी है. Can we have that anthem, please? है नहीं है आपके पास? कोई बात नहीं, आप लोग को आता होगा, आप ही लोग गा दीजिए यार साथ में. शुरू करें प्लीज. अरे उनकी जरूरत नहीं है, ये हमारे लोग सब गा देंगे. Sorry, you can keep sitting. You don't have to rise if you don't want to rise. It's okay. गाइए जनाब प्लीज थोड़ा सा 5 मिनट के लिए. शुरू कीजिए. We loved your anthem, so we want to hear your lovely voice again. Yes, see, I like that dance. We have to have that out there. We want energy back in the room. Otherwise, everyone's just down there. Thank you, Dr. Sahu and the choir. Thank you so much. Chaliye, now we have everyone's attention back and everyone's awoken from their sleep. Sab jag gaye, sabke sab. Badhiya hai. So I'm here to talk about leadership. Leadership पे बोला गया है मुझे बोलने के लिए. तो leadership जो है, what is leadership? Leadership is not a rank, it's not a position, it's a decision, it's a choice. We all accept that as a choice. Leadership is around us. हमारे आसपास है, सब जगह है. It's not necessary कि मेरे boss हैं तो मैं उनको rank के लिए follow करूँगा. I'll follow him for a rank. I might not follow him from my heart. If I don't follow him from my heart, he's not my leader. And that's very important to know. So there can be a leader amongst your peers. There can be a leader who's junior to you. We follow him because we buy into that person. And that is the most important thing. Sports leadership is around everywhere. You know, the captains, there are leaders on the field, there are leaders off the field. हर जगह leaders है sports में. और आप लोग sports खेल रहे हैं. Tomorrow, you guys are learning. You're going to be coaches. You're going to be physical educators. You will be the next leaders tomorrow. And how do you become those leaders? I think that is the key. Because you don't want children or whoever you're teaching, the students, to follow you because you're their physical educator. That's not what you want. You want them to follow you because they want to follow you. And how do you do that? That is the key thing. So you don't come in saying, मैं boss हूँ, आप मुझे follow करोगे. You come and follow me because I'm here, because this is my rank. That's not what you do. Okay? The first thing you have to do is when you go into a new environment is you observe. Observation is the key. Any new guy who comes in, whether he's the captain of a new team or for old team, he will never come and try and road roll his way in. वो आके सीधा road roller नहीं चलाएंगे, यही करना है, वो करना है. What they do is they observe team में क्या dynamics हैं, what is going on, what is the environment, what are the interpersonal relationships among people. They do all that kind of things. They observe. Once they do that, then they slowly digest that. Once you digest that, then you figure out what are the solutions. How can you slowly get in, and then you start making your impact. Because you will have the buy-in of the people. If you don't have the buy-in of the people, people will never follow you, right? That's one of the key lessons. Observation. Observation is very, very important. The other is you should not be afraid of taking risk. When you take risks, people follow you. Risks might fail. I mean, like, there is a huge chance of failure. And who says failure is bad? Failure is a great teacher. If you can't learn from your failure, you cannot learn from your success. Failure teaches you, and teaches you hard. You learn from your failure, right? Once you learn that, you take that, you adopt that into your system, and then you move forward, right? Now, let me give you an example. Indian coach, Rahul Dravid, came into, and I've had privilege of working with him. He was my coach at the Delhi Daredevils for a few years. So when he came in to coach Indian team, right, he was coming on a back of a team that was very successful, where Ravi Shastri had been coach before him. So he had to fill in big shoes. You don't come in immediately and say, I will do this, I will do that. And you saw the team was not doing well initially. There was failure. Team was not performing. They were not winning. And there was a lot of backlash in the media that the captain is bad, the coach is bad, they're not doing well. But they stuck to the process. Leaders keep doing the process that has been defined. They don't fail their process. They're not worried about failures. So what they did was they got together, they learned from their failures, and they made the necessary changes. When you do those necessary changes, you find the formula, you find the success factor that you win. Because all of them had one thing in common. They all wanted to win. And that is what's most important in sports. I think we've heard before that one of the most key things in sports is to win. You win, everybody follows. And that's what happens, right? Win breeds success, success breeds winning. You know, that's how it works. The other thing is, what you do is you are persistent. Persistence is one of the other big qualities of a leadership. If you are persistent, you follow what you do, you follow your actions, then you keep doing, you'll fail, you keep doing again and again, finally you will achieve success. And that's how it kind of works, right? What is the other thing that you think leaders need to do? They need to be adaptable. Adaptability is one of the other big important factors, right? Now, let me give you examples of adaptability. People come in from different environments. When you go into a team, in any team, you will have people from different cultural ethnicities, like in a IPL team, in a kabaddi team, in a pro kabaddi team, in a volleyball team. You have people coming from different nationalities. They all come together. They don't know each other. They know each others as adversaries on a field. A South African player plays against India, India plays against England, England plays against Australia. So they're all, you know, they fight against each other on the field. But then you're coming into a room where you've got to play together as a team. How do you do that? Because you come from an environment where you're fighting against each other all the time. How do you all of a sudden become friends in the same team? It's not easy, right? So that's the culture that you breed. That's what a leader does. He brings his teams together. He brings them together wherever they're coming from, and they follow a common purpose. And that purpose here is winning the trophy, success. You instill that into people's minds that we have a common cause. When you have a common cause, you follow that, and that's what leadership is all about, right? Otherwise, it's very difficult. The teams that don't win, and you think, oh, they didn't perform well on the ground. It's not just what they did on the ground. It all starts with what they did off the ground. Once you do that, once you understand the environment, you have to create environment, right? Leadership is not any more autocratic. It's not top-down. It's more collaborative. You have to collaborate. You have to listen to people. You have to listen to your peers. You have to listen to your colleagues. As I said, the first thing was observation. You listen all those things, you assimilate, you understand, and then you find a juice that works well. Not everything is going to work. Not all hands fit one glove. There's no formula for it. You find your own formula for leadership. There is no formula. Everyone has their own style, and that style you learn from life experiences. That's what it's all about. Life experience is the best teacher. And that's what happens most of the times, right? One of the other things that I would like to say, a good leader is not insecure. He has time for his juniors, ears for his seniors, and a sense of humor. If you have a sense of humor, you'll bring people together in a room. And that's one of the most important things. So you don't alienate your juniors, you don't alienate your seniors, you bring them all together with a sense of humor thrown in, and then all comes in. Let me give you an example of two styles of leadership, right? Everyone knows Dhoni? Raise hands, yes? Everyone knows Virendra Sehwag? Yes? Two different captains, two different styles, completely different styles. Dhoni is kind of a micromanager. He will stand behind the stumps, say, do this, let's bowl here, let's take this action. You know, you'll always see him speaking. He's a thinking captain. He's not a micromanager, but a thinking captain. He's thinking ahead. That's what he does. He thinks ahead and then he throws the ball to them. Virender Sehwag, completely different. I'll give you an example. Umesh Yadav, who's an Indian bowler, was playing with us for Delhi Daredevils. Last over, crunch over, he has to bowl. He walks up to the captain and says, Viru bhai, kidhar ball dalna hai? You know what Viru says? He says, you're the bowler or I'm the bowler? You're the bowler, go throw. Do what you have to do. And that's another style of leadership. You throw the guy out there in the mix, and all of a sudden, after that, Umesh Yadav was not the same bowler. He became a bowler of a different kind. So that's a different style of leadership, where you let someone out there and say, you take your own decisions and I'll back you. That's a different style of leadership than someone who's guiding you all the time, listening to you, like Dhoni, who's there for you, who will take that extra risk. That's a different style of leadership. So there's no particular style of leadership. It all comes from, you know, different experiences. One of the other big things that I would say is empathy. Have empathy for your colleagues, about your people, about people who you work with. If you have empathy, you'll always be a great leader. And because empathy brings people together. So yeah, that's about it. In the end, I would just like to, you know, say one thing, and which is a statement that has stayed with me. You know, if you have to lead an orchestra, right? If you have to be a composer and you have to lead an orchestra, you have to have your back towards the crowd. And that resonates with me a lot, because you cannot be listening to the crowd and goading from the success of the crowd while your team stands behind. You have to have your back to the crowd, and that's the sign of a great leader. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I now request Professor Guru Dutt Ghai to present the memento to the speaker of the session, Mr. Hemant Dua. Sir. Thank you, sir. Now that we have gained insights from our speakers, it's time to deepen the conversation with our upcoming panel discussion. Now we welcome our moderator, Mr. Ashish Mittal, Director, HR, Flame University, Pune, with the topic Best Practices in Physical Education and Sports Education.
Our panelists today are Professor Deepak Mane, Head of Department of Physical Education, Savitribai Phule, Pune University. Professor Guru Dutt Ghai, sir, Dean Academics, Controller of Examinations, LNIPE, Gwalior. Professor Mohana Krishnan, Director Sports, Directorate of Sports, SRM Institute of Science and Technology, Tamil Nadu. Professor Hassan Johal, Department of Sports Sciences, Reims 2 University, France. He will join us online. Dr. Joelson M. Santos, Chairman, International Association of Physical Education and Sports Incorporation, Philippines. He will also join us online. Thank you.
Hello. Yeah. A very good afternoon. It's like good night to me, actually. I'll just stand. Either you guys had too much of lunch or you didn't have anything. I assume it's of earlier you guys had. So good afternoon. Thank you so much. I love you guys. Good. That's woken up a crowd, because see, ultimately these seminars, conferences are meant for your development. So please try to take as much as possible. Don't sleep or that, because you are going to lose. We have got an eminent set of panelists today. So you're going to enjoy a lot, learn a lot about it. So please be mentally and physically present, all right? Thank you. Yeah. Some Philippines, right? All right. Yeah. From
Can you hear
France.
me from France? Hello?
Yeah, hi. All of us can hear you and see you. A pleasure, Hassan. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay.
Good.
Great.
So before I begin today's context, I'm actually just going to focus a little bit. All of us understand the importance of sports here. Yes or no? Yeah.
Yeah.
So because you are in a university here, and you guys are having the best of best exposure over here. And less it's spoken, the better. Sports is one thing which actually, does it build your character? You're wrong. Sports reveal your character. Very important. So point over here is, all of us know that sports have a lot of benefits, personally, physically, mentally. I mean, this is again going to be lifelong, it's not just a school or college or university days. It's going to carry you lifelong, because ultimately, unfortunately, our Indian education system do not teach how to face defeat in life, right? All your parents say, beta, 90% ke upar aao, right? Get your maximum marks. But it is sports which will teach you how to face life, how to face defeat, how to build your resilience. So sports is a very, very integral component of your life. And today we have a set of eminent panelists. So let us hear from the horse's mouth what exactly they want to say and the importance of it. So, yeah, Prof. Hassan, my first question is to you. Are you able to hear me and see me? Prof. Hassan, can we have the audio settings?
Yes.
Oh yeah, all right, good. So Prof. Hassan, you are from the Department of Sports Science, Rennes University, France. And
yeah,
this university is one of the largest center for research and higher education in sports sciences, human development. And I also happen to see your website, which states that you have a wonderful plethora of courses in sports, which actually molds all your students in also shaping their lives and also providing employments on a long term, so, and especially in the western part of the France. So the first question to you is, what are the key principles and philosophies that actually guide your sports education program?
Yes. Okay. Do you hear me well?
Yes, we can all hear you and see you as well.
Okay, thank you very much. So first, I would like to thank the organization committee for inviting me, and also especially Dr. Saou for his kindness. I'm very sad to not be physically with you, but I'm happy to be online with you. So to not waste time and to respond to your question as I can, in France, it is well developed, the courses for physical and sports education. And the main fundamental in France, the main fundamental objectives of teaching physical and sports education are mostly the development of the child's intelligence, imagination, and creativity. And also the development of one's body, personal hygiene, and health. And finally, the other fundamental objective is the development of one's personality, character, and affectivity. So the purpose of physical and sports education in France at elementary and secondary school aims to develop the access to a rich field of practices with a strong cultural and social involvement and this is important in the development of the personal and collective life of the individual. So schooling, physical and sports educations aim to form a lucid, autonomous, physically and socially educated citizen with a concern of living together. It encourages children and adolescents to seek well-being and care about their health. And also, it answers the inclusion in the class of the students with special educational needs for disabilities. And in France, physical and sports educations introduce you to the pleasure of practicing sports. Hope it's okay for you, and I can develop more, but I will let you to time also to discuss with us.
Sure. Thank you, Prof. Hassan. Thank you for your words and knowledge sharing about your best practices in the France. And my next question is to Professor Deepak Mane. So you are the head of the Department of Physical Education, Savitribai Phule Pune University. In fact, it's one of the most eminent universities. It's called the Oxford of the East, if I'm not wrong, and having about 47 academic departments, 306 research institutes, and more than 612 affiliated colleges, UGPG. So you have a huge denominator, you have a large number of students. So my question to you is, in which ways do you integrate the life skills and character development in sports education program? Because today what we are seeing is today so many students, I mean the universities are churning out so many graduates, but what is really lacking is the right attitude, life skills. Like I'm an HR leader, we say, I would say hire for attitude, train for skills. We have knowledge, skills and attitude. Knowledge and skills can be taught, but attitude is something, I mean HR cannot transplant a human brain. So how do you actually really teach these life skills which will actually make or break a student's journey?
See, thank you. First of all, I congratulate to you for hosting this function, and LNIPE for giving us an opportunity to share this platform. Basically, we belongs to a traditional universities, where number of faculties are involved, number of students. My university caters 7.5 lakh of students and more than 1,000 colleges plus colleges. So when we experience for last 3 decades, I'm in this field. So life skills is one of the important part of the life of each individual, because life skill teaches the student, it molds the students. Physical education prepares the students for all-round development, but life skill teaches the student how to behave in the society, how to behave in the campus, how to behave on the grounds. So these life skills plays a very different role. In the morning, we have seen some of the speakers talking about holistic education, moral education, value education. And so this is the part of life skills where students has to learn at the school, at the ground level itself, how to behave, how to talk, how to interact, how to play. When we are on the grounds, we have to follow the rules. We have to welcome the opponents. We have to accept the victory as well as accept the even losing the team. So, and how we talk to the students, how we talk to the opponents, because to have a constitutive environment on the grounds while playing, we should respect the opponent also. At the same time, we should follow the rules of the games also. Then, while playing, we have to see that we don't abuse to the opponent. So that creates a congenial environment in the field. So life skills is a part of, integral part of an education, which has to be followed. We learn in the schools, but it has to nurture and it has to get grown up in college level also. So it is the duty of the directors of the physical education of that respected college and the university also to have some sessions to nurture them, to give some orientation courses to the students. Somewhere we find a big lacuna, because when we see at all India inter-university level tournaments, zonal tournaments, so these has to be grown up in the country. So we as a physical education teachers and the fraternity of sports has to look into life skills much more in coming future. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you so much, sir, for touching on these points. And actually we understand, I mean, sir also mentioned about adaptability. We speak about the VUCA world. Has anyone heard VUCA, VUCA? It's an acronym. Have you heard anyone? Just raise your hands. No? Okay, no problem. VUCA stands for volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguity. But we say now it's no longer VUCA, it's the Bani model, which is brittle, anxious, non-linear, and incomprehensible. So basically sports teaches you and actually trains you how to face adaptability, how to be adaptable in various situations. The world is changing so fast. We know China launched the world's fastest internet, 1.3 terabits of data per second, right? Which means you can download 150 high definition movies and just Click of a 1 second, and your 150 movies are downloaded. The world is moving so fast. The point is, so sports actually teaches you how to embrace changes, how to be adaptable, and how to build your perseverance, a lot of life skills. And my dear friends, please understand that these life skills are extremely, extremely important. Even the greatest of all the leaders make mistake. I repeat, you will hear some very big names. Let me just quote you one or two examples. Have you heard, we know like last few months there has been a controversy of working 70 hours, right, per week. Yes, no? Yes, so one of the veterans said that, the younger generation should work 70 hours per week, which was not well taken. At the same time, we had Dipender Goyal, who was an entrepreneur for Zomato. During COVID times, he placed an ad where there are no jobs. Ashish would place an ad on LinkedIn. I will have 2,000 applications in 20 minutes during COVID time, just last year. So Dipender Goyal, who is an entrepreneur, he placed an ad. He's a very successful entrepreneur in India. He placed an ad that I'm going to have 800 openings, and I'm also going to hire the chief of staff, HR. And he gave a job description that this chief of staff should work 24/7, and the traditional mindset of work-life balance will not be applicable. He was jammed, grilled on LinkedIn. You can actually just Google it, you will get it. We know Sundar Pichai, what happened? All of us know who's Sundar Pichai, right? Yes, no? Thank you. So point is, when we know like ChatGPT was launched last year, November, right? Chat Generative Pre-trained Transformer. So Google, what did Sundar? He launched Bard in a hurry. Initially, it made a lot of mistakes. And again, Google was very heavy on him. The point over here is not to criticize. These are all great leaders, great personalities. But it's a question of emotional intelligence. The way you respond, the way you conduct, the way you talk matters a lot, which is taught by sports. Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable inputs. And my next question is to Professor Gurudutt Guy. Prof. Gurudutt, sir? Yes, sir. You are the Dean Academics Controller of Examination, one of the most important function and department in a university. Again. So my question to you, sir, is how do you encourage a lifelong interest in sports and physical activity for the students? Because generally the mindset is, it's a wrong mindset, by the way. We think that sports should only be done in schools, colleges, universities, and after that, tada, goodbye to sports. A clear no. Sports have to be ingrained throughout your life. So how do you think you actually take initiatives so that this younger generation, who are going to be the future leaders of our country, understand that sport is going to be, I have to live lifelong along with it. It has to be a way of my life and not just a mere hobby. So what steps do you take, sir?
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank to the organizers to given me the opportunity to speak to you all on certain aspects of physical education and sports education. See, till an individual starts a life by birth and finishes at the time of death, the total span is very important. And in this total span, the sports or physical education must be the integral part of their life. It is very, very essential not only to get the employment or not only to get the name and fame in the sports, but it is very, very important for a well-being of an individual. I personally feel the sports education or physical education remains the same. It is my opinion. Only thing is, this is a point of view to look at a particular movement. If that leads to enhance the performance, name and fame of the country, then definitely it should be named in form of sport education. But when we are talking about the well-being of every citizen, every individual, then definitely it should be considered as a well-being program. If continuing the same at the school level, then definitely it to be named as a physical education. But the nature of activities, variations in the activities, or definitely providing movement in form of either exercise or in form of participating in a particular game. So it is very, very important to be in touch with some physical activities in spite of busy schedule, whatever it may be. But if we are involving it in our daily schedule, then definitely our efficiency bound to be increased. Rightly said by someone, at least you have to spend 30 minutes on you. Then only you will be able to tackle the pressure of the family, society, institutions, organizations, and later on a particular nation. So increasing the capacity, it's very important to take part, take part in the physical programs, maybe whatever the nature it may be, either participating in a games or participating, going to the gym, or maybe physical exercises, or maybe weight training exercises, or endurance exercises, whatever the form may be. So if such things are part of an individual life, definitely that becomes a part of the society, part of the nation, and automatically the desired goal to achieve medals will automatically come to the particular nation. So in India, what I personally feel, giving too much stress on academics does not solve the things, and later on the lifespan also going to be very shortened in case the individual participating in the physical activities or not taking at all involving themselves as a active human being. So first, for a good human being, it is very, very important the activities, exercises, games and sports must be the part of life. That's what I personally feel. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof, for enlightening us with your views. And actually, as Sir has rightly mentioned, that again, this is not only theory. Please understand that all successful people have something in common. Apart from self-discipline, time management, all of them have some sort of routine where they have 1 hour of physical activity. Take the other side down. I'm down the lane, you learn, you guys are going to graduate, get a good job, get good money, and you splurge and you enjoy without taking care of your body. So whatever you're going to earn, a lot of money you're going to spend on medical bills down the lane. And stress is always going to increase. We're talking about technology and everything, robotics. I remember last week, a very senior leader came to me, Ashish, I'm in high stress, I'm not able to perform my job, I need some help. I asked, hey, what happened? Come, I caught him, let's go for a cup of coffee. And I actually asked him, what happened? What's giving you stress? And he said, Ashish, I've posted something on Instagram and no one has liked for the last 30 minutes. That caused him stress. It was hilarious, but what I'm saying, the modern day will come with a lot of stress. So sports will actually make and shape an entire personality. We talk about intellectual quotient, we talk about emotional quotient, we talk about learning quotient, we talk about spiritual quotient, and we talk about adaptability quotient. So these 5 quotients put together will make you an all-rounded personality. So it's very, very important that you embrace sports lifelong, because the moment you're fit, your self-confidence levels, you should know any time what's your BMI, what is subcutaneous fat, what's your visceral fat, and everything. So my point, you should be able to crack, and sports will always make you to look younger and live a much better and a healthier and a qualitative life. That's more important. Thank you so much, sir. And is Dr. Jewelson online? Is there? Okay, I'm gonna. Yes, Dr. Jewelson, are you Are you here? He's joining us from Philippines, by the way, so. So Dr. Jewelson will join us in some time, and in the interest of time, I'll ask the question to Professor Mohan Krishnan. Yes, sir. You are the Director of Sports at SRM Institute of Science and Technology. I have visited the university, a lovely campus, lot of sports facilities.
Do you hear me?
Yes, Dr. Jewelson, are you here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, thank you
Because
so much.
It was disconnected.
Yes.
Because I have just 30 minutes. That's why.
Okay, this is Dr. Jewelson from Philippines.
Okay.
Is he joining or is he not joining? No? Okay, fine, no worries. Prof. Hassan, no worries. I was told there's another panelist by Dr.
Minutes. Yeah. Come on.
Sure, no problem. So we'll go ahead with the question to Dr. Professor Mohan Krishnan. So we have visited this SRM University, which is a lovely campus, a lot of students from different parts of the globe, actually, a lot of international students as well. So my question to you would be, in today's context, one of the topmost items of a CEO scorecard is having proper diversity, equity, inclusivity, and belongingness. So how do you ensure you train students or do you imbibe this diversity and inclusivity in the sports program at your respective institutions, sir?
Before the answer, sincere thanks to NEP Gwalior Organizing Committee, and also sincere thanks to all the panel members and resource person and my dear students. I request all the students, please rise up, chair clap 2 times, first of all. Okay, this is the second section, it's very difficult to start after the lunch. It's very difficult during my college day also. Please rise up, everyone. Please stand up. Please stand up, everyone. Give a chair clap. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. 2 times. Okay, start. Thank you so much. Thank you. Everyone get up, I think. And the physical education study is a very important, it's a orient to your life. Because after the 50 years, 60 years, the doctor told go for walk, go to exercise, gym. But we learn the basic of sports and basic of exercise, we know about all the things. So all the physical education list of future, as sir told, you are the futures of Indian sports. You only find out the Olympian, you only find out the Asian medalist, because the physical education teachers only find the good sportsman during the school days. After that, the coach, trainers will go for the medal. But the teacher, the basic teacher, to find out the tall boy, come here, you go to volleyball, one shot, you come, you go, you try to sprint, everything. The physical education teacher is a main for the sport, the grassroots sports. As per the question, my suggestion, my answer is inclusive in sports education. It ensures that through adaptive equipments, modified activities, and personalized instruction to accommodate diverse ability, background, and interest. You know that after your study, you go to one institute or school or college or university. What are the infrastructures available? You do a work, you start a work with your passion, then only you achieve. The inclusive sports is very important, and adapted physical education also important. There's 2 things to derive the sports in a good way, then only definitely one day you success. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. And yes, I'm sure that sports actually teaches us how to work in a very diverse platforms. Tomorrow when you guys are going to hit the job market, as during lunch I was talking that Grey College, Blaze are the ones who are the final year students. So you may land up in an organization working in multi-gen. Multi-gen is we have baby boomers who are born 1940s plus, baby boomers, then you have Gen X, Gen Y, Gen Z, millennials, alpha generation. The point is, tomorrow sports teaches you, for example, you're playing badminton, right? So you have 3 more players. You may have someone of different age groups, different backgrounds, but sports is the one thing which will actually, you learn how to mold yourself, how to relate yourself, how to talk, how to speak. So my part, sports teaches you a lot in terms of embracing diversity, trying to understand viewpoints which may not be in sync with you, but how do you accept them in a very palatable situation. So yes, sports teaches diversity, inclusivity, belongingness, how to accept everybody as a team. Today, the cricket team, I can't be sitting and fighting, right? Tomorrow, every organization today, if you look at the World Economic Forum, one of the top qualities required in youngsters for today's context is team players. No more longer, we call ICs, individual contributor roles. No, Ashish and laptop, I'm out of the system. I want a person who can collaborate, who can work in different teams and get the work doing. So teamwork is something extremely important. Is Dr. Joelson online? Yes, no? Sorry? Okay, Professor Hassan wants to ask something. You're most welcome. Yes, Prof. Hassan, sorry, you were trying to ask something. Please go ahead. Prof. Hassan, you want to say something? Yeah, Prof. Hassan, the audience is waiting to listen to you.
Okay, you're back. So, you are back now, but I couldn't hear you.
There must be some technical glitches, sorry for that. Yeah, so the audience is looking, I'm being informed that you want to share something.
Oh.
I think there's a network issue, so
No, it's good. Come on.
So Prof. Hassan,
Sorry.
Do you want to say something? Okay, no worries. We'll go to Dr. Joelson in the interest of time. So Dr. Joelson, you are joining us from Philippines. Could you please unmute yourself? Oh yeah, thank you so much. Thank you for the smile. It's good.
Good afternoon, sir.
Very good afternoon. And you are the chairman for International Association of Physical Education. So I want to ask you a slightly technical question, okay, because you're trying to bring some diverse element in the panel. So how do you balance the integration of traditional sports with emerging trends and technologies? We talk about IoT, Internet of Things, we talk about artificial intelligence, machine learning, virtual reality, augmented reality, extended reality, mixed reality, metaverse. We're talking about multiple ways. So how do you ensure that these emerging technologies are embedded in the sports education on an international level?
Good afternoon, sir. Sir, can you hear and see me, sir? Hello, sir.
Yes,
can
Dr.
you hear
Jones.
and see me?
Yeah.
Okay, sir. So relative to your question on how to integrate traditional sports in the current emergence of different artificial intelligence, most of this artificial intelligence and technologies that we have been using and have already emerged, just like the chat GPT and so many more, which most of the students, even here in the Philippines, are really dependent on getting answers and even information relative to take-home questions or any sports-related activities that they are given to them. Here in the Philippines, most commonly, we do integrate traditional sports by cultural preservation, making sure that traditional sports such as we have arnis in the local term, it's the use of 2 sticks to defend yourself, And with this, we are integrated this in the curriculum that we have, which most tertiary level education and higher education institution are using this traditional sports as part of their physical education subject and as form of culminating activities relative for opening or even having such activities related to sports. Most especially, we need to understand the limitation on how we will properly use technology. We cannot get rid of technology because it isn't our work, but we also need to understand that technology is there for us to help, but not to overcome us or not to outwit us. We need to make sure that what has been there for centuries or even a couple of years must be preserved, not only in integrating this into physical education, not only into sports education, but all multidisciplinary approaches, so that all students understand that it's not about only but also and psychomotor areas of learning. Definitely focuses on teaching and pedagogy and curriculum enhancement relative to sports education level in grassroots level up to the elite athletes. So thank you so much for this opportunity to give insights relative to how to integrate this traditional sports into the education, even the emergence of technologies that also lead us, but will also may instruct us if not be used properly. Thank you very much. Sorry.
Sure. Thanks, Dr. Joelson. Prof. Hassan, would you like to say something?
Yes, because I didn't hear your questions, but I think they asked me yesterday about motivation and how to motivate students to engage in physical education and sports. So for many times, intervention studies conducted in physical education followed several recommendations here in France because teaching styles have been shown to be malleable. It seems prudent to educate physical education teachers about the importance of satisfying students' basic psychological needs. I mean by that we need to provide opportunities for choice and input, empathize with the student's perspective, demonstrate and or establish peer learning groups, support cooperation, so that teachers can learn to structure physical education and sports education classes in motivational adaptive ways. And also, when students is not inherently interested in some particular activity, the physical education teacher might use some autonomy supportive techniques. For example, providing meaningful rational expressing the importance of practicing in that activity. For example, health benefits, explain health benefits of physical activity. Secondly, acknowledge the student's feeling and perspective for the activity. And finally, you can use language that conveys choice rather than control. For example, asking you may want to as opposite to you have to. So that is some way to motivate and to engage a student in physical activity. And maybe in my speech tomorrow in K lecture, I will talk a lot about the positive engagement in physical activity for health. So thank you very much, and I hope it was okay for you.
Sure. Thank you so much, Prof. Hassan. Thank you so much for your words. And just before we kind of wind up, I'm just going to touch one point on which sir also mentioned, was about the diversity part of it. We know how last year, India became the world's highest populated country with 1.4 billion population. And if you take the world meter, it states that more than 50% of our population is younger, below the age of 25, and more than 65% of our population is below the age of 35 years. What does this mean? It actually raises very, very important questions. It means that we have the world's highest number of generation Gen Z on the planet, on our country, in India. So which means, we can clap loudly, don't worry. So this actually brings us to a very interesting point, that when we have such high populated country, how do we strike or how do we trigger the demographic dividend? This is done actually by investing in human capital management. It's very important to understand that today, if we do not strike this demographic dividend basically means when you have working population much more than the non-working population. So what will happen if we do not have the populations working? They'll go into wrong habits, they'll become a burden to our country, they'll become burden to our GDP. Today we know India ranks number 5 after US, China, now Japan has come to number 4, Germany, Japan and India. And Narendra Modi ji mentioned, my vision is to ensure that India should become a developed country. Our GDP is going to increase in the next 3 years to 5 trillion. And we want India to become a developed country by 2047 or even before than that. So it's very important that each one of us understand the importance of sports. How do we contribute? It has a direct impact to our economy, because a healthier population, as during one of the speakers mentioned in the morning, a healthier population means lesser medical bills. We are contributing more to the GDP of the country. It's very important, and that's how India will become a super world power. And that's what Sri Narendra Modi ji on the Independence Day mentioned. The 3 Ds are the backbone of our country: diversity, democracy and demography. These 3 Ds will define India for the next coming years. So with these words, we would like to end our panel discussion, and if we have time, we can ask 1 or 2 questions. Do we have time? Yes, no? Yes? So can we please invite 1 or 2 questions? And we'll have diversity, so 1 ladies and 1 gentleman. Any question? Yes, somebody? Please raise your hand. You can pass on the mic. Yes. There's a lady, ma'am, with the pink color dress. Somebody can pass on the mic. Or ma'am, why don't you please come to the front? You can briefly introduce yourself, your name, and to whom do you want to ask a question. Do we have extra mic? Or you can take this mic otherwise. So ma'am, please introduce your name and which department you're a faculty or whatever it is, and then just...
Yes.
Yeah.
Namaskar aap sabko, and thank you so much to adding my name for calling this type of question. Firstly, I am Archana, professor in physical education and HOD in University of Allahabad. I want to say something little bit regarding your statement, the youngest population. Yes, it is maybe the matter of privilege and or the clap also. But are we ready? Which type of youth we are? We are energetic, we are fit, we are more asked to do something in action, or only talks are there. Third one is, whenever the youth is there, after some time, we must be welcome our most old people, generation we have. There is any plan from the side of physical education? Only duty of physical education is this, the teaching the classes or take the activity classes? What is the plan for the nation? What is the plan for the youth fitness? What is the plan for elder person's fitness? If the fitness is there, the everything can possible. Because the unhealthy people make the unhealthy society, and unhealthy society make the unhealthy world. So what is the plan of physical education? This is the one thing. Second thing, Khelo India is motivate the people for competitive sports. What's about the recreational activities? What's about the fitness activities like that? Number 3, if we include the things, we never forget the third and very important aspect. We all are know the kids, children always love or like the movement. And dramatically, we know in India, very unfortunate to say to all of you, are you aware, dear kids, कभी प्राइमरी में फिजिकल एजुकेशन टीचर देखा? नो. जहां सबसे ज्यादा जरूरत एक फिजिकल एजुकेशन टीचर की होनी चाहिए, वहां पर एक मैथ्स, एक साइंस और एक लैंग्वेज का टीचर होता है, और उसको वो एक्टिविटीज उसको वो एक्टिविटीज करानी पड़ती है, लर्निंग बाय डूइंग इन साइंस, लर्निंग बाय डूइंग इन मैथ्स. Now the time has come and recognize the people, the fortunate and power of physical education and sports in such a manner that all fields depend on you nowadays. Why? Because government totally focus on sports and activities, so must be include all these aspects in our discussion, because this is the sports education, not only physical education. And Ghai sir is prominently work on this, and he is always differentiate what is the role of sports education and what is the role of physical education. Ultimately, aim is one. Sorry, it is my little question to add in the answers also. Sorry to all of you. Thank
First of all, I think, ma'am, you have covered. You have actually very beautifully articulated the challenges which you are facing in our country. And also you asked a very pertinent question as to what exactly is the definition of sports. This is just theory, because we all know as teachers, we have students learn by listening, by seeing, and their kinesthetic way of learning, where they actually learn by doing things. There are different forms of learning. So who would like to throw light on this question? Anyone? So anyone would like to throw a question on ma'am's?
Rightly said by Professor Archana from Allahabad. The real concern are many, not only achieving medals at the higher level. That's why in my explanation I told, everybody must be involved at least half an hour of physical activities. It means it applies to the primary school children also. But unfortunately, we don't have so far at our education system, we don't have physical education teacher post at the primary level. Recently, few of members are here, even Archana is also the part of that committee. Now, can I explain? Okay. Now, the planning, what planning is going on? The school teachers will be at 4 stages. School physical education teachers will be at 4 stages. One is foundation stage, second is preparatory stage, then third is middle stage, and fourth one is secondary stage. And now, what the government is planning, I don't know how many years it will take to come to the picture or on reality. Every teacher will have a specialization of a particular stage. If suppose I did the specialization in foundation stage, then I will be the teacher of foundation stage only. Then if somebody else is a specialization of a middle stage, he will be the physical teacher of the middle stage, and he will deal only the middle stage. If this imagination will come into the reality, definitely we'll have 4 teachers at the school level. One for foundation stage, one for primary stage, one for middle stage, and one for secondary stage. And then this TGT, PGT will also go out. Every teacher will get the similar pay. This is also a future. So I hope so the things will come to the finalization as quick as possible. So means there will no variation or deviation between a secondary school physical teacher versus trained physical education teachers versus primary physical education teachers. So if the scale remains the same for each and everyone, then definitely those are really interested to work with the kids. Definitely they will opt for foundation stage of physical education, or somebody may take the middle stage or maybe the secondary stage. So this is very, very essential aspect. She rightly explained about the present scenario at the schools, but this scenario going to be changed, I think, in next 5 years. So hope so. And at one of the platform, they said there is no need of physical education teacher for different stages. Only 2 is okay. I said, when it is applicable to the normal education, why not it is applicable to physical education also? When you are having same breakup for education, so same breakup will be applicable for physical education also. So hope so. There will be a physical education teachers at primary level also, and that will be 2. One is for founder stage, second is for preparatory stage. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Hello.
Yes, sir. You have a question?
Yeah, I have one question, sir.
Yes, sir. To whom do you want to ask?
Anybody from
Anyone?
the panelists.
Okay, fine. Yeah.
Sir, good afternoon. Dr. Vasant Jhende from Pratishthan Mahavidyalaya, Paitan, Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar, Marathwada University, Chhatrapati Sambhaji Nagar. Sir, yes, I would like to continue with what Dr. Archana Madam told. It was regarding the school. She has been explaining what is the scenario at present now. What is the scenario of physical education or sports in the higher education? I would like to tell you, sir. First thing, the college has been affiliated by the NAC. It is a mandatory scenario that you have to do the cycle of a NAC, and then only you will be graded. So that is one of the mandatory scheme, and in that activity, physical education or sports is given very least marks weightage is given to the to that particular event. That means in the sports. Also, I have working from last 15 years in this field, so I saw that there are very less participation in the competition. So what has to be done? So one thing is there is a less number of participation. If there is a less number of quantity, how will you produce the quality? That is one thing. And if there are no funds available in the colleges, because colleges are run by the private, private persons. Okay, private aided colleges are there. So they are not interested to pour the money which is having a very less weightage. So, sir, just Gai sir told now that hypothetically that this will be taken into the consideration and then that this will be follow. But sir, physical education director or physical sports director is already in the job and they do not have any such kind of privilege to do anything because there is a less amount of money. If you see nowadays the technology has been changed, even the basic equipments which is needed for the sports, just like kabaddi and everything, we just require this thing, powder, and this, we can have the event can be started and completed. But nowadays, there is a mat is there is a huge money is been poured in that. So what has to be, so my question is that, sir, so what is this, I'm taking this opportunity to know whether it is happening in our university or this is happening, this is the scenario in all over the country, because it is an international conference and all the people from all over the country came here. So just would like to ask, if this is the scenario, then we have to, as a physical teacher, as a sports, we have to do something for this, because if the number of people are
so just 1 second, you'll have to keep your question very brief and short.
Yes,
there are
yes,
other people who are waiting, so
okay,
let's respect everyone,
okay.
please. Are you done with your question?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Would anyone like to answer in 1 or 2 minutes, because we have one more sir is waiting for one more question. Let me just answer 1 minute. After this, we'll be out. You want to answer his question? Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. All the young staff is sitting here and my colleagues are sitting here. I want to know, we are since morning, we have come here to attend the National Education Policy of 2020. but none of us has spoken on the national education policy. You know what are the changes have already been taken place. The first thing is Professor Guru and Professor Fulkar. When I was a Vice Chancellor here, Ministry asked us to submit your proposal which can be added in the new education policy. And we have submitted the same pattern which Guru has explained regarding the foundation stage, primary stage, intermediate stage, and main stage, where we proposes that in foundation stage we will tell them a teacher will be expert in non-locomotor activities, so how to do the non-locomotor activities for the kids. And when he go for the locomotor activities, and after that he can go for any game, because the kid, he has a fickle mind. Sometimes he goes to the football, sometimes he goes for the cricket, and then after that he choose one game. But when this proposal was submitted in the ministry and Guru was called, Professor Guru, I am calling him Guru because he is my classmate also. So when he went to attend the meeting, the NCERT chairperson that time, she objected. She objected that this cannot be added. Reason being because you comes in the co-curricular activities. Now in this education policy, the drastic change has come, and it is beneficial to all of you that this physical education has come in the concurrent list of the courses. It means we are in the mainstream like physics, mathematics, economics, sociology, we are in the mainstream. That's why I am trying my level best that this physical education also be opted as one of the papers, the civil services examination. So one of the area also can be open for the physical education, not only army, not only physical education teacher. Second thing, if you see, the last scenario was TGT used to appoint in KVS, any other schools, and he used to retire as a TGT only. So there was no motivation. Why he will work? Because he are not getting salary enhancement, he is not getting recognition, the school is not providing funding. Now the education policy has taken this place. If you go through the 300-page document, in that more than 40 times sports word is been used. More than 30 times yoga science has been used. More than 21 times physical education been used. Means now government, especially thanks to our Prime Minister, who is giving equal importance to us. Second thing, we also have to change our scenario, our mindset. We are here to prepare a teacher. No, the time has gone, because there are thousands of colleges in all over India who prepare teachers of physical education. There are other fields also. There are different multidisciplinary approaches. You can be biomechanics expert, you can be sports psychology expert, you can be analyst, you can be sports nutrition expert. There are different fields where you have a big chance. And we have to deal with the industry. And we have to deal with the different stakeholders who can be. And second thing, none of the university.
So just one, I'm getting a thing that...
Just 2 minutes, sir.
Sure.
Rajput, just 2 minutes. None of the university, especially in the field of physical education sports, started incubation center in their university. I was trying, but Corona, when I was here, but because of Corona, we could not do it. Incubation center gives a chance to the youth to come, bring your ideas. We provide them mentors, groom them, send them to the industry, wake them up, and then wherever he get a chance, he can start up his own startup or entrepreneurship program. That is the way how we have to proceed. And we have to work very hard. We don't want to give chance to others if physical education doesn't do anything, which old generation is doing. They are joining, but they are not working. This is a fact. And that's why we have been blamed. Now the change has come, and youth, the torch is in your hand. You can do this thing. All the best. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for enlightenment. Last but not the least, 10 seconds. Coming out of this administrative matters, because we are in the higher ed space and all of you are adults, I would say your physical fitness, you are responsible for your health. Okay? So no more passing on the buck to your school, college, principals, government. No. Tomorrow when you join the job, you can't say my manager, CEO, you are responsible. My thing is, please ensure that you take personal good care of yourself. Thereby, if all of you take good care, automatically our country will be taken care. Thank you so much.
Thank you, panelists. I now request Dr. Sanjeev Yadav, Honorable Registrar, LNIPE Gwalior, to present the memento to the panelists of the session. First, we'd like to felicitate Professor Deepak Mane, Thank you, sir. Next, we would like to felicitate Professor Gurudat Ghai, sir. Thank you, sir. Now we'd like to felicitate Professor Mohana Krishnan. Please give a round of applause. Thank you, sir. Next, we would like to felicitate Mr. Ashish Mittal. Thank you so much, sir.
We are also thankful to Professor Hasne and Professor Jevelson, who has joined us online. Thank you to all the panelists. Thank you, sir. My apologies to all the audiences and experts. There will be no tea break we will do after some time. So, and I request also to all the audience, please very brief with your questions so we can save time and we can conclude our session on time. Heading towards our next keynote address, which will be given by Dr. Saji Prabhakaran, the Executive Committee, Asian Football Confederation, with the topic Football Roadmap for India. Now I request Dr. Saji Prabhakaran, please. Sir.
First of all, I would like to thank the management here for giving me this opportunity to be here today. And for me is back home because I don't know how many of you know, I spent considerable number of years here as student and as scholar, in total 9 years. So therefore, I have a lot of great memories from here, and it's real homecoming for me, and happy that this is organized with a lot of international experts, invitees, and I'm sure the students will get enriched and you will think of something new in your horizon. That way you will get to your career goals and contribute in the nation development as well as in your chosen areas. Yeah, the topic of my presentation, I don't know how many of you follow football. May I ask? Like, how many of you? Very few. Yeah, that it doesn't give me that energy, but I'll turn everyone into, at the end, if I succeed to turn everyone, each of you to follow football from tomorrow, then I think I have achieved something. Yeah, and yes, it's about Indian football, and I'm really, very, very privileged and very fortunate that, from the 8-year-old, I've dreamt of, to be a player, but I could not because, I may not be that talented maybe. I was not trained. I didn't have that opportunities. And then, I had injuries. But then I thought of, focusing, fully dedicating into football, and I succeeded. I've created my own plan. I had my own design to reach somewhere, and I think I was fortunate that I am in that path, still in that journey, and I don't know when that will end, but definitely it will continue. So as far as the roadmap of Indian football is concerned, as you all know, that India at present is 117th ranked in the world, and in last 2 months we have come down from 102 to 117. That's the fastest kind of slip we had in last 1 decade. The highest ranking was 94 in 96. That almost 30 years back. Yeah. So a roadmap, for everyone needs roadmap. Everyone needs a strategy. Everybody needs a design. If you have a goal, you need to put it in a plan, and then you have to work towards it to reach there. Whether you want to be a coach, whether you want to be a successful physical educational professional, or whether you want to be a successful manager, or whether you want to be a CEO of any company or any sector, or you want to establish as a thought leader in your given area. So you all need roadmap. Without a roadmap, without a plan, you cannot reach to the destination. Yeah. So like in sport, you need to have a real plan, and that plan cannot be made by one person. It is all the stakeholders who come together, discuss, collaborate, and come to a point, okay, this is where we can reach and this is how we can reach. And before that, we need to do the gap analysis. What is our current situation? The current situation of Indian football is very clear. I am sure who follow, they know, like we are 117th ranked country. In the last Asia Cup held in Qatar, we were the 24th ranked team there after the end of the competition, which is super sad. We should not be. We don't deserve that. We were much better than that, but then things happen. But see, when you design something, you have to have different pillars. And when I was part of the All India Football Federation till the last few months, we launched the Vision-2047, a strategic roadmap called for next 24 years. And by 2047, our plan was that we will be top 4 in Asia. 100 million children be part of grassroots football. We will have 350,000 coaches. We will have, very good governance. We will have super talent, because the world will look towards us as the talent destination. Today, my friend Luis is here, a Brazilian. He Brazil has won the World Cup for the 5 times, and we have, and he has spent considerable now of years here to give the knowledge to Indians and motivating, and he's still trying. And the first part is the governance. The pillar to do something is your governance. The good governance structure basically determines a solid foundation for anything you want to do. If the governance structure, if there is no transparency, if there is no, the leadership, as somebody has like Hemant mentioned about the leadership, if there is no transformational leadership today, if they are transactional leadership or a very autocratic leaders, we cannot change, because we will not be able to bring the changes what we need in the system. The governance is key. That's a fundamental. Yeah, that's the first focus. How the sport is governed, how the sport is perceived, how whether it is inclusive, whether whether the financial governance of the sport is as people are trusting the organization, the leader is seen to be doing the right thing, and the people who are governing the sport or who are part of the sport are the right people. So therefore, these are the things which solidifies the plan, and the people gets the confidence that these people are the right people and they are governing the sport in the right way. They have the right regulation, they have the right statutes, they have the right model, and they are engaging all the stakeholders in the way that you will lead up to that vision. Yeah, that is very important. Then comes your talent. If we all know that none of our players are playing abroad, but our women's are playing. Yeah, I don't know how many of you know. 4 or 5 women are playing in European leagues, and more in the times to come they will play, because our women's ranking is lower than the men's ranking. We have much more potential, no doubt, but the talent scouting, talent development, elite player development is a problem, because our clubs still not doing that thing right. Yeah, and that's a huge gap. And if you compare, like 75 billion euro was the transfer money generated by the clubs globally from 2014 to 2023. So that's the industry, the football industry value in terms of only the transfer money. Yeah, and that too dominated by the English Premier League. That's around 37%. So that's the strength. And India, with when we are going to reach the 5 trillion economy, there will be more money in the system for football to attract, because today football anyway is the fastest growing sports among children in India. Cricket is second. I'll tell you, we don't have the data, but if I was working on that to get the data so that we can present that to people. So therefore, the talent scouting, talent development is one of the gaps. So we need a pure plan. And then comes the coach education. We need the right coaches from the foundation stage, from the grassroots to the elite to the professional level. We have only in our system 12,000 coaches for a population of 1.4 billion. In Japan, they have more goalkeeper coaches than our total coaches. So that's the huge gap we have. So we need more number of trained coaches from who can deal the children from a 3-year-old, 4-year-old till they are professional. So that is the huge gap. We have to really fast track developing the coaches, and that is where more collaboration is required. And then we need solid referees. We have only one referee so far who has officiated in the World Cup, that too in 2002. No referees have reached that far. So we need to, if we need to organize more competitions, more games, we need the right kind of referees. So we need the referees to be there, and that need to be worked, from the grassroots level. We have that gap, huge gap. And then the biggest and the most biggest gap is our competition. Because we don't have the right competition at the grassroots level, at the youth level, at the elite level for women's, and we might have the competition for the top clubs. But that is, like you are trying to be in the primary school and then thinking to go to an IIT. It cannot happen. You need to have, your secondary schools, higher secondary schools, and then you prepare yourself to be in IITs and to be, planning to go to, MITs or something. So therefore, the competitions, adequate number of competitions are not there with, all across the country. Maybe there may be one or two states where there may be competitions are there. So these are, huge gap. And then comes your national team. The national team has to be the focus point, focal point. And that we need to have a blueprint for that. How we are going to, play a certain competition at certain time, in what form? In what level of players we need to have in that particular team. What is our philosophy of the team which they will play? Whether we would adopt a Brazilian model, whether we adopt a tiki-taka, or whether we have our own model. So we don't know. So far we haven't, our experts or our organization has not come with the philosophy. We were, trying to come up with, we were working, but I don't know where we are now. But we need that philosophy. How if we I don't know how many of you know that the Belgium been the ranked one countries for many years, yeah, and their population is very less. And you all know like how Iceland played being beating those big teams in the Euros and the World Cup, all that with 365,000 people. So it is, at the end, it is not about the people. It is about the system, it is about the structure, it is about having a good leadership, and all that. And then you need to gain the commercial strength, the commercial value. In India, the IPL is like, one of the topmost sporting properties in the world. It is the top 4 sporting properties in the world. And the 80% of the money which is generated by international cricket comes from India. So therefore, but football, it is struggling. Commercially, it is struggling. There are people who runs academies, who runs clubs. You have to ask them. It is super difficult to get a sponsor, get the investor. So therefore, why? Because one is perception still not right. There is no belief that, okay, we will be able to achieve something, we will be able to reach something. So that way, the value proposition, the value what our football is creating is not generating enough positivity around. But cricketers, so they have icons, they have stars. The football need to find a one star. Yeah, one day it will happen. What we will have, like I don't know how many of you know Mohamed Salah, the Egypt who plays in Liverpool. He is the topmost star in Egypt. He can be tomorrow prime minister if he stands. That popular he is, and he drives the nation together, and that will happen to India. One of us from India will be going to play either in EPL or in La Liga or in one of the top leagues. I don't know what will happen in 5 years, whether the league in Asia will be the biggest. Maybe, as the Saudis are investing, to more than 2,000 million into football. That's big, yeah. So therefore, the roadmap is like creating a road to reach to a destination. Yeah, if the roads are bumpy, if the roads are broken, if the roads like we see in the news, the bridges collapse, and then you cannot cross. So that is the situation for us in Indian football. We are trying to create a roadmap, but then there are a lot of breaks, lot of hurdles, lot of holes in it, and that way we are not in that consistently going towards achieving that excellence. And our when we talk about competitiveness, I'm sure you all know that 211 countries play football. Yeah, they are the members of FIFA. and not any other sport. It is more than the UN membership. Yeah. So that big competitive football is, and I don't know how many of you followed the Asia Cup, recent Asia Cup. It generated 7.9 billion impressions in the social media and all across the media channels. And that's what big football is. Yeah. So therefore, the most opportunities, the most employment opportunities will be generated in India in football in 5 years, 7 years. Take it in writing. It will. Why? Because we have more clubs. Our target is to get 100 professional clubs by 2047, and those one professional club can employ 1,000 people. I don't know how many of you read, like if you go to either Liverpool or Arsenal or Manchester United or a Real Madrid or a Barcelona, their employees, from 1,000 to 2,000 people, and across the professional careers. Like, some of you can prepare yourself to be a, analyst for Manchester United sitting here. Because for one team, you need maybe 100 analysts. Each player will have your own one specific analyst. And that's deep it is going, with AI coming in. And one of the other thing what is required in the roadmap is the digital transformation. The how AI, artificial intelligence and big, machine learning changing things, every day. And without that, you will be handicapped. So therefore, the faster we adopt technology, AI into the system, from training to the assessment to the competition management to the marketing, promotion, age fraud, your doping, everything will be AI driven. Yeah, it doesn't mean that AI will going to replace the big jobs. No, it is going to assist human to do their job much better, and there will be called collaboration between AI and human, and that's how we will see a better world, and that way we will be able to deliver better product, better talent, better, because see, if Cristiano Ronaldo or a Messi, we all like to see them, yeah, and in India there are so many Messis and Ronaldos, believe me, but what they require is the support, that roadmap for them to see that, okay, they can reach there. And that's the gap we need to cover. And when we all can work together, and we all have to dream big. If we are in that well, and we are not, trying to change our outlook, we will be there only. And the world will go to, newer level. And that is the level of competitiveness we have. So therefore, you all can play a bigger role. So try to prepare yourself to get that big job. And those big jobs can pay you in millions. And you can be, startups, entrepreneurial mindset you need to have. You as a student, you should not think of only, trying to get a job in a school or a college or somewhere, but then try to think you can give 1,000 employments yourself. So you can be, like our Prime Minister says always, that to be, rather than be an employee, be an employer. Yeah, and that's the mindset you need to have, and that way you will be able to change the profile of your profession. The physical education profession needs great leaders, complete change management in the way you operate. I'm telling you, because I'm observing everything externally, I can say you can contribute a lot from the grassroots to the top. But that you need to think in a very different direction. And to think different direction, you need to have, greater motivation and ability to work as a team and to collaborate. And don't think that what you know is the end, is what everything is. Yeah. So therefore, let's collaborate, let's work together and join hands to create something unique for the country, where you will be making the nation proud, yourself proud, your family will be proud. You are at the end of the day, you will think that whatever time you have devoted, you have gone out enriched to contribute for your sport, for your country, and for your family. So therefore, when the roadmap for me, it will take time for you to see, because no sport transformation can be, spoken in words. It has to be in action. And that action is key. And we talk a lot. In India, we talk a lot in every sport. But then, how much we do, that is where our credibility comes into question. Yeah. So therefore, let's start working for actionable things and develop yourself to challenge the world, not challenge only India. Let's be the superpower, and the sports can contribute a lot. And you should be motivating the next generation that, the sport should be the first in the line when you choose a career. Because if you go to US, a coach salary is more than the vice chancellor. It's 10 times, 20 times, 100 times. And that's the demand. Yeah. And that's where, the value we need to create. So therefore, don't think that, being a vice chancellor or being a director in a university is bigger. But what is bigger is what you are doing at the end for a sport, for a country, and for a profession. And if you can do that, you will be satisfied in life, and you will do a lot of impact. And that's what football is, and that's why football is called beautiful game. And be part of the beautiful game to see that you will have only positivity in life, and you will learn from failures, no doubt, and you will rock. And thank you once again for this opportunity, and I'm sure I will continue to engage with you all. And if you have any questions, we will talk outside, because I know it's already late. You are running short of time. Thank you for Dr. Sahu for the personal invite. And for me, when any invite comes from LNCP Gwalior or LNIPE Gwalior, and in the meantime there was some LNEP also, but then it is always for me a pleasure. I cannot say no, and I always love to come here, and I want to see this organization becomes a premier organization in India and be a role model organization for Asia. And I wish all the best to each of you who are part of this leading institute. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. That was a very informative and motivating session for the roadmap of football in India. Now I request Dr. Pradeep Datta, Professor LNCP Trivandrum, to kindly felicitate Shaji Prabhakaran, sir. Sir, please. I request everyone to give a round of applause. Thank you, sir. Proceeding forward, the next moderator for the keynote address is Mr. Anil Ramchandran, Head of the Physical Education Department, Kannur University, Kerala. It will be my pleasure to invite our next panelist, Professor Dilip Kumar Dureha, former Vice Chancellor, LNIPE Gwalior, Faculty of Physical Education, Banaras Hindu University. I request to give a round of applause, please. Professor Ajay Sahani, Department of Physical Education, Devi Ahilyabai Vishwavidyalaya, Indore. Professor Thierry Pellard, University of Pau, France. Professor Aman Singh Sisodia, Head of Physical Education Department, Jai Narayan Vyas University, Jodhpur, Rajasthan. And Mr. Steve Leon J. Herberts, Belgium.
Very esteemed panelist on the dais, my teachers, delegates, and dear students. I'm sure you must be happy because this is probably the last session. Okay. Anyway, this is a very relevant topic of discussion where we are discussing on research and development in physical education and sports sciences. We all know, and I'm sure you will undoubtedly agree to me regarding the quality of research overall in India and specifically in physical education and sports. Just to highlight on that, I would say India is the third largest producer of predatory articles in the world. This is from 2021 statistics. It should be very, very clear to all academicians and researchers. And we are the sixth largest producer of predatory journals in the world. So this scenario of quality research is clearly undermarked with these two important findings. I'm sure efforts are being made in terms of improving the quality of research. The issues of poor quality research, maybe in physical education and sports, maybe you can recall right from the good olden times, we are still with comparisons, relationships, and predictions. Nothing beyond that. So my first question would be to our esteemed panelist and the former Vice Chancellor of LNIPE, Professor Dilip Kumar Direha. So your vast experience in this field and also being the former Vice Chancellor of a premier institute, how do you evaluate the quality of research being undertaken in our field, both at the master's level and at the higher level where we go for PhD or postdoctoral? And what, according to you, are the shortcomings for undertaking quality research in our field?
Hello, thank you very much. Thank you, Anil. First of all, I extend my grateful thanks to Professor Bora and Professor Sahu and his team for giving me opportunity to meet you again. And I'm very lucky enough to be the first alumni to become a Vice Chancellor of this great institute. Regarding the quality of research, I have a different opinion. If I'll say something, if it touches some heart, please forgive me. My regards to my teacher who is sitting here, who was our mentor also. We have learned a lot from him. Professor Uppal is sitting over here, and he used to teach us research. When we talk about the research in India, we cannot say boldly that we are very good. Nowadays, the researches which are going on throughout India, especially in the field of physical education and sports, it is not practical oriented. We work and we keep our thesis in the library, or sometimes we try to remove even from the library so nobody will read it. Reason being, we don't want to work. We don't want to go to the grassroots level. We just go, collect some data, talk to some people, go for SPSS 22, whatever it is, calculation, submit a thesis, and in other words, I can say, it is a mutual understanding between two friends. I will give as evaluator my friend name, he will give my name, I will clear his thesis, he will clear my thesis. Where is the quality? We are compromising quality. India is India is a biggest youth in the country. But What is the outcome? How many research has been implemented to develop for the higher performance at the global or the national level? I think not even 5%. So this question has to come and we have to answer it. And we have to realize it, why this is gone through. When I was here, I promoted my PhD scholars in LNIPE. Go abroad, present an oral paper. I'll give you visa and the air ticket and everything. And 8 students went there. And they all are in the good job nowadays. Because actual work has to be done. I made mandatory data collection not to be done from LNIPE because they are morning, evening, they are doing a lot of conditioning. So how you come out that what are the changes has been taken place? There are different fields. See, I'll give you latest example of my university where at present I am working. Professor Sushma Gridal is here. One of my scholar under Deepak Dogra is working on the transgenders. Everybody was laughing on him. Why he is working on transgender? There is no scope. But if you see the CUT form in this written candidate, male, female and others. So he said, so what do you mean by others? It is the category of transgenders. Neither he comes in the male, neither he comes to the female category. So and he is very successful. He has almost completed research, and I think he will be very popular throughout India after a few days when he will get the award of their thesis. In previous session, I already told you we have to promote and develop an incubation center in each universities. Reason being, our students, young students, those who are doing masters or PhDs, they have a very sharp mind. They have a lot of ideas. We have to attract them in the incubation center. And we have to provide them good mentors, not only from the university, even from the outside the university. As UGC says, you can have a multidisciplinary approach. You can have a multi-university approach. And that idea can be created, moderated, groom them. And when you are grooming this type of research scholars, they can do miracles. And when they be groomed, you send them to the industry, and there you see the market for them, and then they can work for them for the development of the high performance for the Indian sports. And we are lucky enough, Sports Ministry and our Honorable Prime Minister is helping us. This institute, last time Saji said, I want to bring to Saji, bring to kind attention that this university is already recognized by the International Association of Physical Education and Sports Universities on the world, where 86 universities of the world is the member, and this university also is one of them. So we get a great scope. We have to sign lot of MOUs where our faculty exchange program can be there, our student exchange program can be there, faculty can be attracted, and we can take advantage of different universities of the global level. And they are doing a lot of work. A special thing is, we don't want to work at the grassroots level. The problem is, we want to just patch up and take a degree for the sake of a degree, so we can get promotion. No. If you really want to contribute, you have to work very hard from the grassroots level. So you can get a real-time future, unless otherwise you work. See, we physical educationists, our work is not to go and only do the doctoral work or do the PT and nothing doing. You are the one who can, you are the torch bearer. You can have a best talent search at the grassroots level, and then you can recommend these students to the academies, and where they can be groomed. And when they will be groomed, like Professor Guru was telling, in the foundation course, pre-primary, primary, intermediate, and senior level, they can go and out one game, and they can enhance and they can excel in their areas. But without research, you cannot do this thing. And for that, you need help. You need funding. And there are a lot of agencies India, like DST, UGC, ICR, ISSSR, they fund even now the industries. They are funding, they are working, and even those who are going for the entrepreneurship, they are, if they are good students, they are offering them jobs, and they are taking them and utilizing their talent. I'll give you one very good example. When the last secretary, our Mr. Jolania, when he visited our institute, my all teachers knows here. When he came, he was thinking around and he went to our biomechanics lab. We have developed very high performance labs, technical lab, and we had a team also. This the future vice chancellor of this university will groom them and establish a high performance lab, which can contribute to the enhancing the performance at higher level, at global level. When we were there, one girl from, I think her name was Gwalior, she represented NCC also. She was there. She took some parameters, and she said to my Jolania sir, there is a difference in your leg of 1 inch. And he was, okay, 6 feet height. Everybody is shocked what she is talking. Then he said, yes, you are right. You are correct. Because I got an accident and my one right leg is 1 inch short after the operation. So I have a big heel to patch up that gap. And then he asked me, he recommend your PhD scholars to work in this, make their visa in their airport and that passport, and they will go for a training to UK or Australia or even USA, and when they will come back, Sports Ministry and Sports Authority of India, they will take them so they can work. So we have a greater scope. The only thing is we have to work at the grassroots level. Actual work has to be done. Don't believe on Google datas. Don't believe of compromising the things. You clear my thesis, I clear your thesis. This is being done nowadays, and that's why we are far behind. And nowadays, the world is going very ahead. They are working on robotics. They are working on neurosciences. Sports psychologists is a requirement of the day. It's cognitive development requirement. And because you have to take a quick decision in a fraction of a second during the game. And how they will come up? Outcome will come through research only. And for that, very seriously, we have to go through and we have to work. Thank you very much.
I'm sure the other Indian experts also will have something to add to it. Probably you can come with the questions because the questions are related. So I would ask Ajay Sani sir, you know the UGC's 4-year undergraduate program is on the way. It has been implemented. And there's a higher emphasis on research, where we say the honors with research program, where we have 12 credits for research. And if you see the draft PG curriculum, which has already been released by UGC, 40 credits in the final year, 1 year exit of PG, has 3 pathways. The student can have 40 credits of total research, either 20 credits of coursework and 20 credits research, or maybe 40 credits of coursework. When so much of emphasis is there on research, do you think our academic delivery of research, the understanding of research of our students are the shortcomings? If you connect it with the previous questions of relevance and quality of research.
Good evening to all of you, my respected teachers and my professional colleague. I agree with the Anil and Durya sir statement, but I want to add something extra. UGC has developed the norms that if you have PhD, then you are promoted. Why it is the norms? Then all will do the PhD and the number will increase. We may have some other aspect for promotion. PhD should not be compulsory for the promotion, in my opinion. There may be something, if you write a good book, that will be evaluated by some 3 panel experts, and you may be promoted on the basis of that. If the PhD is compulsory for the promotion, number of PhD will increase and we cannot control that. So I recommend that it is not possible for us to change it, but we can recommend the UGC that PhD should not be related with the promotion, because a good teacher may not be a good researcher. A good researcher may not be a good teacher. Both are different. Research need an aptitude. Research need an aptitude, research mind. But a person may be a very good teacher without doing research. So in my opinion, the research should not be concerned with the teaching. And another thing is there. There are many private universities, we know, and continuous research is going on there. People are not going there, they are getting the degree. That should be also concerned with the government. Government should do something for that. Our students are going to do the research there, and they are telling that 3 lakhs to 6 lakhs fees is there for the PhD degree. They are getting the degree, but they are not doing anything. So it should also be controlled. This is not only the people who are doing wrong thing, government should also change some of their policies. And what the other?
The academic delivery of research, is it an issue?
In the new education policy, the graduation is going to be 4 years. And the people who are getting a considerable grade during 3rd year, they will be allowed to go for the 4th year, and they have to do the research. And at graduation level, I recommend that it should be compulsory for all. And that will develop an idea that people are really interested in research or not. Then who are doing the research in the graduation level in the 4th year, if they are having a good concept of research, they are having a good mind of research, then they can go for the PhD work or something else. If they are not interested in research, they can do something else. Everybody cannot go for the research. It is a mind setup. If you are having a good mind of thinking, query mind is there, then you have to go for the research. Otherwise, it is not compulsory for us to go for the research. But if the promotion is related with the research, we have to do the PhD or some other research work.
Okay, I think I'll go next to Professor Terry Pillard. Okay, I would like to know, can you highlight on the landscape and the emphasis of emerging trends in research in your country and maybe in the whole European countries in general, so that some good practices which can be a model for the country like India?
First of all, I want to thank everyone for inviting me here and having me here. One of the things that I've been hearing a lot since I've arrived around 12 o'clock is people not working on the grassroots level, like colleague was saying here. And that is one of the things that for me is just the opposite around what we have been doing in Europe and what we do in Belgium. Main thing is the studies that I've done is 4.5 years and I'm not finished yet. I still need to do another 2.5 to get the highest level. And then further, it starts immediately with grassroots, and we have the focus to do partial internships on the ground. So, for an example, the first license that we are doing, or the first degree that we are doing, because we get partial degrees within the courses that we are doing, immediately we have 6 months on the floor. So we have to go and work with people who are already having the experience, who have done research on certain attributes, and they give us a lot of information, and we are in the meantime training ourselves to evaluate what we are doing, what we need to do better, and what maybe other solutions are. Because we as youngsters, we come in and we try to give our views, which maybe other people already 20 years, 30 years are just following. So for me also, this is not my first country. Let me first say, I'm now 2.5 years in India. I've been working in Kolkata mostly, but I've also worked in several countries in Africa, and I've worked in Vietnam, for an example. So my main is like Mr. Greco also, and Mr. Charji is direction the footballing part. And yeah, one of the main things that I see here is a lot of the physical education or the coaches are more book-related coaches than they are knowing what to do on a pitch or on a field or whatever sports related it is. And if we look at that in Belgium, for an example, we start with sports at a very young age, is one. Is two, also the educational part. From the age of 12, you can start going into a sports direction. And that doesn't mean that your education is completely different, but there is more sports-related education you're going to get. You're going to get a little bit of psychology from a very young age, 12, 13 years old, sports psychology. You're going to get your biology, you're going to get your anatomy, you're going to get your physiology. Of course, with the age that are more... By the time you're 18, you've got a lot of education already. And in the meantime, if you go direction the elite sports, because that's the difference, you have the normal sports, you have the almost elite, and you have the full professional elite education. In the elite education, there is up until 12-hour sports a week inside the school. I'm not talking outside with your club or with your, if it is cricket, football, if it is cycling, for an example. You are in your club, but you also get at your school up until 12-hour sports. So, and that is not just, if I'm talking football, it's not 12 hours football. You're going to get 6 hours football, you're going to get 6 hours other sports. Because as we also said here, at an age of 12, 13, 14, you start knowing that you want to become that or that in sports, but you're still not sure. I know a lot of examples at the age of 14 where we thought he's going to become a new football player at a top level, and he ends up as a volleyball player or basketball player. Now, for us, the main difference, as I say, is you need to get hours on the field. And if I look at myself, I'm 40 years old. I've been 36 years in the field of football. I've done other sports also, long distance running, cycling, but my main thing was football. That you cannot take away from me. You cannot take away 36 years of football. You cannot take away what I've learned from my colleagues, what I've learned from my coaches, what I learned from even the new coaches now. My youth coach here in India, one of my youth coaches, is doing the B license right now. He's doing his assessment. I'll give you the biggest example there. Here it is. We just had ex-vice president of AIFF who was talking to us. Here it is 9 days. Mine is 1.5 years. So you see the difference there, the courses that we need to do, even just for a football coaching license. A B license has physiology, has biomechanics, has and here I received the 9 days course. I don't see any of that in there. So what I learned here is we have a lot of book specialists. They learn from a book. They come inside a training ground and they think that way I can bring a player, a sportsman, an athlete to the top level. It's not possible. It is a combination you need to find with the right research, with the right combination, with the right experience, and all that together with the hard work, as you said, on the pitch. That's where you can make a difference.
Yeah, I would ask one more lead question to you, because when we consider academic research in our country, and if you take this data and go to the coaches, they don't agree with that. They have their practice. Okay, so how is the situation? Are the coaches receptive to academic research, and do they take it into practice?
I think first of all, if I'm now looking at the footballing part in India, because that's where my experience is, I think most of the coaches are not educated enough to get to a certain level. Most of them don't have a physical education degree. Most of them have not gone to a school, university, college. I don't see it.
There's a gap then.
Yes.
What is done in research.
I think, like Mr. Straji said at the moment, most people who come out of university or get a university degree don't go into football. Football right now is still a poor man's sport, like it is in Brazil, like it is in Belgium, like it is everywhere in the world. It's a poor man's sport, where you can get very rich from, as you see Messi, Ronaldo, Neymar. But it is not that the coaches don't want to do it, but at the moment they are not paid enough to be able to do it. I don't think any of the coaches, except, and my colleague will know more over there, Mr. Luis Greco, because he has worked in some of the professional clubs. I'm sure that most of the Indian coaches, and I'm talking now 99%, don't get a proper salary in football. So they will not be able to have done research, they will not have been able to have done these studies. And what you say also, there are quite a few, and I have a lot of them in my team, for example, who are doing university degrees, but they're never going to school. And they are getting it because of a sports quota, going to play football for the university, but they don't have to go and study. So they get a degree, and at the end of the degree, they don't know. And that is the main difference in Europe. A lot of the players are not the smartest players, are not the brightest players, don't have university degrees. There are some of them. There are one of them that I know in the Belgium national team, for example. He played in Russia for a long time for Zenit St. Petersburg. He has a law degree. He has the degree, and he did that until he was 23, and then only he focused on football. But most football players are, sorry to tell you, but they don't have the possibility to go and study. Even here in India, most of my players that I'm working with, they have one ambition, and one ambition only: get a government job as quickly as possible. And why is that? Because their life changes. These boys that I have, they come from poverty. They have nothing. They don't speak the language. They don't. It's very difficult for me to communicate with them. Even in Bangla, they don't speak Bangla either. They speak their own local language. And it's difficult to understand, but the moment they have a government job, their life is fantastic and is changed. And my president is someone who tries to change the lives of people by giving them the opportunity of getting a job in railway, getting a job in metro, for an example. And I think it's great, but it's things also that stops the development of elite athletes. Because once you get your government job, I see a lot of football players, a lot of sportsmen who are finished. They don't go further to the elite anymore. And what is the difference that, for example, on that part in Belgium, I only know one person who got a government job, an athlete, only one. And she's a high jumper, world champion 2-time, Olympic champion 2-time, I think European champion like 4 or 5 times, and she got the government job after what she did for the sports for the country, as a gift to, look, this is what you've done, and this is how we're going to reward you. And I think for athletes here, there should be a possibility of a government job. There should be that opportunity, but I think it should be after their career, that they can focus with the right people of education to get to the top level, if it is cricket, football, cycling, swimming, whatever, to get to the top level, and then as a reward afterwards, we give you this. And I know it's a problem because you need to be 27 years old, that's the last day, and I've done my research on these things. I do my research on the floor, it's a different setup. But it's a change there, and I really think that sports is going to grow a lot in India. I'm convinced about that. But then these students here need to, one, get an obligation to be on the field, is one. They need to have 6 months, 1 year, 18 months on the field, by following people from the schools who follow them up, by experts who follow them up, because that they will bring forward towards their further education, towards what they want to do with the degree that they have, and that will help your country. But if it is 1 or 2, like you just said, it doesn't work. It needs to be a combination of both.
Definitely. I think we all will collectively agree that the quality of research is a big question, and the lack of bridging the theory and practice. Academic research remains in the library, whereas coaches do their practice according to their conventional knowledge. I think we spoke about the quality of research. fabrication, falsification, and plagiarism are greater issues in research, specifically with the academic research in India. And we will have to say, question the honesty, the integrity, and the ethics of doing research. What do you think? What are the basic reasons, Aman sir, that we are looking at shortcuts in terms of academic achievements as well as doing research? And how do we think that there is a possibility of making a U-turn for all these things?
Thank you very much. Good evening, everybody. Now, it is very difficult when the chance is given at the last. So everything has been spoken and everything has been covered, but there is a scope of chance that I can also share. Even the Anil has also pointed out the things. See, earlier, Turiya sir has clearly specified, looking into the perspective of new education policy 2020 and the roadmap of till 47. First, we have to understand that why research? Need and necessity will bring research. Now, who is needed? Who is having the need, necessity? Then only development will be there. So, the need has to be there, necessity has to be there, and research will follow that thing. Both are two sides of the coin. Now, since this institution is the premier institution in country, and we have all the facilities, students, those who are studying here, have ample of opportunity and the facilities which are available for better research. But when we see the national education policy, the framework of the curriculum, because many of the delegates are from outside the country, and the curriculum which we in country are following, like undergraduate courses and postgraduate courses, and then the research. Now, as per the new education policy, 2 semester will be having certificate course, 4 semester will be having PG diploma, then 6 semester will have degree, 8 semester will have PG diploma, and the 5th year, which Ajay Sahani got missed that thing, the 5th year, that is of 2 semester, will be of research, masters with research. So the new education policy has inculcated this thing in the 5th year. Now, thing is that when I said who needed necessity, there are in India, the school education is of state government, higher education is of central government. Now, the school education, major chunk of the institutions are CBSE, state boards, international board, these are the school. Then these schools are governed by NCRT. And later on, when we go to the higher education, the UGC governs the college education and university education. When we see the number of university in the India, almost 250 university we have, and number of colleges, it is around 800 to 1000. Yeah, it is, yeah, my senior fellow is clarifying that including the private, it is 700. So, when the number of the institutions are there, and you people are wise enough, and we were also wise enough, that we studied from this institute, and now we are holding the post of bigger in the outer than the academic areas. So, when we are here, we talk about physical education. But when we move from here, the ocean is very big. The small part is physical education. We have to be at par with the another academic areas also. Then only our existence will be there. See, we can speak long volumes on physical education, movement education. Even today Smith was there. physical literacy. Even Bali sir was talking about all-round development, holistic approach. See, there are many other things also. Like, see, all things this we get confused here. In our country, like we have the physical education and sports sciences. In developed countries, European countries, there is a movement education also is there. So everything, whatever has been spoken by various nomenclatures, thing is ultimately to have all-round wholesome development, wellness, well-being. And it covers everything here. But thing is that when we move outside from physical education to general education platform, there our existence has to be felt. And existence will be felt only unless and until you have developed research like that thing, anything, patents. See, how many patents we physical education have? No. See, we have to think about this thing. Even, see, the time has changed from grass to cinder to synthetic. See, the surfaces has been made by the people, those who are outside the world of country. Only we have been able to prepare the kabaddi mat and coco mat. That too, thing is good. But various surfaces, now thing is that, first thing is need and necessity. Second, existence. Third is the thrust area. What is the thrust area? And the thrust area will be brought from where? The school education. Schools, children's, they are the major chunk of subjects. We say in research subjects. Ultimately, we want to have an achievement because the present Prime Minister of the country, Narendra Modi ji, is looking towards the 236 Olympic to be organized. So, having organized and thinking wider extravaganza event, but think is that where is the performance? Where we stand in Olympics. So the thrust area has to be identified. And from where it has to be identified? Schools, people from SAI like Datta and all, the high performance and all, they are working very hard on them. And they have worked also. First thing is that the conference which is held here, who is going to listen us? Whatever has been spoken, who is going to listen us? And whatever good things and how it can be incorporated in the education system, that has to be thought of. And thing is that, see, one information, it is very much, even IITs, institute, because Anil was very much particular about the research and quality of research. In the area of sports technology, in the area of technology, science, space, medicine, see, we are far ahead of all the other countries. When the whole world was crying in corona, we developed very early the medicine of the corona. And science, IITs are the pioneer institution. One thing important that I would like to share, I know that my senior panelists must be knowing about this thing. From 2020, all the IITs have been entrusted to start the teachers training courses. Now all the IITs, they are running B.Ed. Why not B.Ed there? All the IITs have been forcefully, only one circular that from next session, the IITs will run teachers training courses. Our course is also a teacher training course. So if the IITians is given the opportunities and we people will be studying there and working together.
Aman sir, I think if you can be brief, and because the question I asked was regarding the honesty and ethics and integrity.
Agree, Anil.
So I think if you can give a highlight on that.
I said nothing much was there to be spoken, but I wanted to stick on the NEP.
Okay.
So I'll conclude very clear. So thing is that the IITs and all, if they are given chances, IIT, IIM, this institution, even why the science centers and NIS centers, they run only coaching courses. They can have the physical education courses because all the facilities are there. And last one more important thing, because the quality, plagiarism, this patentness, these things are talked too much. See, Anil, not to worry, though it is the thing to be worried here. But when we see the other fraternity, other areas, other disciplines, the things are like that only. They are looking for change, and we are also looking for change. And naturally, with this, the type of the deliberation from the experts from the outside the country also and within the country. See, many of the experts today morning, they were speaking and they were delivering the things. They were not from the physical education field. But the understanding, knowledge and implementation factor, they were knowing this thing. So things are there. We have to give the opportunity only when the need arises, and need arises will be from the federations. When we talk about sports, what research has to be done? The federation has to be incorporated with the universities and the institutions. Then only we'll have what actually federation they want, how high performance excellency is thought of. So the federation and our students, because in country the central university has a better resources, institution like our Gwalior and Trivandrum, Sai centers, there the students are to be sent, our students. Second, last one, when I say forcing, pressing, see, when the thrust area has come to be known, the universities, by what Maiduraya ji was clearly wanted to say, see, students are not to be told to bring the title, subject, topics for the research. The department should entrust that these are the areas on this, those who are interested to do researches, and they are welcome for this thing. This thing has to be there. One more thing, because what the process of giving the research, we have a national level test, NET, National Eligibility Test. See, the higher percentile person, they get JRF and eligibility for lecturership. Then leftover next some stage of the percentile, they get the eligibility for only lecturership. There should be 4 factors.
I think Aban sir, you can be a little brief because we are running short of time.
Now fourth one is that first one, people with JRF, eligibility for lecturership and patentship. And those who are going to do this thing, they will be given extra benefit. Second one, JRF with research. Third one with NET, eligibility for lecturership. And the fourth one, those who are at the later percentile level, they are to be made eligible for only research. No option open for the other people, any university, to have a separate examination system for conducting or calling the research scholar. These are my views. So I am very sorry that I took late.
It's okay. I think we'll have just a couple of questions more because it's already running short of time. I think next question is to you, sir. Yeah. Sir. Funding in research, especially in physical education, sports sciences, is it the shortcoming for undertaking?
Yeah, it's a very shortcoming, no doubt about it. And they are the funding agency, and some of the 90% of our students doesn't know, even some of the teachers, they don't guide them from where they can be funded, like GST, ICSR, ICSSR, DST and UGC. But now the industries like Coal India and other things, they are also helping, and if you work for them, go for the internship, they are helping them. Now my thing is, we must have a research ecosystem. Unless otherwise, we must have a research ecosystem, and deep-rooted research from the actual grassroots level, we cannot do. And I agree with Anil, and I want one answer from Professor Anil also. See, in my opinion, if the player is studied, so his IQ and EQ level is high. When his IQ and EQ level is high, he can perform better than the player who is not educated. I think you are a sports psychologist, great. You can give some highlight on this, on IQ and ecosystem related to performance and research.
Yes. I think I'll move on to Professor Ajay Sani for the last question. Sir, we have, as a nation, innovation as a major emphasis. innovation. Okay, if you see there's a global innovation index. 2016 we were 86 in the world ranking. 2022, as per the latest ranking, we are 40. So research is one area where innovations can happen. Do you think there are possibilities of interdisciplinary and transdisciplinary research possible? How can it be leveraged so that a premier institute like this can take up such areas?
I always prefer the research should be interdisciplinary, because two mind is better than one mind, and more mind is better than two mind. In physical education, we are having so much subjects. We are having science subjects also, we are having art subject also, management is also, and sometimes we are taking the research in the sports psychology, sometimes we are taking research in the sports biomechanics, sometimes exercise physiology. If we are taking research in the exercise physiology, if a pure physiology person is related with us, or we are taking the help of him, then the quality of research will improve. So, in my opinion, a team should be developed to do the research, and before going for a research, we should survey the need-based problems. What are the problems is there? Normally we are seeing a trend. If we are having a biomechanical software, most of the students are going for a biomechanical research. If we are having a good type of psychological questionnaires, most of the students are going for the psychological research. That should not be there. What is your interest? Your interest is mixing with your guide interest, that should be there. When somebody comes with psychological problem, I am not interested because I don't interest in the psychology. So guide interest and student interest should be mixed, and if a team is working, the quality of research will improve. So I think for the quality of research, a interdisciplinary concept should be developed. In many universities, in our universities we are having that interdisciplinary research can be promoted. Some of the physiotherapists are doing research in our department, but sometimes we are ignoring, we are avoiding why other people are coming in our profession. I think that is the good thing. If other people are coming in our profession, the quality of research will improve. We may also go in the other areas. If we are doing a research in psychology, we can go in the psychology area. There are other fields. Women health is there, child health is there. Obesity is very alarming problem for the world. Obesity management area is there, obesity assessment area is there. Mainly we are doing the research in the field of sports performance enhancement. So that is a good area, but we are having so much allied areas where we can do the research. And if you are doing any research in allied field, we must have some specialists from the other area, so for improving the quality of the research.
So I think with this we'll wind up the panel discussion on research. Of course, we all have collectively agreed regarding the apprehensions of the quality of research which we are undertaking in our field. And to leverage it higher, I'm sure we need to look into other areas, cross the boundaries of disciplines, engage other professionals. Maybe IT people can combine with us, where we can have the artificial intelligence can be incorporated into certain sports analytics. So we need to look into other boundaries and cross the boundaries so that the research in our area is in par with other sciences. So thanks to all the panelists. Yeah, I'm sure, see, the question put forward to me, I have been a badminton coach. I've trained a badminton player who's playing for India, Trisa Jolly, and all her data was my research. All her training was my research. So I think the practice of any coach is research-based, is data-based. Without a data, there is no practice for a coach. So once you go in that line, I'm sure the physical factors, the technical factors, the physiological data, the performance data, as well as the cognitive aspect, which Professor Dilip Durega engaged on. All these are priorities which requires assessment, monitoring and enhancement for uplifting the performance of any athlete to the Olympic podium. Otherwise, there is no chance for that. So with this, thank you all for the panelists. Thank you for the opportunity for this wonderful panel discussion.
Thank you, Ramachandran sir. Thank you to all the panelists. Now I request Professor Vision-2047 sir to present the mementos to the panelists as a token of love. Sir, please. The first panel is Mr. Steve Leon. The next panel is Professor Dilip Kumar Duraya, sir. Our next panel is Professor Ajay Sahani, sir. Professor Aman Singh Sasodia, sir. Our next moderator, Dr. Anil Ramachandran, sir. Thank you, sir, and thank you to all the panelists and speakers for the last session of the day. After this, let's have a tea and snacks outside the auditorium, and we will again gather here for the cultural program at 6:30. May I request all you to please join us for a cultural eve from 6:30 p.m. sharp. The tea and snacks are ready outside the auditorium, and after that followed by the cultural eve at 6:30 p.m. sharp. Thank you.
हर खाए हय्यू हाय हाय आशानी किरणों बिखराए उमंग भी छलकाए मन हळवे थी गुनगुनाए हाय हाय हाय
सोगाळा तारा छबिला तारा रंगीला तारा रंगवेर जुए तारी वाट
रंगी परोड़ आवी रंगी परोड़ आवी खुशियों संगे लावी हर खाए हय्यू हाय हाय आशानी किरणों बिखराए उमंग भी छलकाए मन हळवे थी गुनगुनाए हाय हाय हाय
सोगाळा तारा तारा रंगवेर जुए तारी वाट सोगाळा तारा ओए छबिला तारा ओए रंगीला तारा रंगवेर जुए तारी वाट रे सोगाळा तारा ओए छबिला तारा ओए रंगीला तारा रंगवेर जुए तारी वाट रे धरपुर मां सुन ले ओ छोरिया झूमे नगरिया जब जब ये घूमे कम्मरी यार तारी कम्मरिया कम्मरी यार तारी कम्मरिया सुआच कड़क
ए चला वे रैप पकड़ने
किनारे तो खाली पड़े नानी नानी बगली ने नाना एवा सपनानी रेत वाली डगली ने तोफानो तराप मारे हाले साओ हापी जाए तो जेनी हिम्मत ने आम नहीं हापे एवो खारबो खलासी एवो हाडनो प्रवासी एवो खारबो खलासी एवो हाडनो प्रवासी गोतिलो 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 गोतिलो
પોતાના જ દરિયામાં પોતાની જ ડૂબકીથી જાતનું અમૂલ મોતી લો
મોતી જે મજામાં ખાલી વાવટા ધજામાં એવો હાડનો પ્રવાસી ગોતિલો
એવું માણસી પ્રવાસી બને
ઓકે ભૈયા
માણસી પ્રવાસી બને
હાય હાય હૈયા
માણસી પ્રવાસી બને
નહીં જા નૈયા
ડોલીડા ઢોલ રે વગાડ મારે હિટ લેવી છે ડોલીડા ઢોલ રે વગાડ મારે હિટ લેવી છે એ હિટ લેવી છે ને મારે જગતે ગમવું છે એ હિટ લેવી છે ને મારે જગતે ગમવું છે ડોલીડા ડોલીડા ઢોલ રે વગાડ મારે હિટ લેવી છે ડોલીડા ઢોલ રે વગાડ મારે હિટ લેવી છે
मेरी गोरी घूमेरी गोरी चली कहाँ चोरी चोरी हवा से है बंधी डोरी रे मेरी गोरी घूमेरी गोरी चली कहाँ चोरी चोरी हवा से है बंधी डोरी रे शर्म छोड़ी थोड़ी थोड़ी नैनों की ये बोले छोड़ी प्रेशर नहीं करनी रे
હે રમતી આવે માડી રમતી આવે મેલડી માડી આજ રમતી આવે માડી રમતી આવે
Hello. Hello, mic check.
नमामि शमीशाननिर्वाणरूपं विभुं व्यापकं ब्रह्मवेद
नहीं सर अगर अरे ये चालू कर दिया
Managing Director of Maving Literacy, and she is India's Metabolic Typing Advisor from Health Excel UK. And she is also an international folk dancer. So she's an international folk dancer. And I request Professor Indu Bora, Vice Chancellor.
श्वेता श्वेता प्रैक्टिस करनी है
हेलो हेलो ओके ठीक
Hello.
कौन है माइक कौन है
CEO and Managing Director of Manual Literacy. Hello. Ladies and gentlemen, a very good evening to one and all present here. I am Hansvahini Singh, standing before you all on the behalf of the Cultural Club of LNIPE, and I warmly welcome to one and all present here. It's truly an honor for us to be hosting this August gathering this evening.
वॉल्यूम बढ़ा लेना थोड़ा सा 1 मिनट बेटा 1 सेकंड हेलो 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 थोड़ा सा इको डाल के थोड़ा वॉल्यूम में बेस दे देना या पीछे का मॉनिटर ऊपर कर देना हां बस रॉबिन एक लीड और देना पैड के लिए एक और एक्स्ट्रा
Hello. It's truly an honor for us to be hosting this August gathering this evening. We have gathered here to spend this cultural evening crafted meticulously on the occasion of International Conference on Physical Education and Sports in perspective of National Education Policy and Vision 2047. We are ecstatic to take you through a colorful culture events to showcase the rich cultural heritage in our hearts. But before that, I'm honored to welcome our chief guest, Geeta Krishna Raj, CEO of Maverick Group of Companies, Managing Director of Maverick Literacy, and she's an India's first metabolic typing advisor from Health Excel UK. And also, she's an international folk dancer. And I request Professor Indu Bora, Vice Chancellor LNIPE Gwalior, to welcome her with a bouquet on this occasion. And I also welcome all the dignitaries, staff, and students present here. Moving forward with these words, I hand over my mic to Ms. Riya Kundra.
Alone we can do little things. Together we can do so much. Thank you is such a prayer that cannot be seen or touched. It must be felt by heart. I would like to thank all the honorable chief guests, Geeta Krishnan Raj, CEO and Managing Director of Maverick Literacy, who has blessed us with her presence. We are also very much thankful to all the dignitaries, faculty members, cultural committee and supporting staff for the constant guidance and support to shape the conference and making the event a grand success. Once again, thank you so much to one and all.
हर कायदा खामोश नहीं शाम से कल मिलो काम से अभी तो हम देख लो दिल खो गए के घर के सारे रास्ते भूल गए वो जो भी हमें देखे वो कहता रहे कि आज शेर खुल गए
चमक चलो
शर्माना आजा नच के दिखा रे हाँ मेरी होले आजा पारी दा गिरा रे हाँ मेरी अखियों से अखियां मिला रे हाँ तू ना नखरे
हेलो
हेलो हेलो हेलो हेलो हेलो हेलो हेलो हेलो हेलो हेलो चेक हेलो 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 मैं गाऊंगा
हेलो हेलो नहीं है
हेलो हेलो
एक बार अगेन चेक करो
हेलो हेलो हेलो
यामिंग जब आई ना
वो बोल रही है नहीं नहीं ऑफ है
सबको मैनेजमेंट वाले वो आ रहा है सर वो चेंज है उसका दूसरा भी डाल ये मेरा वो यहाँ आ जाएगा वो इधर है ठीक है मैं इधर बस हो गया
So much joy. So much joy. between nations and nations. When we get together, we'll have peace and joy. We'll have understanding of one another, united as one. Right now, you should be feeling the freedom of this music. Right now, you should be feeling the vibe of this song. Everybody should be jumping up and down. Right
Ladies and gentlemen, a very good evening to one and all present here. I am Hans Vahini Singh, standing before you all on the behalf of the Cultural Club of LNIPE, and I warmly welcome to one and all present here. It's truly an honor for us to be hosting this august gathering this evening. We have gathered here to spend this cultural evening crafted meticulously on the occasion of International Conference on Physical Education and Sports in perspective of National Education Policy and Vision 2047. We are ecstatic to take you through a colorful cultural events to showcase the rich cultural heritage in our hearts. But before that, I am honored to welcome our chief guest, Geeta Krishna Raj, CEO of the Maverick Group of Companies, Managing Director of Maverick Literacy, and she is an India's first metabolic typing advisor from Health Excel UK. And also, she is an international folk dancer. Ma'am, we welcome you. And I request Professor Indu Bora, Vice Chancellor LNIPE Gwalior, to welcome her with a bouquet on this occasion. Can we have a huge round of applause, please? And I also welcome all the dignitaries, staff and students present here this evening. Moving forward with these words, I hand over my mic to Ms. Riya Kundra.
Thank you, Hans Vahini. So let's begin the cultural evening tonight with our first performance. In the divine embrace of Shiv and Parvati, love blossoms eternally. So we would like to start our cultural evening with a spiritual touch, that is Shiv and Parvati Nritya.
जटाओं से है जिनके जल प्रवाह माते गंग का, गले में जिनके सज रहा है हार विश्व जंग का। डमट 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 डमरू कह रहा शिव शिवम, तरल अनल गगन पवन धरा धरा शिव शिवम, तरल अनल गगन पवन धरा धरा शिव शिवम। संभ्रमभ्रमन्निलिम्पनिर्झरि विलोलवीचिवल्लरी विराजमानमूर्धनि। धगज्ज्वलल्ललाट पट्टपावके किशोर चन्द्रशेखरे रति प्रतीक्षणं मम।
कौन है वो कहाँ से वो आया, चारों दिशाओं में तेज सा वो छाया।
उसकी भुजाएं बदलें कथाएं। भागीरथी तेरी तरफ शिव जी चले, देख जरा ये विचित्र माया।
हर्षाता इस धरा गगन का एक एक कण कण है, महादेव का पार्वती से होने वाला मिलन है।
क्या बात है यार, वाह।
विश्व का हर एक कण, चाहे वो राजा हो या हो भूत पिशाच देवगण, एक दूजे की हलचल भी इन्हें एक आंख न भाती। पर शिव पार्वती के विवाह में सारे थे एक दूसरे के साथी। गोत्र न कोई शिव जी का है, ना कुल ना परिवार, अपने सत्य से हुए स्वयंभू, स्वयं हुए साकार। यही सृष्टि के कारण है, शिव एकमात्र है अनंत, यही सकल है यही चराचर, इनका आदि ना अंत।
A divine performance indeed. Moving forward, Namaskar Dagadiyon. Dagadiyon in Pahadi means friend. As we mentioned earlier, that tonight is a display of the rich culture and heritage that is embedded in each and every one of us. To begin that, let's take you to the land of mountains and gods, that is Uttarakhand. Please welcome our Pahadi dancers on the stage.
मैया की
हे नंदा हे गौरा कैलाशों की यात्रा, हे नंदा हे गौरा कैलाशों की यात्रा। पटिना भागीना हे नंदा भवानी, शोण भादो को मैना सोरा से की बारी। लगी गए नी बाटा यो भगत त्यारा, यो बाजा भंकोरा सब त्यारा द्वारा। हे नंदा हे गौरा कैलाशों की यात्रा। होठ का रंग होएगा नीला निराला, नेत्रों में पड़ी जहर की ज्वाला, मस्तक में पैरी चंद्रमा की कला, डमरू त्रिशूल हाथ चा मौसमी विभूत गाद चा, चितमल भगमल की पैरी चोली चा, विवानों की बाबा शिव जटा धारी भैरू तुम जय कराला, ओ बद्रीनाथ वालियों भैरू तुम जय कराला, ओ रुद्रनाथ वालियों भैरू तुम जय कराला, ओ यो तुम्हारी चौकियां प्रभु तुम जय कराला, ओ शिव जटा धारी भैरू तुम जय कराला, ओ बद्रीनाथ वाले भैरू तुम जय कराला, ओ काशी विश्वनाथ वो भैरू तुम जय कराला, ओ गंगोत्री वाली ओ भैरू तुम जय कराला, ओ कश्मीरा वाली ओ भैरू तुम जय कराला।
अरे हाँ ढोल बजी दमो बजी गे मस्का हाँ ढोल बजी दमो बजी गे मस्का जन बुढ़िया सभी छोरा ना चला तू ना चलो कसिका अरे खपरो दामा चलो तब ओली निरस्याण हाँ अरे हाँ अब लगा लो मंडाण आज लगा लो मंडाण राती लगा लो मंडाण अब लगा लो मंडाण आज लगा लो मंडाण राती लगा लो मंडाण
अरे मारी जालो मेरा, अरे मारी जालो मेरा, अरे गढ़वाले ने बाग लागो, गढ़वाले ने बाग लागो, बाग की डेरा मेरे पाँ बाग रे, तेजी बाग की डेरा मेरे पाँ बाग रे, अरे मारी जालो मेरा, अरे मारी जालो मेरा, अरे गढ़वाले ने बाग लागो, बाग की डेरा मेरे पाँ बाग रे, रू बजन तेरे खुटमा ठुमक ठुमक जब हिट छे तू पहाड़ी बाटोमा, छम छमा पायल घुंघरू बजन जर खुटमा, लाल प्यार कंगना हाथ में चूड़ी छनहरा, लाल प्यार कंगना हाथ में चूड़ी छनहरा, चुनरी तेरी आए हाय चुनरी तेरी चमकनी गुलाबी शरारा, अरे चुनरी तेरी चमकनी गुलाबी शरारा, फांसी लगे दे हम भी तेरा यार छा, घास काटी खाई छोरी घास काटी खाई, घास काटी खाई, हे खराया घर न बते राम की दुआई, राम की दुआई, ओ माया ले जा लबड़ा छोरी हाय रंग मा तू ए जा लबड़ा छोरी हाय पीस बुझे जा लबड़ा छोरी हाय मुखड़ी दिखे जा लबड़ा छोरी हाय लबड़ा छोरी हाय गुच्चा गुना गुन माया लगी गे रुमा झुमा झुम गुच्चा गुना गुन गुच्चा गुना गुन रुमा झुमा झुम
Please give a huge round of applause for our Pahadi dancers. Moving forward, LNIPE for decades takes immense pride in their yogic education and scientific contribution in the field of education. As the Gita says, Yog Chitta Vritti Nirodha, which literally means that yoga is the cessation of the fluctuations of mind. With these thoughtful words, we begin our next performance, which is a yoga demonstration.
नमामीशमीशान निर्वाणरूपं विभुं व्यापकं ब्रह्मवेदस्वरूपम् निजं निर्गुणं निर्विकल्पं निरीहं चिदाकाशमाकाशवासं भजेऽहम् निराकारमोङ्कारमूलं तुरीयं गिरा ज्ञानगोतीतमीशं गिरीशम् करालं महाकालकालं कृपालं गुणागार संसार भारं नतोऽहम् तुषारात्रिसङ्काशगौरं कबीरं मनोभूतकोटिप्रभाषे शरीरम्
देवराज सेव्यमान पावनाग्र पंकजं व्यालयज्ञ सूत्र बिंदु शेखरं कृपाकरं नारदादि योगी वृंद वंदितं दिगंबरं काशिकापुरादिनाथ काल भैरवं भजे देवराज सेव्यमान पावनाग्र पंकजं व्यालयज्ञ सूत्र बिंदु शेखरं कृपाकरं नारदादि योगी वृंद वंदितं दिगंबरं काशिकापुरादिनाथ काल भैरवं भजे योगी का समूह जिनकी वंदना करे उस काशी के नाथ काल भैरवं को है नमन तीनों लोक में है तू तेरा ही नाम में जप मेरे काशी परमेश्वर काल भैरवं भजे काल 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 भैरवं काल 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 भैरवं काल भैरवं भजे काल भैरवं भजे ओम नमः 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 शिवाय भानुकोटि भास्वरं भवाप्तितारकं परं नीलकण्ठमिक्षितार्थदायकं त्रिलोचनं काल कालमम्बुजं शमक्षशूलमक्षरं काशिकापुरादिनाथ काल भैरवम्
A great display of flexibility and balance by our young yogis. Moving forward, Kemcho Majama. Are you enjoying? Up next, we have this high performance and high energy performance and is sure to get you on your feet and grooving along with the dancers. Sit back and enjoy the beautiful performance that will transport you to the colorful and vibrant land of Gujarat.
रंगी परोड़ आवी खुशियों संगे लावी हर खाए हय्यो हाय हाय आशानी किरणों बिखराए उमंग भी छलकाए मन हळवे थी गुनगुनाए हाय हाय हाय
सोगाड़ा तारा छबीला तारा रंगीला तारा रंग बेर जुए तारी वाट सोगाड़ा तारा छबीला तारा ओरे रंगीला तारा रंग बेर जुए तारी बात रे सोगाड़ा तारा ओरे छबीला तारा ओरे रंगीला तारा रंग बेर जुए तारी बात रे भरपूर मास जमिए घूमे कमरिया रे तारी कमरिया कमरिया रे तारी कमरिया
सुआच कड़क
ये चला भी रैप पकड़ने किनारे तो खाली पड़े नानी नानी बगली ने नाना एवा सपनानी रेत वाली डगली ने तोफानो तराप मारे हाले साओ आपी जाए तो जेनी हिम्मत ने आम नहीं हापे एवो खारबो खलासी एवो हाडनो प्रवासी एवो खारबो खलासी एवो हाडनो प्रवासी गोतिलो 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 गोतिलो
પોતાના જ દરિયામાં પોતાની જ ડૂબકીથી જાતનું અમૂલ મોતી લો
મોતી જે મજામાં ખાલી વાવટા તજામાં એવો હાડનો પ્રવાસી ગોતિલો
એવું કોણ છે પ્રવાસી બને
ઓકે ભૈયા
કોણ છે પ્રવાસી બને
હૈ હૈ હૈયા
કોણ છે પ્રવાસી બને
લઈ જા નૈયા
તમે ગોતી લો ડોલીડા ઢોલ રે વગાડ મારે હીટ લેર છે ડોલીડા ઢોલ રે વગાડ મારે હીટ લેર છે એ હીટ લેવી છે ને મારા જરબે ઘૂમું છે એ હીટ લેવી છે ને મારા જરબે ઘૂમું છે ડોલીડા ડોલીડા ઢોલ રે વગાડ મારે હીટ લેવી છે ડોલીડા ઢોલ રે વગાડ મારે હીટ લેવી છે घूमे गोरी चली कहाँ चोरी चोरी हवा से है बंधी डोरी रे घूमे गोरी चली कहाँ चोरी चोरी हवा से है बंधी डोरी रे शर्म छोड़ी छोड़ी थोड़ी नैनों की है बोले छोड़ी प्रेशर नहीं करने दे
હે રમતી આવે માડી રમતી આવે મેલડી માડી યાદ રમતી આવે રમતી આવે માડી રમતી આવે કણકા માડી યાદ રમતી આવે રમતી આવે માડી રમતી આવે ધનભાઈ માડી યાદ રમતી આવે રમતી આવે માડી રમતી આવે ચોટીલા વાળી યાદ રમતી આવે
That definitely reminded me of festive times of Navratri. Moving forward, a touch of symphony and musical twist is much needed to add feathers to the cap. Without further ado, I would like to invite the LNIPE singing group on the stage to sing their melodies.
संदेश आते हैं हमें तड़पाते हैं चिट्ठी आती है वो पूछे जाती है कि घर कब आओगे कि घर कब आओगे लिखो कब आओगे कि तुम भी ये घर सुना सुना है संदेश आते हैं हमें तड़पाते हैं चिट्ठी आती है
कब आओगे, किधर कब आओगे, लिखो कब आओगे कि तुम मिलिए घर सूना सूना है। ऐ गुजरने वाली हवा जरा मेरा इतना काम करेगी क्या, मेरे गाँव जा मेरे दोस्तों को सलाम दे। मेरे गाँव में है जो वो गली जहाँ रहती है मेरी दिलरुबा, उसे मेरे प्यार का जाम दे, उसे मेरे प्यार का जाम दे। वही थोड़ी दूर है घर मेरा, मेरे घर में है मेरी बूढ़ी माँ, मेरी माँ के पैरों को छू के तू उसे उसके बेटे का नाम दे। ऐ गुजरने वाली हवा जरा मेरे दोस्तों मेरी दिलरुबा, मेरी माँ को मेरा प्याम दे, उन्हें जाके तू ये प्याम दे। मैं वापस आऊँगा, मैं वापस आऊँगा फिर अपने गाँव में, किसी की छाँव में, कि माँ के आंचल से, गाँव के पीपल से, किसी के काजल से, किया जो वादा था वो निभाऊंगा। मैं एक दिन आऊँगा, मैं एक दिन आऊँगा।
Truly a heartfelt performance by our singing group. Up next, we are about to witness our next tantalizing performance, which is Lavani, a traditional dance form from Maharashtra. So put your hands together for the Lavani performers.
कसा जीव झाला येडा पिसा त्याचा नाही भरवसा तोल राहीना राखली की मर्जी तुमच्या जोडीनं मी आले मला जाऊ द्या ना घरी वाजले की बारा 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 लटपट कमर दामिनी अधर रागिनी हो हे लटपट कमर दामिनी अधर रागिनी मेरे दर आई कैसी सजी धजी देखो मेरे पिया की सारी जिया से बारी मेरे अंगना में देखो आज खिला है चाँद गे बाजा धुन झम झम झमाते जा नाच मन झम झम झमाते जा पिंगा गपोरी पिंगा गपोरी पिंगा गपोरी पिंगा पिंगा गपोरी पिंगा गपोरी पिंगा गपोरी पिंगा
Great display of synchronization and elegance. On this journey of ours, it would be very rude of us to not give you people a glimpse of our very own and very sweet Northeastern tradition. With that, I would like to call our pretty Bihu dancers from Assam.
Hey!
ঘূৰণীয়া মাতে জোৰণীয়া মাতে মৰমীয়া কাহি ঘূৰণীয়া ঝাপি ঘূৰণীয়া মাতে জোৰণীয়া মাতে মৰমীয়া চিকুণ পিয়তি সাজিছো সিয়তি কাচিছো বহাগতে পাতি যাওঁ বিয়া আইতা ৰুমনি ধুৰীয়া কাম খাৰু জুৰীয়া গাতে ৰিহা মেখেলা নাচনি মই ধুনীয়া ৰুমনি ধুৰীয়া কাম খাৰু জুৰীয়া গাতে ৰিহা মেখেলা নাচনি মই ধুনীয়া বহাগতে পাতি যাওঁ বিয়া আইতা
Sony, noi kuruta, noi buta, noi sarita, noi sarie, noi sarike, noi sore na doi. Noi na soni, noi mukhala, noi saboke, noi nuari, noi jaluke, noi puradi, noi pure na doi.
I hope you all are enjoying the performances so far. Let's give 3 cheers for our performers. Hip hip. Hip hip. Hip hip. That's more like it. Now, moving forward, since tonight we saw many traditional performances, we should not leave behind the indigenous heritage and sportsmanship which this next performance behold. Please give a huge round of applause for our mighty, daring and charismatic Indrajit Nagar and his Malcolm team.
माने इसकी मस्ती राम जाने देखो भेजा है खुदा ने आया है ये बदला लेने सामने न आना जरा हट के रहना ये है सुल्तान माने या ना आप माने इसकी मस्ती राम जाने देखो भेजा है खुदा ने आया है ये बदला लेने सामने न आना जरा हट के रहना ये है जरा हट के रहना ये है सुल्तान
मुश्किल वक्त में भी हम न खोए हौसला दिल के साथ चलने का यू कर ले फैसला मिट्टी हम जो चूमे तो मिलता जोश है बस तेरी ही खातिर चाहिए सरफरोश है जीत का जश्न हम मनाएंगे आसमां तिरंगा सजाना आज है शान से सभी को बताएंगे जीत लेंगे ये सारा जहां झुके तेरे आगे सर तेरी गोद मेरा घर है तुझे सलाम इंडिया झुके तेरे आगे सर तेरी गोद मेरा घर है तुझे सलाम इंडिया
Please give a huge round of applause for our Malkham team. Let's take you on the tour of the vibrant land of South India, where everything has a little kick and sprinkle of gunpowder in their deeds. I hope by now you have figured it out. Up next, we are having a South Indian dance packed up with some young blood energy and riz.
I am singing the rain. I want more in the rain.
Hey.
I sing in the rain, a song in the rain. That's what I do before.
Hey.
Hey, who are you, man? Hey, how are you, man?
मास मास फिर से बोलो दादा चलते तो मास दादा हिलते तो मास दादा देखे तो मास मम्मा मास फिर से बोलो इसकी पैंट भी है मास इसकी शर्ट भी है मास इसके मसल में मास ये है मास देख लो
Ammai manuslo, abbai do racy, kita lay peteste, mai tadi.
మంచి బీట్ వస్తుంది పిచ్చ పాట వస్తుంది ఓయ్
Abbai manusune, ammai lagi si talagadala nokkeste, mai tadi.
మస్తు మాస్ వస్తుంది బెస్ట్ ఊప్ వస్తుంది ఓయ్ రాయే నా రాకాసే నువ్వే బయటేసే అట్టా దోపేస్తే టాపులేసి పోందే పోందే పాప టాపులేసి పోందే పోందే పాప
Raro, raro, nasi vakasi, agirajeesi, sigu belveste. Tabulesi pode, pode, popo tabulesi pode.
போதும்பா ஆஃப் பண்ணிடலாமா?
தோ இப்போ எப்படி ஆஃப் பண்ணுறேன் பாரு.
बैल जैसे धूल उड़ा के सींग उठा के तुम भी नाचो, बाज जम के ताल ढोल बेटा राजू उड़ के नाचो।
हीरो से भी तेज कोई कर सके जो बेद नाचो,
अस्तबल में घोड़े जैसे पाक टोर छोड़ नाचो। मिट्टी जो तो रोट मोटा मिर्च खा के ऐसे नाचो। हाँ जा छोरे,
हाँ जा गोरे,
हाँ जा छोरे, नाचो 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 वीर नाचो, नाचो 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 यार नाचो, नाचो 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 कच्ची कैरी जैसा खट्टा नाचो, नाचो 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 बिच्छू काटा लागे ऐसा नाचो।
हमारे यहाँ ऐसा ही होता है।
As the South Indian dancers said, हमारे यहाँ ऐसा ही होता है. This means that's how we do it. Moving forward, you know, there is something coming on my mind. Music, dance, and boys dressed in hoodies performing street dance. I bet this style of dap will surely force you to clap. Everyone, hold your hearts to see this dazzling performance by our hip-hop dancers.
चमक चलो।
नखरे
लेके किस्मत में बांटे हैं राहों में कांटे हैं किस्मत में बांटे हैं राहों में कांटे हैं रेगिस्तानों में आग है जितनी है लहू खोलता मेरा इन रगों में फिर भी खाकसारों को खाक ही काफी रास मुझको है खामोशी मेरी
बेजुबां कब से मैं रहा बेगुना सहता मैं रहा बेजुबां कब से मैं रहा बेगुना सहता मैं रहा.
Well, this performance surely forced me to clap. Up next is a performance which tells about the land of great chivalry, great history, and rich heritage. From the abode of Rajas, the land of Rajputana, Rajasthan. Let's welcome on stage our Rajasthani dancers.
साइकिल पंचर
a vibrant and energetic performance. Moving forward towards the last performance of the night. Sat Shri Akal Saaryan nu. Now it's time for some fun, frolic, masti and maza. Presenting before you fully energy loaded Punjabi dance medley of Gidda and Bhangra.
Hey, yo, just beats. ਗੁੱਟ ਤੇ ਪਰਾਂਦਾ ਤੇਰਾ ਕਰਦਾ ਕਮਾਲੇ ਵੇਲੀਆਂ ਬਲੌਰੀ ਅੱਖਾਂ ਕਰਦੀ ਸਵਾਲ ਕਰੇ ਮਟਕ ਮਟਕ ਨੀ ਤੂੰ ਫਿਰਨੀ ਦੀ ਚਾਲੀ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਦੀ ਲਾਲੀ ਨੇ ਤੇ ਕੀਤੇ ਬੁਰੇ ਹਾਲ ਬਿੱਲ ਗੁੱਟ ਤੇ ਪਰਾਂਦਾ ਤੇਰਾ ਕਰਦਾ ਕਮਾਲੇ ਵੇਲੀਆਂ ਬਲੌਰੀ ਅੱਖਾਂ ਕਰਦੀ ਸਵਾਲ ਕਰੇ ਮਟਕ ਮਟਕ ਨੀ ਤੂੰ ਫਿਰਨੀ ਦੀ ਚਾਲੀ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਦੀ ਲਾਲੀ ਨੇ ਤੇ ਕੀਤੇ ਬੁਰੇ ਹਾਲ
ਜਿਹਦੇ ਨੈਣ ਸ਼ਰਾਬੀ ਇੱਕ ਮੁੰਡਾ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਜਿਹਦੇ ਨੈਣ ਸ਼ਰਾਬੀ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਲਵ ਯੂ ਆਖਦੀ ਉਹ ਦਿਲ ਲੈ ਗਈ ਕੁੜੀ ਦਿਲ ਲੈ ਗਈ ਕੁੜੀ ਗੁਜਰਾਤ ਦੀ ਉਹ ਦਿਲ ਲੈ ਗਈ ਕੁੜੀ ਦਿਲ ਲੈ ਗਈ ਕੁੜੀ ਗੁਜਰਾਤ ਦੀ ਉਹ ਦਿਲ ਲੈ ਗਈ ਕੁੜੀ ਗੁਜਰਾਤ ਦੀ drop ਜਦੋਂ ਨੱਚਦੀ ਏ ਜਾਗੋ 'ਚ ਅੱਗ ਲੱਗਦੀ ਸ਼ਿਕਾਗੋ 'ਚ ਉਹ ਜਦੋਂ ਨੱਚਦੀ ਏ ਜਾਗੋ 'ਚ ਅੱਗ ਲੱਗਦੀ ਸ਼ਿਕਾਗੋ 'ਚ ਤੇਰੀ ਬੱਲੇ ਬੱਲੇ ਹੋ ਤੇਰੇ ਚੱਲੇ ਟਾਕ ਸ਼ੋ ਤੇ ਦਿਲ ਉੱਤੇ ਹੋਣ ਵਾਲਾ ਮੁੰਡਾ ਮਰਦਾ ਪਿੰਡਾਂ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਪਿੰਡਾਂ ਵਿੱਚ ਵੱਜੇ ਰੇਡੀਓ ਤੇਰੇ ਹੁਸਨ ਦੀ ਚਰਚਾ ਕਰਦਾ ਪਿੰਡਾਂ ਵਿੱਚ ਵੱਜੇ ਰੇਡੀਓ ਤੇਰੇ ਹੁਸਨ ਦੀ ਚਰਚਾ ਕਰਦਾ ਪਿੰਡਾਂ ਵਿੱਚ ਵੱਜੇ ਰੇਡੀਓ ਰੰਗਿਆ ਗੁਲਾਬੀ ਤੇਰਾ ਸੂਟ ਲਾਲ ਲਾਲ ਨੀ ਦਿਲ ਕੇ ਨਾ ਜਾਵੇ ਕਿਤੇ ਚੁੰਨੀ ਨੂੰ ਸੰਭਾਲਣੀ ਰੰਗਿਆ ਗੁਲਾਬੀ ਤੇਰਾ ਸੂਟ ਲਾਲ ਲਾਲ ਨੀ ਦਿਲ ਕੇ ਨਾ ਜਾਵੇ ਕਿਤੇ ਚੁੰਨੀ ਨੂੰ ਸੰਭਾਲਣੀ ਉਹ ਤੇਰੇ ਰੇਸ਼ਮੀ ਜਿਹੇ ਰੰਗ ਕੂਲੇ ਹੱਥਾਂ ਵਿੱਚ ਵੰਗ ਜਦੋਂ ਛਣਕਦੀ ਮੁੰਡਾ ਹੋ ਕੇ ਭਰਦਾ ਪਿੰਡਾਂ ਵਿੱਚ ਵੱਜੇ ਰੇਡੀਓ ਤੇਰੇ ਹੁਸਨ ਦੀ ਚਰਚਾ ਕਰਦਾ ਪਿੰਡਾਂ ਵਿੱਚ ਵੱਜੇ ਰੇਡੀਓ ਤੇਰੇ ਹੁਸਨ ਦੀ ਚਰਚਾ ਕਰਦਾ ਪਿੰਡਾਂ ਵਿੱਚ ਵੱਜੇ ਰੇਡੀਓ
Please give a huge round of applause for our Punjabi dancers. Moving forward, I would like to call our honorable chief guest, Geeta Krishna Raj, to address the gathering, and I am requesting Dr. Nibu R. Krishna to escort her to the podium.
Sadgurubhyo Namaha. I won't take long. I know you have had a really full day, but I think this performance deserves a round of applause and a few words of praise. Hearty congratulations to every one of you who performed, because I think you gave your heart and soul and you thoroughly enjoyed it, which was so apparent. And watching you, we were all feeling so elated. Special mention for the yoga group and the Malcolm. I think that was outstanding. But it also made me reflect, if today we were to announce that Malcolm is to become a compulsory thing, for how many of you would raise your hand to come forward and do it? It's very difficult for everyone to actually participate in it. And for some children, a football is just the same. They may feel threatened. So the whole idea of physical literacy is to ensure that every child gets an opportunity to participate in what they feel comfortable in and begin their journey. I would just like to finish by saying a small concept. In the Indian philosophy, compared to every form of divinity that we have thought of Lord Nataraja, the dancing god, as the supreme power. Why did the Indian conscience did not think of the supreme power as a poet? Why not a sculptor? Why not any other form of art? Why was the supreme concept thought of as a dancer? And therein lies the philosophy that when a dancer dances, the dance and the dancer are one and the same. You cannot see the dance without the dancer, and there is no dancer if there is no dance. And that is the philosophy of Indian wisdom, where the creator and the creation are one and the same, and the activity becomes the person who is performing the action, and the person performing the action actually becomes the activity. And that zone which sports stars reach, or when you are in full involved in what you're doing, where there is no observer and there is no observed, and there is no dancer and a dance, is just one and the same. I think these children displayed tremendous amount of talent, commitment, love for the art, and a lot of coming together, because this was not about one person doing it, but about everyone coming together to showcase their best side, putting their best foot forward. And that deserves a huge round of applause. I'm indeed delighted to have been here today and to share this moment with all of you. Thank you so much, and keep doing the great work that you're doing. Jai Hind.
Thank you, ma'am, for your wise words. Up next, I would like to call Shweta to propose the vote of thanks.
Alone, we can do little. Together, we can do so much. Thank you is such a prayer that cannot be seen or touched. It must be felt by heart. I would like to thank the Honorable Chief Guest, Geeta Krishna Raj, CEO and Managing Director of Mamlik Literary, who has blessed us with her presence. We are also very much thankful to all the dignitaries, faculty members, cultural committee and supporting staff for their constant support, guidance to shape the conference and making this event a grand success. Once again, thank you so much to one and all.